Okay, in this lecture we're going to set up all of we got a plate and so on as visuals, and over here we've got and let's import. Okay, so here it is. This imported the assets package that contains both the assets and the final game. So when you download that, you get a Unity package. Just go ahead and double click or click and drag and drop it on the projects window. Here is the asset import. Import window, just make sure you select all and let's import. Okay, so here it is. This imported the assets folder, and inside comes all of the assets, meshes, textures, and so on. So everything we're going to need. And then it also imported inside of it another Unity package. So if you want to import the final project with all of the code already written,
I can't even imagine what I would think would be inevitable. And I think, like, listen, our invasion of Iraq and the complete lack of caring, and the only thing that would even mitigate that is that, like, there were no images coming out of Iraq, or very few, and certainly I was exposing them more than the American population writ large. But to perceive what we did in Iraq as inevitable.
It's a different situation. That's completely, yeah. I mean, that was completely unpredictable.
That's different. That's different. So you can't compare these two situations, and you can't draw any comparisons ever because it was a different. I mean, they're different countries, so obviously it's different.
But we kind of touched on it.
No,
and again, to what end this even matters is it doesn't ultimately. But you know, Hamas knew that they were going to bomb the fuck out of Gaza.
Listen, I would imagine Hamas thought there was going to be a response, but they wouldn't have taken hostages if they thought that they couldn't use those hostages
Of course
as a
they
way
thought they could. I don't deny that.
deterring,
Yeah.
of deterring Israel from entering. And that was a
Yeah.
miscalculation on their part. They presumed that Israel was more interested in those hostages, I think, than they had assumed.
Is Ethan gonna wear the funeral attire again today? He keeps wearing the suit because I think he's gotten tired of people making fun of him wearing like these ugly Pootie Tang baggy colorful t-shirts. So he wants to like garner respect from his audience and other people by wearing the suit. But unfortunately the suit isn't gonna hide your stupid. That you didn't fucking prepare! You didn't even fucking prepare for this. How do you why would you ask someone a question that you don't know the answer to? Why would you ask someone, what should Israel have done, when you don't know the answer to that question? Like, oh my God. That's like conversation debate 101. Like, I don't even.
Well, and that's part of what a lot of the civil unrest in Israel is about, is that a lot of people do care about the hostages and think that the government needs to stop the war and focus on getting the hostages back and not killing innocent civilians. So that there is.
I feel like if genocide is inevitable, you might be the bad guys there. Regardless of religion, regardless of ethnicity, regardless of culture, regardless of all of these things, if you personally think that, well, given the circumstances, it was inevitable that this was going to happen, maybe you should take a look inward.
I wonder about that last part, but
Which part?
The part about the killing of innocent civilians. I mean, you know, I think that
I said that's what they're doing.
No. I'm saying I wonder if the Israeli body politic.
Oh, you think the Israelis want civilians to die?
I think the Israelis. I mean, obviously not all Israelis, but I think that enough of
this is the saddest part. The chatter who said that this isn't a debate. This is just Sam educating a student. This is just Professor Sam educating a student. You're absolutely correct, and it's 100% shown right here.
Israelis, to maintain this government, believe that Palestinians in Gaza, that their lives have no value, that they are all future enemies, that they that they all represent a threat to Israel, and I think that's, I think that's a twisted perspective.
Just so you know, there were massive demonstrations in Israel, tens of thousands of people in a country that's relatively small. So I think characterizing like the majority of the public as wanting.
This is brought up, but like the massive rallies were about Israel not caring enough about the hostages.
To kill civilians is a little sick, personally, but you know, it's. I guess you can say whatever you want.
I'm basing this on conversations with Israeli reporters that there does not seem to be in Israel a majority, at the very least, of people who are concerned about the fate of the Palestinians in Gaza. Certainly they want hostages, and again, not all Israelis, but you know, look, I can make analogous assessments of the United States at various times about things that reflect poorly on our national body politic as well. But you know, the proof is in the pudding.
Can I tell you something? 300,000 protesters in Tel Aviv, 200,000 in the rest.
I wonder where he got that information. It magically showed up in his head. He didn't have
It's also here. If you extract this one, you're going to get the complete project files. Now, of course, don't do that if you want to follow along with the course. And be aware that if you're following along and you accidentally unpack this one, it will overwrite all of your own files. So if you want to inspect the final project files, go ahead and do that, but do that in a separate project. In order to make sure that we have no accidents, I'm going to delete this one from the current project. So just go ahead and delete. Okay, so that's it. And over here we've got all of our really nice visuals. We can look in the prefabs visuals, and over here we've got a visual for a container. So there we go, that's a container counter. Then we have a cutting counter. We've got going ahead and do that. We want to follow along with the course. So we're going to the assets folder, and inside comes all of the assets, meshes, textures, and so on. So everything we're going to need. And then it also imported inside of it another Unity package. So if you want to import the final project with all of the code already written, it's also here. If you extract this one, you're going to get the complete project files. Now, of course, don't do that if you want to follow along with the course. And be aware that if you're following along and you accidentally unpack this one, it will overwrite all of your own files. So if you want to inspect the final project files, go ahead and do that, but do that in a separate project. In order to make sure that we have no accidents, I'm going to delete this one from the current project. So just go ahead and delete. Okay, so that's it. And over here we've got all of our really nice visuals. We can look in the prefabs visuals, and over here we've got a visual for a container. So there we go, that's a container counter. Then we have a cutting counter. We've got a trash bin. Then on the kitchen object visuals, we've got all the visuals. So a block of cheese. We've got some burnt. So there we go, that we can look in the Okay, so that's it. And over here we've got all of our really nice visuals. We can look in the prefabs visuals, and over here we've got a visual for a this one from the current project. So just go ahead and delete. Okay, so that's it. And over here we've got all of our really nice visuals. We can look in the prefabs visuals, and over here we've got a visual for a container. So there we go, that's a container counter. Then we have a cutting counter. We've got a trash bin. Then on the kitchen object visuals, we've got all the visuals. So a block of cheese, we've got some burnt meat, we've got a plate, and so on. These are all the nice 3D models that we're going to use in our game. Cons for all next post-processing. Text one. Prefabs visual. Following along and you accidentally unpack this one, it will overwrite with the course. And be aware that if you're following along and you accidentally unpack this one, it will overwrite all of your own files. So if you want to inspect the final project files, go ahead and do that, but do that in a separate project. In order to make sure that we have no accidents, I'm going to delete this one from the current project. So just go ahead and delete. Okay, so that's it. And over here we've got all of our really nice visuals. We can look in the prefabs visuals, and over here we've got a visual for a container. So there we go, that's a container counter. Then we have a cutting counter. We've got a trash bin. Then on the kitchen object visuals, we've got all have no accidents. I'm going to for a container. So there we go. Go, that's a container counter. Then we have a cutting counter. We've got a trash bin. Then on the kitchen object visuals, we've got all the visuals. So a block of cheese, we've got some burnt meat, we've got a plate, and so on. These are all the nice 3D models or VS Code or whatever you want.
Unity developers are leaving thousands of dollars on the table. Here's how to fix it. Join leading game studios like Gameloft and Nordcurrent, who've boosted revenue by 10 to 20% with intrinsic in-game ads. Getting started is simple.
So here we have a scene in Unity created entirely with free assets. Many of them are actually open source assets too. Open up the asset store, let's just maximize that. Wandering around here. So let's get started using UMA, the Unity Multipurpose Avatar System. So we're starting this project with a brand new scene. We're going to open up the asset store, let's just maximize that. We'll search for Unity Multipurpose Avatar. It should come up first in the list. Yep, there it is. We'll look at what some of these other things are later. It is available source code from GitHub if you click this link here for the repository, but we're just going to import it from the asset store as normal, and that's it. So once you've got it imported, you need to set up your scene. So let's add in the next, there we go. And now we see our Uma. Okay, he's a bit far away. Let's try and fix that up. So let's hit stop, go into the scene, and let's just move the camera. This ghost here shows us roughly where the Uma is going to be. So we can set up our camera, select the camera when we have it in position in the scene, hit Control-Shift-F, and there we are. And now let's do the lighting as well. Let's move the rotation so it's around about the front, so it's about 130. And I like to also put a spotlight on the main camera when I'm working with Umas. So let's throw in a spotlight, make the angle about 60, so it covers the whole Uma, and maybe increase the intensity to about 2. This is just quick and simple. This isn't really good lighting, but it'll do. And there you go. There is our Uma. Let's make him a bit bigger. Fantastic. But what if we want to make a different kind of Uma? Well, really good lighting, but it'll do. And there you go. There is our Uma. Let's make him a bit bigger. Fantastic. But what if we want to make a different kind of Uma? Well, over here we have our race. And if we select, for example, human female, we get a female. Awesome. But we can have an elf. Look at the ears here, quite a lot bigger already. You can see them on the left here much more easily. Let's have a look at the human girl, yeah. Okay, and that's just a smaller female. Maybe a werewolf. Not a great model, but a good illustration of what you can do. Even more extreme, a car. Yep, you can make cars with Uma. It really is a very flexible tool. Make cars with Uma. It really is a very flexible tool, and we're going to have a look now at some of the ways in which you can be even more.
Hey, I am Jelle, and today I'm going to show. The first step is creating a concept. Today I'm going to draw my 3D model. Let's open the 3D program of our choice, Blender. Before we get started, there are some plugins I always use when I create a character. Go to Edit, Preferences, Add-ons, and search for Loop Tools, Rigify, and Images as Planes. With the Images as Planes plugin installed, import your concept drawing and set it up to be about 1.8 meters tall, just like me. Duplicate and rotate it to have an image for the sides as well. When I need a quick and smooth 3D model, I use a method called subdivision surface modeling. This means that, for example, I create a simple cube first, and then add this modifier called subdivision surface. Who would have guessed that? This subdivides the object and smooths out the polygons. So you can easily create smooth shapes with the basic polygons from the cube you just created. I like to keep the subdivisions to a minimum for the game, because you want to have as little polygons as possible to make your game run much smoother. To make sure I don't have to do any double work, I also add a mirror modifier. So when I move stuff on the right, it automatically does the same thing on the left. So let's start modeling. The basic human shape goes like this. You have the center core with the head on top, all created with some loop cuts and extrusions. When you create your character, it is important to think in edge loops. You see, the body and head all have nice loops going horizontal and vertical. So we want the same thing for the arms. If we would just extrude the arms straight out, we would have a lot of weird loops and the shoulders would be harder to move naturally. That's why I like to extrude the shoulders first and then extrude the arms down from there. That's much more natural. Just take a look at your own shoulders. I do the same thing with the legs, which creates a nice pelvis. Extrude the legs further down and plop out some shoes. You can add some extra loop cuts along the ends of the clothes and scale them up to create a clear edge between the different clothes. Move some more points around to shape out the body to fit the sketch you made. If your character doesn't need to do any fine grabbing movements, then I would just not create separate fingers. Just add a thumb and you're good to go. Remember, less bones equals less work and better performance. Okay, so after some tweaking, you will arrive at something that you will be kind of happy with. You can add some other stuff to the character, like a pair of sunglasses to hide the face. That way, you won't have to worry about any complex facial topology. You can go crazy wild with the hair, but as you can see, my hair isn't that exciting. Luckily, a buzz cut is the easiest to create, just extrude it a little bit. Okay, so we have our 3D model ready, so now it's time for the texturing. Before we can start adding colors to our character, we need to UV unwrap it, which is basically trying to lay out all the polygons on a flat plane. But as you may have noticed when you're doing laundry, it's kind of hard to lay it flat with all the parts visible at the same time. That's why we add seams, virtual cuts along the model, where we tell the program it's okay to separate the flattening. The easiest parts to unwrap are your clothes, of course, because they're realities, where each one has their own way of texturing. There is the easy and fast, but done, we can just insert a human rig ready to be used. Another performance tip is to use as few bones as possible, so just delete all the bones you don't need. All the face bones can just go boop, and also we're almost done. Frame. Now just create some in-between poses where the feet are on the ground and play with the arms and head. There's no way to place a roughness map anywhere if you're using the standard renderer. Okay, that was all the work for the character in Blender. You now have a fully rigged and textured 3D model to use in your game. So let's set it up, shall we? Select the rig and everything in it and export it as an FBX. Open up a new Unity project and put it and export it as an FBX. Set it up, shall we? Select the rig and everything in it and in your game. So let's set it up, shall we? Select the rig and everything in it and export it as an FBX. Open up a new Unity project and put it in there. Go to the materials panel and extract the materials into a folder. Next, import all the images you created and start setting up the materials. But as you can see, there is no way to place a roughness map anywhere. If you're using the standard renderer, you will have to make it as an alpha texture of your color map. You can do this in the image editor of your choice. I use Affinity Photo. Invert the roughness texture so it will become its inverse, also known as a smoothness texture, and convert the grayscale image to a mask. Apply the mask to the color texture and export it back into Unity. Put it in the albedo channel and select albedo alpha as the source of your smoothness. And put in the occlusion texture to finish things off. And tada! Your very own textured character in Unity. Now go back to the 3D model tab and go to animations. Here we can split up the animations we created earlier in Blender, name them accordingly and apply the changes. Okay, so now we have an animator component in our character and create a new animator controller for the player. Open it up in the animator panel and drag the 3 clips into it. We need 2 parameters to control the animation, a boolean for when we are running and a boolean for when we are jumping. Set up the transitions between the different clips and make sure the exit time is turned off. With all of that set up, it's time to create our controller script. You can do a bunch of different ways to control your character, but for this example, I chose to use a character controller. I based my script on a UniCD example and added an animation boolean controller to make the correct animation play when the character is doing a certain thing. Okay, we're very close now. The character is correctly animating, but our camera is not doing anything. So, the real final part is setting up a Cinemachine camera to follow the player at a certain offset. And then, after all that hard work, we're finally done. Our character can now move and jump and stop and do nothing while still looking cool. Exactly what I need for one of my future projects. Now it's your turn to make your character do what you need for your game. There's a bunch of different ways to make the character for your game. This is just how I like to do it. Of course, it's important to create your character to the needs of your game. You have probably noticed that all my characters look pretty different, because they all move in special ways or have to do special things. I hope you learned something.
Before we proceed further on, I want to explain one thing that I want you to understand. Okay, let's get into the juicy stuff. So now we're going to program the player's movement. I'm going to right click over here and create a folder that I'm going to call scripts, and inside of that folder right click and we are going to create a C# script. I am of course going to call it the player, and I am going, as I said, you can choppa, so we can, on the asset store, which give you more information, but I will talk about that later on. I also talk about that on my YouTube channel.
That we're going to use in our game. And then over here on the textures folder, we also got a bunch of general icons as well as actual icons for all of the various parts. Okay, so all of the assets have been imported, now let's continue on to the next lecture. Hello and welcome, I'm your CodeMonkey. In this lecture we're going to set up post-processing. Now here let me make a quick note. Usually when making your games you probably don't want to handle post-processing right away. You should first get an ugly prototype up and working before worrying about any visuals. So normally I would only add post-processing much later on in the dev process, but since this is a course in video format, in order for the video to look a bit more appealing, let's set up post-processing right away. Now we already have the project set up to use URP, so adding post-processing is actually super simple. It's actually already added by default. First, before we do that,
He's so mad he can't even form a sentence.
It was very nasty. Well, I'm just saying, people like fucking want to like get lay down and fucking like.
I'm talking about
and
specifically
castrate,
against Frogan.
But like he called her fat, right, and ugly, which is horrifically mean. I get called a fucking baby killer.
I was talking specifically about
That's way
Frogan.
worse than being called fat and ugly, in my opinion.
Sure.
Not yelling at you. I am yelling at you.
I don't really understand what
but
the
not,
point is that you're trying to make.
Because I get frustrated when everybody's like trying to defend her so much. It's like she's the ultimate victim of online harassment.
It's not.
It's not. It's like people.
And like the Rent-A-Friends are like rapidly trying to say, no, wait. Okay, I lied. I was just joking. What I was saying was, I was not saying that she gets the most harassment, because clearly you were very offended by that. I was saying the person who has been harassed, the person who has been harassing Frogan the most has been Tectone. Okay, that's what I was saying. Okay?
People are nasty to her.
I'm pointing out how weird it is for iDubbbz to reach out to him specifically. That's why I'm saying that.
Right.
I'm not comparing. It's in a vacuum. I'm not comparing it to anyone.
It's not worse than anything you've seen.
Would you say that there's some things that the
Really nasty shit.
Yeah.
Worse than anyone I've seen.
administration's done on immigration where you think they haven't been sufficiently respectful of First Amendment rights? Is that fair to say?
No, I wouldn't even say that. I would say that we run a little bit of a problem if we are going to say that the criteria to get your visa revoked is writing an op-ed. Now, that might be an exaggeration by somebody,
yeah,
right? But if the op-ed was not even critical of America, which it was critical of a foreign country.
So why is this a gray area, Charlie? Why is this a gray area? It's not a gray area. So we're not allowed to be critical of a foreign country? We're not allowed to write an op-ed criticizing the way Israel is carrying out that war in Gaza? That's a gray area? That's not a gray area. Say it with your whole chest. I know you're afraid that the Trump loyalists are gonna come for you the way leftists have come for me when I, attack one of the sacred cows. But grow a set of balls, okay? Don't give this mealy mouth response to what's actually happening here. It's not a gray area. It is a violation of American values, of what this country allegedly represents. Say it. It's not a gray area.
For some reason today. These two branches of thought being associated with philosophers like Karl Marx and someone like John Locke, with some help from other philosophers like Machiavelli and Rousseau and even Hobbes. But this state of affairs isn't even slightly new. In fact, these theories go way, way further back than that, all the way back to Plato and Aristotle. It's much more accurate to say that everyone is either a Platonist or an Aristotelian in their political theories. And I point this out for a few reasons, but one is definitely because modern socialists or progressives like to think of their ideas as being new and innovative. But the reality is, Plato had already identified all of the supposed innovations of Karl Marx thousands of years before Marx decided it would be a good idea to stop bathing. The ideas that progressives like to flatter themselves with as innovative are actually ancient in origin and have been thoroughly tried and failed multiple times throughout history. And there's one particular idea that haunts the socialist hive that is particularly conducive to failure. And again, it's one that Plato himself proposed in his great political manifesto, The Republic, which is the abolition of private property. Now, when Marx was asked to summarize his socialist theory, he narrowed it down to this one thing as well. In his manifesto, he said his theory could be summarized in this one sentence: the abolition of private.
I played around a bit with online courses on Udemy and YouTube. Could never really get into it. A lot of times the courses were a bit difficult to follow.
Property. In more recent times, this idea was promoted by the World Economic Forum, in which the phrase "you'll own nothing and be happy" was featured in one of their propaganda videos. So as old as this idea is, it seems to be routinely recycled as if it's some new innovation. And just as this supposedly innovative progressive idea is actually thousands of years old, so too is its solution, which comes from Plato's student, Aristotle, who said this in contrast to his teacher. He said, "That which is common to the greatest number has the least care."
I have red tattoo, but it doesn't look like my cat attacked me. Yeah, just yeah. You're compromising the kid's artistic vision. Sorry, right? My bad. In other news, I think like one of the most depressing things about this has been
Super Bowl also wow 11 months tie for all the
Me
mold
too.
you've given my brain every Monday.
Mold Monday! Yay! This
way to undercut public education broadly, because if you can opt in and opt out, it means there's no universality. We've said this within the context of Social Security and Medicare. Why are these programs so durable? Why are Republicans always going for Medicaid first? It's because it's not universal. The best protection
bestowed upon it. What he means is when you make some responsibility the responsibility of everyone, it will be given the least amount of care. Or the more people you assign a responsibility to, the less concern will be shown for it. So like imagine a neighborhood green space like a park or something like that, where the city assigns the responsibility for maintaining it to just everybody in the neighborhood. The rationale being that if everyone does their part, everyone mows a little bit of grass, trims a few trees, and cleans up the litter, then it will be well cared for. But what's the likelihood that everyone would take an equal share of that responsibility and that the space would be well maintained? I think if we're being honest, the answer is not likely at all. Best case scenario, a few people take on the overwhelming burden of responsibility and get very little gratitude or reward for it, which will eventually disenfranchise them of their concern for it as well. If you've ever been assigned a group project at school, you'll find that the larger the group is, the more likely that a minority of people will carry the group and everyone will share in the credit for the accomplishment, whether it's good or bad. But the injustice of that experience when a minority of people take the responsibility that other people just take credit for, either in the green space analogy or in the school assignment analogy, will weigh upon those people, the minority who did all the work. The injustice will be felt by them, which will eventually discourage them.
that, let's rename our scene with a proper name. So inside the scenes folder, it starts off with sample scene. This will be our main game scene, so let's just rename this to game scene. Okay, and now here on the hierarchy, we can see by default, this scene already contains a global volume game object. This is how you actually add post-processing. And by default, you can see that it also already has a sample profile attached. This is how you add all of the various effects. You can click on this link and it will show it over here on the project window. Now let's build this from scratch instead of starting from this one. So let's go into that file, into that asset, and just delete it. Okay, so now we have no volume profile. Now let's go ahead and click on new to create a brand new one. Okay, so now here we can add overrides, add all of the effects that we want. Let's drag some visual meshes that we imported in the last lecture to get a better look at all of these effects and what they do. So first let's delete it. Now let's build this from effects. Here also already project for general icons, as well as in this lecture we're going to set up post-processing. Now here let me make a quick note. Usually when making your games you probably don't want to handle post-processing right away. You should first get an ugly prototype up and working before you're worrying about any visuals. So normally I would only add post-processing much later on in the dev process, but since this is a course in video format, in order for the video to look a bit more appealing, let's set up post-processing right away. Now we already have the project set up to use URP, so adding post-processing is actually super simple. It's actually already added by default. First, before we do that, let's rename our scene with a proper name. So inside the scenes folder, it starts off with sample scene. This will be our main game scene, so let's just rename this to game scene. Okay, and now here on the hierarchy, we can see by default, this scene already contains a global volume game object. This is how you actually add post-processing. And by default, you can see that it also already has a sample profile attached. This is how you add all of the various effects. You can click on this link and it will show it over here on the project window. Now let's build this from scratch instead of starting from this one. So let's go into that file, into that asset, and just delete it. Okay, so now we have no volume profile. Now let's go ahead and click on new to create a brand new one. Okay, so now here we can add overrides, add all of the effects that we want. Let's drag some visual meshes that we imported in the last lecture to get a better look at all of these effects and what they do. So first let's make some kind of floor. So let's make a 3D object. Let's make it a plane. Let's name this the floor. Also one extremely important thing, when you 3D, you can click on this project setup or add post-processing much later on in the dev process. But since this, now we already have the project set up to use URP, so adding post-processing is actually super simple. It's actually already added by default. First, before we do that, let's rename our scene with a proper name. So inside the scenes folder, it starts off with sample scene. This will be our main game scene, so let's just rename this to game scene. Okay, and now here on the hierarchy, we can see by game scene our scene with a proper name. So inside the scenes folder, it starts off with sample scene. This will be our main game scene, so let's just rename this to game scene. Okay, and now here on the hierarchy, we can see by default, this scene already contains a global volume game object. This is how you actually add post-processing. And by default, you can see that it also already has a sample profile attached. This is how you add all of the various effects. You can click on this link and it will show it over here on the project window. Now let's build this from scratch instead of starting from this one. So let's go and it will show it over. This is how you actually add post-processing. And this scene already contains a global volume game object. This is how you actually add post-processing. And by default, you can see that it also already has a sample profile attached. This is how you add all of the various effects. You can click on this link and it will show it over here on the project. window. Now let's build this from scratch instead of starting from this one. So let's go into that file, into that asset, and just delete it. Okay, so now we have no value. This one, so let's go into that file, into that asset, and just delete it. Now let's build this from scratch instead of starting from this one. So let's go into that file, into that asset, and just delete it. Okay, so now we have no volume profile. Now let's go ahead and click on new to create a brand new one. Okay, so now here we can add overrides, add all of the effects that we want. Let's drag a brand new one. Okay, so now we have no volume profile. Now let's go ahead and click on new to create a brand new. New one. Okay, so now here we can add overrides, add all of the effects that we want. Let's drag some visual meshes that we imported in the last lecture to get a better look at all of these effects and what they do. So first let's make some kind of floor, so let's make a 3D object, let's make it a plane, let's name this the floor. Also one extremely important thing, whenever you create a brand new all of these effects and what they do. So first let's make some kind of floor, so let's make a 3D object, let's make it a plane, let's name this the. So for some visual meshes that we imported in the last lecture to get a better look at all of these effects and what they do. So first let's make some kind of floor, so let's make a 3D object, let's make it a plane. Let's name this the floor. Also one extremely important thing, whenever you create a brand new object, always check the object's transform position. By default, when you create an object, it appears in front of the scene camera, which will probably not be on 000. You always want to be very careful with the position of your actual objects. So for a plane, we do want this to be on the origin, so on 000. So make sure you always do that. Then let's scale it up a bit. So on the scale, let's put it on 555, which by the way, you've got this nice little icon. This was added in a recent Unity version. Basically, if you enable this, then it matches all of these values. So if you just change one of them, it changes all of them. So let's put this on 5. Okay, great. Now for the visual, let's go ahead into the mesh render on the materials, and let's select the brand new material. So let's click on the circle icon, and over here, let's find the floor material. So here it is. It's the one included in the asset. Click on the circle icon, and over here, let's find the floor material. So here it is. It's the one included in the assets. So there you go. We've got a nice basic floor material. Now let's also drag the player visual. So let's go inside the assets folder, and over here, let's go inside the prefabs visuals. And down here, we find the player visual. So let's just go ahead and drag this one. So there it is. Materials, and let's select the brand new material. So let's click on the circle icon, and over here, let's find the floor material. So here it is. It's the one included in the assets. So there we go. We've got a nice basic floor material. Now let's also drag the player visual. So let's go inside the assets folder, and over here, let's go inside the prefabs visuals. And down here, we find the plane inside the assets folder, and over here, let's go inside the prefabs visuals. And down here, we find the player visual. So let's just go ahead and drag this one. So there it is, a nice player visual. Let's also drag a counter. So let's find, let's say, the clear counter. Let's drag this one. Let's rotate it to face the camera. Some or VS.
Good day, Sata. There's so many rules and regulations about how you should dash.
Code or whatever you want. So let's see my setup for Visual Studio. But first, let's actually set up something over here in Unity. So let's go up top into Window, and then let's open up the Package Manager. Then over here on the drop-down menu, let's select the packages and select the ones from the Unity registry. Then let's scroll down to find the Visual Studio
I didn't know
Editor
you opened
package.
a cafe
So
in
here it
Italy,
is, this
Mr.
one.
Piccolo.
You know real niggas move in silence. What?
Two people are approaching dap-up distance.
Impossible.
Lecture.
Guys? Mr. Piccolo, please explain that dap-up I just
Hello
witnessed.
and welcome, I'm your Codemunk. Let's familiarize ourselves.
That's what you
that you
call the
have
hit
here
and
on
run
the-
dap.
together
It's
on the
used when
30%
both parties are
on the
rushing
right side,
somewhere and
just
don't
like
have
default.
time to
That way,
greet. You guys don't make eye contact
Hello
or
and
even say
welcome, I'm
what's
your
good,
Codemunk.
my Nick.
Extremely
You just dap
confusion.
them up and get
So,
moving.
maybe-
They're dangerous. I'm glad they didn't
Hello and
enter the
welcome.
dap
Take
up
the
tournament.
right click, check through the
It
three.
seems we have some delicious hot wings on the menu
Also,
Yeah, that pilot's not
so you can
saving
toggle
us.
this,
plane is
enable and disable.
crashing?
You've got to be kidding me.
We'll have to postpone
Hello
our
and welcome,
visit.
I know. Prototype
What's
up and
wrong,
work.
kid? This your first time flying?
It might be my last.
I didn't know you opened a cafe in Italy, Mr. Piccolo.
You know real niggas move in silence. What?
Two people are approaching dap-up distance.
Impossible.
Guys?
Mr. Piccolo, please explain that dap-up I just witnessed.
Huh? The plane is crashing!
That's what you call the hit and run dap. It's used when both parties are rushing somewhere and don't have time to greet. You guys don't make eye contact or even say, "What's good, my Nick?" You just dap him up and get moving. They're dangerous. I'm glad they didn't enter the dap up tournament.
Captain speaking. It seems we have some delicious hot wings on the menu today.
Yeah, that pilot's not saving us.
The plane is crashing?
You've got to be kidding me.
We'll have to postpone our visit.
What's wrong, kid? This your first time flying?
It might be my last.
I didn't know you opened a cafe in Italy, Mr. Piccolo.
You know real niggas move in silence. What?
Two people are approaching.
Let's talk about render pipelines in Unity. So if you've been working with Unity for a bit, you've probably come across the term render pipeline, but what actually is a render pipeline and what does that have to do with you and your game? All games have to have a render pipeline, and even if you don't know which one you are using, your game definitely has a render pipeline. The nuance is really important to know because these can affect graphics quality and performance, and you don't want to get to the end of your game and realize that you can't launch to certain consoles. While it can sound really intimidating, I promise it's not that bad, and by the end of the video, you're going to know what they are and which ones you should be using. Unity uses render pipelines to determine how to display the information from your game's scene and display it on your screen. Essentially, how do we get from here to here? Unity does come with a default render pipeline, but it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. And not all render pipelines fit every type of game. If you're creating a gorgeous, intricate 3D game that you only plan to launch to higher-end consoles, you probably don't care about optimizing for mobile performance. On the other hand, if you're making a cartoony, super casual game that you only plan to launch for mobile or Switch, you probably don't care about having to render super high quality graphics. For years, Unity only had one render pipeline, which is the built-in render pipeline, that tried to fit the one-size-fits-all approach, and Unity actually wouldn't allow developers to create their own pipelines. So developers kind of had the obvious question of, well, what do I do if I want something more custom? Well, that is exactly what Unity has done in the past few years. And now, Unity has three main render pipelines: the built-in render pipeline, the high-definition render pipeline, and the universal render pipeline. Think of HDRP and URP as sort of presets that Unity has built for you, because if you are so inclined, you can actually create your own render pipeline. But let's get into what these are actually built for. The built-in render pipeline. If you're starting a brand new 2D or 3D project, you are probably going to be using the built-in render pipeline, whether you realize it or not. The built-in render pipeline has been the default for many, many years and is still a perfectly valid solution for making your games. When in doubt, it is a good place to a perfect pipe to be using the built-in render pipeline, whether you realize it or not. The built-in render pipeline has been the default for many, many years and is still a perfectly valid solution for making your games. When in doubt, it is a good place to start since it does have optimizations for both PC and mobile. The only caveat here is that it's not particularly great at either. Keep in mind that up until a few years ago, this was the only solution, so it had to cover a wide variety of scenarios. The built-in pipeline is kind of like those stretchy dresses that claim to fit everyone. Yes, they fit everyone, but are they really doing anyone any favors? That being said, many developers still choose to use the built-in render pipeline over other methods because they're already familiar with it, there's tons of support on it, and as we say in the South, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But with that being the only option, many developers started to complain because they couldn't customize the render pipeline to fit their own needs. Because why even bother with mobile and Switch if you plan to just launch to PC and higher-end consoles? Enter the high-definition render pipeline, otherwise known as HDRP, which is designed specifically for developers who do want to create those beautiful 3D, intricate, gorgeous worlds. So Unity releases a bunch of enhancements having to do with lighting, shadows, atmosphere, and cinematic post-processing effects. Now these things are very GPU intensive, but with mobile and Switch being out of the picture,
Hello everyone, in this video I'll explain how to integrate Unity ads. Let's start. First of all, we go to the Unity dashboard, create project button, then click App Story ad. Our Apple and Google IDs are ready. Then let's switch to Unity and go to the Windows tab and open Package Manager. In this section, let's find Advertising Legacy and install it. Then open the Services section. In this section, select Use an existing Unity project ID and select the project we have created. This part is done. Then create an empty game object and create an if script. The script will initialize the ads. There is ready code in this website. Let's copy and paste this code into the script we have created. These links are also available in the description. Then add this script to our game object. Then copy and paste the iOS and Android IDs from the dashboard. Then let's create our interstitial ad. For this, let's copy the codes on the website. Then create a new script and paste the code into it. Then add the script to the object. To activate the ad, I add a button and adjust its size. And I select the Show Ad method to the on-click of the button. Let's try it now. As you can see, the ad opened. Then we create a new script for the banner ad. Let's copy the codes from the website and paste them into our script. Then add the script into our object. To activate the banner, I add a new button.
Let's
talk about ads, specifically Unity ads. In this video we will discuss how to boost your game's revenue and make millions using those advertisements. Now millions is a bit of an exaggeration, but you can make decent amount of money using advertisements alone. In this video we will be implementing ads in an actual game. First we will be setting up our project for ads, then we will create our own ad measure plugin. In the next step we will test run the ads on actual device like Android device, and lastly we'll finalize our ad settings for our final game export. So we will be covering both. Once the project is successfully switched, go to Edit, Project Settings, Services. If it's not loaded, simply click on Retry button. In my case, it's already loaded. Select the organizer. So the first step is to switch your Unity project to the platform you are planning to upload your game to. In my case, I will be using Android. Once the project is successfully switched, go to Edit, Project Settings, Services. If it's not loaded, simply click on Retry button. In my case, it's already loaded. Select the organization and the Unity will automatically link the project. If it somehow shows an error for being unable to link to the Unity services, click on Refresh Access. After that, confirm that the app is not targeted to the audience under 13 and hit save. After that, click on the dashboard and hit save. After that, click on the dashboard and this will take you to the Unity dashboard. If you are not already logged in, make sure you do so. This will take you to the Unity dashboard. If you
Developers don't have to worry about being held back by the lower end consoles. Shut your ears, don't listen. So Unity creates this and game developers are still not happy because now PC developers have this bright, shiny new pipeline, but what about mobile and Switch developers? What if I want great graphics and the ability to launch to any platform that I want to? So Unity goes, okay, we can make that happen. Enter the Universal Render Pipeline, or URP. If you want the best of both worlds, that is graphics and performance, that's where URP comes in. While it might not have all of the graphical rendering capabilities that HDRP has, it's still really good, especially if you want the ability to be able to publish to any platform. URP also has access to some of the new features that Unity has created, such as better post-processing effects and a built-in shader graph. The main takeaway here is that the Universal Render Pipeline is really what the built-in render pipeline was supposed to be. And Unity fully intends to phase out the built-in render pipeline in favor of the Universal Render Pipeline. Now, all of this sounds great, but before you go and switch all of your projects, you might want to keep this in mind. Even though HDRP and URP have been out for several years at this point, a lot of game developers still haven't really made the switch because of a couple of reasons. The first being that support is limited. When you go on YouTube or you watch other development tutorials, a lot of them strictly focus on the built-in render pipeline and don't even talk about the Universal Render Pipeline or the High Definition Render Pipeline. So there's still a lot of support for built-in, whereas there's just not as much yet for the newer pipelines. Perhaps one of the biggest reasons is that assets on the Asset Store just haven't had a chance to catch up yet. If you want to use an asset from the Unity Asset Store, nearly all of these are going to support the built-in render pipeline, but even large development studios are having trouble switching over all of their assets from the built-in render pipeline to the other pipelines. Knowing that information, it might be a little challenging to make the game that you want to make. However, I do want to make the distinction that HDRP and URP are the superior, better built pipelines. Now, I know that's a lot of information, but let's just keep it simple. If at all possible, use the Universal Render Pipeline or the High Definition Render Pipeline. If you're only planning to launch to PC or higher end consoles and you want to prioritize having high quality graphics, go with HDRP. For everything else, go with URP. Now, that's just a good rule of thumb to have, but sometimes it's not always feasible, and if you're still feeling unsure, it is still perfectly okay to use the built-in render pipeline. Now, that's it for today, folks. Let me know which render pipeline you're going to be using in the comments below, and I will see you in the next video.
Hey y'all, in this video we are going to combine Shader Graph with VFX Graph, and in VFX Graph have 3D meshes rendered to create a school of fish that will be swimming through a virtual ocean. So the first thing that we need is a fish. So if you have a fish model, an FBX, what have you, go ahead and bring it into Unity. I'm going to be a little bit lazy and or efficient depending on how you want to look at it. And I'm going to create a cube using ProBuilder inside of Unity. And with that cube, I'm going to do a few adjustments, such as add an edge loop and basically get the shape of a fish here. So I may speed it up for a moment so I don't turn this into a ProBuilder tutorial, but by the end of it, we're going to have a very basic 3D fish shape, and then we'll be able to continue. Alright, so now that I've made a close enough approximation of a fish, I think, I'm going to go ahead and right-click this and do ProBuilder Mesh Export. And we're going to export this as just a straight-up prefab, just so I don't have the overhead associated with all of the ProBuilder features in here and all the vertices that I'll still be able to control. So I'm going to go ahead and export this directly into Fish, intuitively named folder. We'll call it the fish prefab. Now we're good to go. Alright, so now that I have this fish prefab, I'm going to go ahead and take the cube out. We are good here. We have our nice prefab. So I am very happy with this. I'll go ahead and just throw a basic material onto this for the time being. We'll call it the fish material. Alright, so now we have all of that made. So let's go ahead and create our shader graph. So I'm going to go right click, create, and down to shader graph. We're going to make, in this case, I'm going to make it
working before worrying about any visuals. So normally I would only add post-processing much later on in the dev process, but since this is a course in video format, in order for the video to look a bit more appealing, let's set up post-processing right away. Now we already have the project set up to use URP, so adding post-processing is actually super simple. It's actually already added by default. First, before we do that, let's rename our scene with a proper name. So inside the scenes folder, it starts off with sample scene. This will be add post. This is how you add it. So now here we can add overrides, add all of the effects that we want. Let's drag some visual meshes that we imported in the last lecture to get a better look at all of these effects and what they do. So first let's make some kind of floor. So let's make a 3D object. Let's make it a plane. Let's name this the floor. Also, one extremely important thing, whenever you create a brand new object, always check the object's transform position. By default, when you create an object, it appears in front of the scene camera, which will probably not be on 000. You always want to be very careful with the position of your actual objects. So for a plane, we do want this to be on the origin, so on 000, so make sure you always do that. Then let's scale it up a bit, so on the scale, let's put it on 555. Which, by the way, you've got this nice little icon. This was added in a recent Unity version. Basically, if you enable this, then it matches all of these values. So if you just change one of them, it changes all of them. So let's put this on 5. Okay, great. Now for the visual, let's go ahead into the mesh render on the materials, and let's select the brand new material. So let's click on the circle icon, and over here, let's find the floor material. So here it is. It's the one included in the assets. So there you go, we've got a nice basic floor material. Now let's also drag the player visual, so let's go inside the assets folder, and over here let's go inside the prefabs visuals, and down here we find the player visual, so let's just go ahead and drag this one. Or material. Now let's also drag the player visual, so let's go inside the assets folder, and over here let's go inside the prefabs visuals, and down here we find the player visual, so let's just go ahead and drag this one. So there it is, a nice player visual. Let's also drag a counter, so let's find, let's say, the clear counter. Let's drag this.
If you're running a small business, we can make it easier. Track your
To align scene view to a camera in Unity, first select the camera and check its projection. Here the projection is perspective, and now in the scene make sure that the projection match the Please watch the video in high quality. And in the inspector, set its target display. So the first camera would be its target display is 1. The second camera, I will set its target display to display 2. And I will set the third camera display to display 3. Now, if I play, by default the first display is select. If I select display 2, the second camera would be active. and display 3, the third camera, would be active.
This one, let's rotate it to face the camera, something like this, and let's also put a cutting counter. Again, we're just placing some visuals just so we can see what the post-processing will do, and let's also place a bunch more things. So let's say a tomato, let's place a tomato over there, and maybe a cabbage all the way over here. Okay, so we've got a handful of nice visual elements so we can test out our post-processing. By the way, here's a quick Unity tip on scene controls. Whenever you are on the scene view, which make sure you're on scene view and not game view, those are different. So on the scene view, you can move the camera with the mouse. You can pan with mouse 3, so the middle mouse button. So hold that and pan it around. You can rotate with the right mouse button. You can rotate around the point by holding down left alt and left click and just drag it around. To rotate around an object, you can select an object, like for example player visual, then you can press on F to select that object, and now if you hold Alt and click, it will rotate around that object. Also another method is you can hold the right mouse button to move it around, and then you can use WAS to move, so D, A, and so on. Then you can even press Shift to move in faster, and you can use the scroll wheel whilst holding down the right mouse button in order to modify the speed at which you move. So there are plenty of camera controls.
Hello everybody, my name is Răzvan Cârlugea and I'm here to record a quick
So Lacey has become one of the biggest streamers in the world over the past year and a half, accumulating hundreds of thousands if not millions of fans all over the world, and even becoming a key part of the FaZe Clan organization. But even with all of this major success in just a short amount of time, Lacey would still face some ongoing problems throughout his very young streaming career. And most of these problems all stem back to just one girl. But who exactly is this girl and how is she negatively affecting Lacey's career? Well, that's probably what you're here to find out. So if you're new to the channel, don't forget to hit that subscribe button to join the Trap House with the biggest trapper. And while you're at it, don't forget to click that very first link down below in my description to join my Discord server and become an official member of the community. And with all of that being said, let's get into how one girl is ruining Lacey's career. So Lacey, who has only been around the streaming community for a very brief amount of time, sparked his first ever live stream a lot earlier than people may think. He went live for the very first time way back in May of 2020, and he was playing Fortnite, which was the first ever shooting game his parents ever allowed him to play, because with him having strict parents, he wasn't allowed to play or even watch people play games like Call of Duty growing up. But unlike most creators who try to start a streaming career from literally nothing, Lacey actually averaged some pretty good numbers for his first ever live stream. He streamed for almost 2 hours and averaged about 77 viewers,
really
while peaking at a high of
exactly
143
Now for another quick Unity tip, you can
viewers.
Move the scene camera to where you want the game camera to be. So let's say I want the game camera to see things from same direction. Over here align with let's begin by adding tone mapping. So there you go, we've got the effect, and over here we've got a nice little checkbox, so you can enable it in order to enable this effect and set one of the options. Now for this one, I'm not too familiar with color correction, but I find that usually adding a neutral tone map effects. Position the camera somewhere where we can view all of the assets. Now with this, let's add some post-processing effects. So first, let's select the global volume game object, and over here we can add all of our effect overrides. First up, let's begin by adding tone mapping. So there you go, we've got the effect, and over here we've got a nice little checkbox, so you can enable it in order to enable this effect and set one of the options. Now for this one, I'm not too familiar with color correction, but I find that usually adding a neutral tone map map, usually that helps. Also make sure you're looking at the game view and not the scene view. If you're looking at the game view and you enable and disable this effect, you should see a difference. Whereas on the scene view, if you enable and disable, it doesn't actually show that. Even if on the scene view over here you have all the effects enabled, even with that, some effects for some reason don't show up on the scene view. So when playing around these effects, always make sure you're looking through the game view. So like I said, you should be able to toggle this and see a visual difference on the game view. If you don't, then make sure the camera has post-processing enabled. So let's select the main camera game object, and down here there's a toggle for post-processing, make sure this one is enabled. And then also on the render pipeline assets, so let's find that one on the project window of scene view for difference, whereas now I find that usually we quickly go up into game object and over here align with view. Now if you look, here is the scene view, and over here we've got the nice camera view. So just position the camera somewhere where we can view all of the assets. Now with this, let's add some post-processing effects. So first, let's select the global volume game object, and over here we can add all of our effect overrides. First up, let's begin by adding tone mapping. So there you go, we've got the effect, and over here we've got a nice little checkbox, so you can enable it in order to enable this effect and set one of the options. Now for this one, I'm not too familiar with color correction, but I find that usually adding a neutral tone map, usually that helps. Also make sure you're looking at the game view and not the scene view. If you're looking at the game view and you enable and disable this effect, you should see a difference. Whereas on the scene view, if you enable and disable, it doesn't actually show that. Even if on the scene view over here you have all the effects enabled, even with that, some effects for some reason don't show up on the scene view. So when playing around these effects, always make sure you're looking through the game view. So like I said, you should be able to toggle this and see a visual difference on the game view. If you don't, then make sure the camera has post-processing enabled. So let's select the main camera game object, and down here there's a toggle for post-processing, make sure this one is enabled. So let's select the main camera game object, and down here there's a toggle for post-processing, make sure this one is enabled. And then also on the render pipeline assets, so let's find that one on the project window. Over here we've got the settings and we've got the URP high fidelity. This one should be using a renderer, so if you click on the renderer, over here you should have post-processing enabled. Again, all of this should already be correctly set up by default. So if you go into global volume and enable or disable, you should see a visual difference. Okay, so next effect, one that I always like to add is a bit of saturation. So let's add an override, post-processing, and let's add a brand new, here it is, color adjustments. Then over here, you've got plenty of things to play around with. For me, I like to add a bit of saturation, so just lift it up a little bit. Let's say just about about 20. And I also like to add a little bit of contrast. So over here, let's also add 20. And there you go, it makes the colors pop a little bit more. So personally, I like this effect. Then later on, we're going to have some glowing objects. For example, the stove. Let's actually try dragging that into the scene. So let's go into scene view. And in the assets, let's find the stove counter. So here it is. And inside the
But oddly enough, Lacey chose not to build on this momentum at all. Instead, he chose to live the life of most normal teenagers, working 2 jobs at Walmart and Panera Bread, while also dedicating most of his time to sports like basketball. But when he wasn't at work or on the court, Lacey began using a lot of his free time to start watching Twitch streamers such as Aiden Ross at Clicks, who's also a very important part to this entire story. So with Lacey being more of a newer gamer and his favorite game at the time being Fortnite, when he wasn't playing the game himself or with his friends, he would find himself on Twitch watching some of the best players in the world play live. And of course, this is where Lacey came across Clicks for the very first time. And if you don't know, Clicks has been one of the biggest Fortnite creators in this space for literally years now. But when Lacey started watching Clicks, he wasn't just any regular viewer within the chat. He realized that Clicks had a $5 text-to-speech on, which allowed viewers to donate $5, and any message that they chose to send with this $5 would be heard by Clicks and the entire chat as well. So this is where Lacey ended up getting the bright idea to troll Clicks throughout the course of his entire stream, making endless donations with funny messages at the perfect times. And while Clicks would end up getting extremely upset with some of these trolly messages, the chat on the other hand loved it and found it extremely funny.
And I lost that job, and around that time is when I started donating to Clicks, because I was just using my paychecks. Like, he would have $5 TTS on, so if you donate $5 it plays your message on the screen. And for some reason I was really good at like timing things. So if he died in a game, or if I saw he was about to die, I would have it up on my second monitor, type in my message and send it and time it, so right when he died it would be like, damn, no way you just died to that guy and your girl's getting a train ran on her right now. Just stuff like, stupid stuff like that. And at the time when you die in a game, like, you're already annoyed, and then you hear that in your ear right after, and he would get so mad, and I would get high off of it. And then this went on for like a week and a half, 2 weeks, me just troll donating $5. I probably spent like $800, $900. And at the time that was a lot to me, because I was making $400 a month working at Panera.
And spending this money would end up becoming extremely worth it for Lacey, because not only would it get him extremely known within Clicks' community, all of this trolling will also lead to him getting invited to a Discord call with Clicks himself for the very first time, and let's just say it was extremely toxic.
What's good? Yo, Lacey, bro. You bitch. Yo, are you being dead ass right now, Lacey? You. How old are you, bro? Yeah, I'm 19. Scamming piece of shit. How the f am I scamming piece of shit, you motherfucker? All you do is scam your bitch, motherfucker. Cool, bro. I wish I see you IRL, because you know what I would do? Let me know what you would do, bro. I would walk up to you, right? I'd beat the absolute fuck out of you, and then I would curse off you in GTA, bro. You're my good little bitch. I'm not your good little bitch. Stop with that. All you have on me is I got cheated on, bro. Yeah, I got cheated on 3 times. I'm not gonna sit here talking to a 17-year-old day. So you enjoy your day. You're a piece of shit, and we'll be in touch.
So this interaction between Clicks and Lacey would end up going extremely viral all over social media, and even though Lacey didn't have any real plans of becoming a content creator himself, he was smart enough to realize that he had to capitalize on all of this momentum he was gaining. So in late 2023, he would start taking streaming much more seriously, and he also started being much more consistent as well. And by the start of 2024, Lacey was streaming basically every day, building his own community, and all of this would even lead to him meeting his favorite streamer turned friend Clicks for the very first time. Now obviously being around Clicks changed Lacey's life for the better, but with him being around Clicks so much, it also brought a person into his life who may currently be doing more harm than good. You see, while hanging around Clicks and becoming very known within Clicks' community, he also came across a girl who was often associated with Clicks as well, that went by the name of Darla. And with the two of them already being known by basically the same community, it led to them collaborating a lot. They often spent a lot of time together on stream and seemed to have a very flirty relationship, which also led to many people assuming that Lacey and Darla were secretly dating off stream. But the two of them always managed to shut those rumors down whenever they came up, and they would claim that they were just friends, even though I'm sure the whole world could tell that Lacey had some sort of feelings for her. Not to mention, during this time, Lacey was quickly becoming one of the breakout streamers on Twitch, seeing drastic increases in both his follower and viewer count. And while that was going on, as I said, Darla was heavily involved within Lacey's content for a very long time. I mean, it even got to the point where fans online would even refer to Darla as Lacey's girlfriend. And of course, that will all lead to her social media shooting up as well. In fact, Lacey was becoming so popular during this time as well, that in mid 2024, it was announced to the world that he would be a part of the official initial FaZe Clan rebuild, and this is where everything would completely change for Lacy. Lacy started hitting the heights of his career, seeing extreme peaks in all of his numbers, but unfortunately during this special era, things would start to crash between him and Darla. You see, after fans did their FBI work, and Lacy himself even caught Darla in multiple lies that included things as bad as lying about her location, flirting with other guys, and even linking up with one of her exes.
She puts his hand in his lap. They start like, they're like touching each other's hands and shit. His hand's on her thigh. He's rubbing up and down her thigh. He's got one arm around her waist at one point, like on her. Just like touching each other. And I just witnessed her get off the phone with her boyfriend saying she loves him.
Like, whether you like it or not, Darla and Bryce, I never lie, they're locked in. Just know that I said that. They're locked in. You will see them months from now, and you're going to realize it's not a lie. You're literally going to realize it's not a lie.
So you're telling me Darla and Bryce orchestrated this whole thing for her to basically use me for clout?
Yes. Oh, and let's talk about the contract. So
after finding all of this out, this made Lacy look extremely crazy on the internet, because this is someone who Lacy did a lot of content with, and like I said, fans literally were calling her his girlfriend. So to have all of this be brought to the public eye, it definitely made Lacy feel a little embarrassed and maybe even heartbroken as well. And with fans quickly piecing together the puzzle, Lacy knew that he had to spark a stream to tell the world the truth.
You going to see your ex and lying about it to me is crazy. You can't come on a yacht because you're going to Tampa to see your family and then lying and going and hanging out with your ex. That is not maturity. That's being a telling me you're gonna come see me and talk to me when I haven't seen you in 2 weeks, but then tell me last minute you can't make it in time because you're golfing with your ex. That's not maturity. That's being a whore. And then pulling the bullshit. It's called maturity. You could be friends with your ex. Cool. Go ahead and be friends with your ex. But there's clearly something going on when you're lying about where you're at to go see your ex. I did all this shit for you, right? For you to go back the day you get home from LA and see your ex and get in an argument with him about me. I don't care, I'm airing it out.
And with how popular the two of them have gotten while they were creating content together, the news of all of this ended up spreading across the entire streaming community rather quickly, and it was clear that it left Lacy in a bad headspace. But luckily, even though Lacy was going through all of this with Darla, he already had some great friends in his corner who would make sure he was okay during the entire situation. So with having such a great group of friends around him in FaZe Clan, this is where Lacy decided to turn all of this embarrassment and heartbreak into a serious grind. He was already in the gym prior to all of this even happening, but after the entire situation that had just transpired, he decided to lock in even more, and that led to a massive weight loss rather quickly. But that was nowhere near the end of the success Lacy had. In September of 2024, FaZe Clan would start their first ever group subathon, and this 30-day never-ending stream with
stove counter. There are some things. So here it is, the stove on visual. This one is disabled by default, so on the inspector, let's just enable this game object to make it visible. Again, don't worry about the positioning of the objects on the scene view right now. We're only positioning them just to set up the post-processing. We're going to delete them all at the end of this lecture. Okay, so that one enabled. Let's go into the game view, and over here we see the stove enabled. AGR to the process. Let's a bit glow, darkness to the colors. So if we enable the intensity and we increase it, you can see what it does. So it adds darkness right on the corners there. Personally, I find this one looks good when it's quite a bit subtle. See what it does. The threshold GR stands for high dynamic range, so that is how you camera to see things from about this angle. So you just position the scene camera. Then on the hierarchy, select the camera game object, so the main camera right here. And with that object selected, you press.
So Lacy has become one of the biggest streamers in the world over the past year and a half, accumulating hundreds of thousands if not millions of fans all over the world, and even becoming a key part of the FaZe Clan organization. But even with all of this major success in just a short amount of time, Lacy would still face some ongoing problems throughout his very young streaming career. And most of these problems all stem back to just one girl. But who exactly is this girl and how is she negatively affecting Lacy's career? Well, that's probably what you're here to find out. So if you're new to the channel, don't forget to hit that subscribe button to join the Trap House with the biggest trapper. And while you're at it, don't forget to click that very first link down below in my description to join my Discord server and become an official member of the community. And with all of that being parents, he wasn't allowed to play or even watch people play games like Call of Duty growing up. But unlike most creators who try to start a streaming career from literally nothing, Lacy actually averaged some pretty good numbers for his first ever live stream. He streamed for almost 2 hours and averaged about 77 viewers while peaking at a high of 100 143 concurrent viewers. But oddly enough, Lacey chose not to build on this momentum at all. Instead, he chose To live the life of most normal teenagers, working 2 jobs at Walmart and Panera Bread.
Out of all the things we can complain about and what's in, what's not.
What?
That's you're
Oh,
this guy
God.
from Beetlejuice. In this photo, you have like the same coat and shit.
Yeah.
It's
that's you are a comedian.
I sure am, buddy. I see you laughing. All right. Anyway, so you accused me of misrepresenting what happened. Let's play the clip.
Ethan looks like an asshole by bringing that up.
$800 billion of Medicare and Medicaid that they want to cut. Mike Johnson goes on stage, says, goes on Caitlin Collins on CNN and says, oh, there's a lot of fraud happening. There's not fraud happening in Medicare and Medicaid on the point of the recipient.
Right.
It's happening on the point of the providers.
Right.
And that's why I got banned recently on Twitch yesterday. Because
Sorry about that one day.
Yeah,
So you just got back.
Yeah, Libs at TikTok was like posting about how I said something. Wait, what is this? And they misconstrued it as though it was a call to action to assassinate a sitting why are you US showing me senator. this?
Well, you're saying I didn't bring this up, but or I'm saying that Theo didn't bring this up. He didn't. You brought it up, framed it in your own way to basically preempt a tough question. Yeah.
Ethan, I said on the Instagram story that you posted about me, Dan, can you switch it back to Ethan?
Don't switch it back, Dan. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
I'm switching it back.
Okay.
1 second.
All right, thanks, Dan.
I know, man.
This looks ridiculous on
It
my
sure
end.
does, buddy.
I'm sorry. Okay. So yeah, this was.
And
if
it's
you
not
want,
just
you can
'cause of the
also pull
video.
up the post as well, but The post I was referring to was make sure Theo knows how you feel about hosting a terrorist-adjacent content creator, and I believe there was another post about it or something.
Is it a terrorist adjacent?
Again,
I said I said he was irresponsible to platform you and not ask you difficult questions.
Yeah. So the question I have for you once again is like he had Candace Owens on. Like, do you feel like that's a little bit more damaging in terms of spreading potentially anti-Semitic narratives? Or do you think that anti-Semitism is when you feel bad personally, and that could be any number of different things that I've done in any given moment?
Yes, I think you were just as bad as her in your own special way, and that's why.
You
guys were hitting that same flavor.
Candace Owens on anti-Semitism in my own special way.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Very good.
Cool.
Very good. So let me ask you a question. Hassan, can I ask you a question?
Can you now officially not talk about like Frogan or anyone else and tell me why I'm anti-Semitic?
Well, we're kind of getting
2
there.
days ago you said I wasn't, but
I already
for a year.
You're repeating yourself.
Well, I am, because you haven't answered this question.
I have literally answered it probably 2 times. The reason that I'm saying you're anti-Semitic is because how you responded to my question at the beginning of this interview.
Ethan, for an entire year, you called me a virulent anti-Semite, a rabid anti-Semite.
Never did.
You did. You did.
Did
You went
not.
back and
I
forth
have
on
actually
it.
went back and checked.
You on it.
I had said that you spread anti-Semitism and stuff, but I never called you an anti-Semitic. I went back and checked.
So
You're
I was
lying.
just simply spreading anti-Semitism.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difference.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Okay, can I ask you a
Tier
question?
list, is about Habibi, not Sabr. You're conceding to the framing? Yeah, we're not conceding to anything. I don't want to even talk about the tier list anymore. Stop it.
Is he reading chat?
Okay, let me ask my turn.
Is he reading chat?
Do you think it's appropriate to accuse? Do you think it's appropriate to accuse any Jewish person you disagree with of working with the ADL?
No.
Here, for example, is someone using it anti-Semitically.
Are you saying that Ethan Klein and ADL in unison?
Hassan, let me finish. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy.
Yes, I do. I do think that that's
You're getting ahead of yourself, man.
That's a valid thing to not only speculate, but also I stand on that for sure.
Hassan, I'm getting there. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy. Here's an example of it being used in an anti-Semitic way. I'm sure you'll agree. Timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard you in the ADL.
What is this?
This is your fan who ran up on me on Rodeo.
Who the fuck is this guy? My fan?
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember this.
You remember.
Wait, is this the...
This is the guy that wanted to give you a hug.
Wait. No, this is the guy that you claimed was my fan, right? He was calling me the
I mean, there's a clip of being like, yo, I love this dude. Anyway, who cares if he's your fan or not?
No.
The point is...
Hold on.
No.
You brought this dude
It doesn't
up.
matter. I'm showing him as an example of you.
It does matter.
Okay, fine. He's not a fan. I don't care.
You brought him up. Wait, what do you mean you don't care?
If I brought him up, Hassan, if I brought him up, let me finish my point.
He's not a fan of mine. Why did you make it seem like that person was a fan of mine then?
Let me get to there, okay? You asked me. It's my turn to ask a question. Just because I brought him up doesn't give you the space to interject.
Is it because he rolled up to me
and
tried to fucking clout farm? Is that why?
Yes.
Okay,
thank you very much.
I was very clearly disturbed by his presence.
Hassan, I think you know where I'm going, and I think you're scared. Yep,
Ethan, can you answer the question? Why did you falsely claim that this fucking random dude who does not like
that you're his favorite person in the world? What do you mean?
Didn't you use... Wait.
All right, Hassan, here you go, buddy. Here we go. You wanted it, I've got it.
Bro, I love you. Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so sorry,
I love you.
I'm so sorry.
I love you, bro.
I love you, bro.
You're like you're my hero, bro.
You're the GOAT.
You're the coolest guy in the world, bro.
Wow, how crazy.
You look gay in that.
I'm fucking. Is this another hysterical delusion?
Yes, it is, and I'm gonna explain to you exactly why. Because
wow, dude, I love you. You're the GOAT, bro.
We spent a good deal of our time in the encampment. If you watch the unedited full live stream, we spent a good deal of the entirety of the encampment running away from him because he kept trying to ask me dumbass fucking questions.
Okay, but that's got nothing to do with he's a fan.
Listen, for his own dumbass podcast.
You're derailing this, and I need to.
I'm not derailing it.
You
it's
absolutely
not called derailing.
are.
When I'm telling you I was there and I'm telling you the situation.
Very good.
You are nefariously making it seem as though this person is a massive fan of mine.
Do I need to play the clip
again?
again?
Just trying to cloud chase.
I'll play it again. You know. fuck?
You can play that clip again.
Oh my God.
Bro, I had subtitles.
Can I give you a hug?
Can you play the clip where he openly admits he doesn't know who I am and asks people around? Because that also.
You're my hero, bro. I love you.
You're the coolest guy in the world.
You're the coolest guy in the world.
Hold on, I think I look gay in that one.
I think I look gay in that one.
3, 2,
Ethan.
1.
Ethan.
Yes, sir.
Ethan.
Mm-hmm. You okay?
If you think he was a fan of mine, why'd you call him a Sneeko fan when you interviewed him?
Because he's both. I mean, surely there's crossover.
Oh, there's a crossover.
Do I need to play the video again?
Okay,
I'll
well,
do it again. Fuck it.
My
Yeah.
producer
I'll
and
play
my
it
camera
again.
op, March. My producer and my camera op, March.
Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so
was
sweaty, bro.
there.
I'm so sweaty. This
And
is
he's in the chat
amazing.
right now.
You're like you're my hero, bro. I love you. Bro,
Oh
you're
my
the
God.
coolest guy in the
Ethan.
world, bro. Hold on, I think I look gay.
Listen, he might not be a fan, but you can't accuse me of being delusional for saying that.
You are delusional.
Okay, very good.
You
I'm
are.
delusional. Let me get to my point, please.
I mean,
so I'm not even asking you to endorse this guy. I'm just simply showing you.
I don't endorse him.
I know you
and
don't.
He's not a fan of mine. So why did you claim that he was a fan of mine? Because he
I'll
fucking
play it again.
clout chased.
I mean, I feel like we're running in circles, but I'll play the clip
at a fucking
again.
Palestinian encampment. That's why. That's all it takes for you.
No, it was when he said, "You're the GOAT. You're my hero. I love you."
He didn't know who I was. He was just saying that so he could fucking ask for
He
an
literally
interview for his
recognized
podcast,
you.
for his PUA podcast.
Okay, who cares? I don't care. So let me
Wait,
move
now
on.
you don't
Do you
care.
want to talk about this for
It
2
seems like-
hours, or do you want to actually
it
have a
seems like
conversation?
this is wait, well, hold on. You can't just say you don't care all of a sudden when you look like a fucking asshole for falsely
Now he's
claiming
getting
that
mad.
some random
Okay,
person
here we
who
go.
stalked you is a fan of mine. You said he was a fan of mine in, I believe, in
Okay,
your
I
one
lied.
of your videos.
I lied
you
about
said he
him
was
being a
a fan
fan.
of mine, and I was sending harassment
I
your
concede.
way.
Yes, very
Don't
good.
you think that's a big point of contention? Don't you feel like
I
this is a big point of contention?
I concede. I want to show you an example
Do
of.
you see my side of this though?
I think
Because like
no,
a
you're being
random
dishonest.
a random Sneeko fan comes up to me,
A random Hassan
wants the
fan
clout
comes up
chase,
to you.
and you, wants the clout chase, and you turn around and you say that he is a fan of mine to prove a point, to make a false point to imply that I'm sending people to harass you.
That's
Do you
not what I
feel
implied.
like that's appropriate?
That's a total lie. I have never accused you of anything of the sort. That is an
So
outright, horrific,
You did not imply that this
bad
person that was a
faith lie.
fan of mine
Yes,
was
I did.
actually harassing you.
Yes. Now, that's a big logical leap, Hassan, from he's a fan of yours to you're sending people to harass me. That's fucking insane. And by the way, I mean, you are a liar. You know that, right?
Did he not harass you?
Bro, what are you talking about? Did you
Did he not
send
harass
him?
you?
Did you send him to harass me? No.
You are a liar.
Did he
You know
harass
that,
you,
right?
and You imply in your
Okay,
video that he was a fan of
God.
mine.
Go ahead. When you're
leading
done,
the
go.
audience to believe,
I'll wait.
leading the audience to believe. Here, we
Bro,
have a
we
clip,
haven't
by the way,
even
Dan,
gotten
if you wanna
into the
play
good shit yet.
This supposed
You
fan
know
of
this,
mine,
right?
Since you
Y'all
guys
know
are
this.
playing clips over
By
there.
the way, this was
you can
a
probably
while
play
ago.
it.
He
It's
turned on you
timestamped.
when he saw that you support trans rights. I know. He spoke ill of you.
No. Even before he
Bro,
actually
who cares?
meets me.
I'm not even mad. I don't care about
It gets
this guy.
better? Oh, yeah.
No,
I guarantee you it's going to get
seemingly
better.
you care enough about it that you brought him up here and you used him
You didn't
in
even
the
let me
past.
explain why I'm showing it.
You used him in the past to act like I was sending
Bro,
hate
you're
your way.
terrified because you know where this is going.
I have no idea where this is going. This has been a journey.
Well, how about you let me fucking speak, and then we can figure out. We can take
Okay,
the
all
journey
right,
together.
let's go.
Let's go on a journey.
So this clip
Take
is
us on
just
an
an
adventure.
example. Not that you're endorsing him. Not that he's a fan.
Can you play? Dan, I send you a clip.
I passed it along. It's out of my hands.
It's the
I'll play it,
first
I'll play it, I'll play it.
introduction of this
Yeah,
character onto the stream where he's like, "Who is this guy?"
I'll play it. Yeah.
Pothead or Potman. Is that it? Hey.
I could be on. Are you guys doing interviews? I'm Palestinian. I know I look Jewish. I'm Palestinian.
No, we're just streaming.
Israeli. I look like Israeli.
We're just the guy. Normally the answer would be yes, but he's busy right now.
What are you guys doing? What kind
They're
of
not
content?
there.
We're just streaming.
It's live stream.
Oh, live streaming?
Yeah.
Dude.
You're not even in this clip, bro. What are you talking about? You're not even present.
Later.
You're out.
What?
You're out playing with swastika swords or something. You're not even in this clip.
Dude, why? Chat. I think he's showing it on his side. You're not
played
seeing
it.
the clip. Yes. Yeah. He's
It's really
showing the clip.
okay.
That is the first introduction of this character onto the broadcast, and he doesn't know who the fuck I am. He just sees cameras and goes, "Oh, I would like to do interviews with this person who is famous." It seems that was the whole point.
It does
The
seem
reason why
like
I showed you
Hassan
that
is right about
because
this.
He was never a fucking fan. And then when he saw the full extent of my viewpoints, he started calling me the F slur. He's a Sneeko fan.
Hassan, in that clip, he doesn't see you. You're not there.
Ethan, he is a clout chaser and
Fine,
not a
bro.
fan.
I don't care. Who cares? Let me ask you a question.
I do care because
okay, very good.
I do care because you have made an inference
oh my
that is
God,
erroneous.
Dude. You are dragging your feet on this
that
topic,
is-
bro. It's getting ridiculous.
This is why I
Can
don't
we
do the
please
dating
move on?
That is ridiculous.
This clip you sent
and
didn't prove
also
me wrong
false.
at
This is
all.
why I don't do it.
You're not there.
This
and you
is
were
right
never
here.
there, Hassan. Okay, let's continue, please.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so A to ADL? No, I'm not. All right, so he says, I heard you're in the ODL, bro, which, like, obviously is, you know, I perceive that as
I don't think
anti-Semitic.
you're in the ADL, Ethan, if that's what you're going to say.
Well, you said, and I'll quote a tweet that you made.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. You said, I'll quote, he worked with the ADL to make Zionists a protected class on Twitch. Now that is an outright lie.
I don't think it's an outright lie.
I worked
took
with the
credit over it,
ADL.
didn't you?
Sorry. I worked with the ADL. What does that mean?
Yeah, as in like worked alongside. I don't think you're in the ADL.
Real? Oh, that's what you meant when you said I worked with the ADL. I worked beside them, just incidentally together. You didn't mean that I worked with them privately to get people banned. Of course not.
No, I do think that. I stand by
Didn't
that.
you say
I
you
think
choose
that
your
you
words
work
very carefully?
alongside the ADL
You
to
just
draw
told me
up
briefly ago you choose your words very carefully, Hassan.
Not always. I am famously.
Oh, okay, we're walking that back. Sometimes I speak out the side of my mouth when I say you work with the ADL. Here you are again repeating the lie with Steiny on video. Go ahead. You had time
Constantly come after me when his knows I'm not anti-Semitic and making these inferences that I am and like partnering with like the ADL and
partnering with the ADL. You want to unpack that one there, buddy?
Yeah. Again, partnering with the ADL. That is precisely what took place.
I have never spoken to the ADL, so what does that mean?
I'm not saying you directed the ADL to take
you know
action.
how
Well,
silly
actually, you know what? I am
look.
kind of saying that. I am implying that you directed
Okay.
the ADL to take action. You are
Well,
a
that's
prominent.
that's
you are
that's a
prominent
defamatory
content
claim that has
creator.
zero proof.
You are
and
a prominent
frankly, it
content
sounds a
creator.
little Jewish
If I thought
conspiratorial.
that you worked for the ADL, I wouldn't have
With,
said you worked
I've not
with
spoken
the
to the ADL.
I would have said
There-
you worked for the ADL. Now, what's interesting to me, of course, about this is
Hassan,
that you have taken
I do not
credit
work
for
with the
these
ADL.
bans.
Hassan, I do not work with the ADL.
You were a part of the mass smear campaign with
That
your
is not
YouTube
working with the
videos
ADL. Would you say that
falsely claimed
I got nothing
that
to do with the ADL? Blame Frogan for doing a racist fucking panel at TwitchCon that became a
That
viral
wasn't a
story
racist
independent
panel,
of me.
Ethan, just like cracker is not an anti-white term,
Okay,
except public pressure clearly works on Twitch, and they make erroneous bans when they don't want people coming after them. Twitch has
Here's
caved
Frogan
and
repeating the
capitulated
same
to
lie that
public
she heard
pressure
from you.
on numerous
Acting like
instances.
with the last
This is
was
what
one
she
of
learned
them.
from you.
Everything in your power to push people to bully and harass me, including weaponizing propaganda organizations such as the ADL to get me banned off Twitch because I made a
So
joke.
she said I weaponized the ADL. You said I partnered with the ADL. You said I worked with the ADL, but you didn't mean that I
Yes.
spoke to them. You just meant that we were magically skipping along and happened to just, without even seeing each other, just working together in perfect harmony and love. And by the way, I'm pretty sure you're implying that I worked directly with them on this.
No, I don't think you worked
Okay, well,
directly
you
with them.
doubled down on it. You said that you do believe that, and I just want to let you know that
No,
that
I
is
don't
a
think you directly work
that
with
is a
them. I think your goals are aligned on this. Yes, and you're
But then, for Mr. Precise words, say that. Don't say you're partnered with the ADL. Do you understand? You said partnered with the ADL. Me, a Jewish man, you accuse, without any evidence at all, of being partnered with the ADL. You're now
admitted
trying to rewrite history and say, I said you were working
You took
besides
ownership
them.
over it.
are
What
a
are you
liar.
talking about?
You are a virulent fucking liar.
Ethan, did you or did you not take ownership over the bans?
I think, yeah, I might have. Does that mean that I'm working with the ADL?
Ethan?
Hey, Hassan, can I ask you a question? Are you working with the Neo-Nazi Party of America? Because they're also anti-Zionist. No, seriously, are you working with the neo-Nazi group of America who's also anti-Zionist?
Ethan, have
do,
I
do you
ever
work with them?
credit?
Are you affiliated with them? Are you partnered with neo-Nazis? Or do you guys happen to have the same goal and are completely related?
Here's a parallel for you. Have I taken credit for a neo-Nazi anti-Semitic incident that took place? Because if the answer is yes, if neo-Nazis actually engaged in an action, neo-Nazis actually, not like your fucking hallucinations, something that we all agree. Like neo-Nazis did an anti-Semitic incident and I took credit for it and I said, this is awesome. I'm glad that it happened. I made numerous videos so that they would do this. Yes, you would be
I was on the tier list, bro.
Saying that comparison.
It was literally targeting me. I was on the tier list. Why wouldn't I respond?
Ethan,
I don't have to be a member of ADL to respond to someone harassing me. Are you fucking
please
dumb?
Listen to my words.
I'm trying, but it's just fucking lies and filth and like empty air.
From your perspective, my association as a 10-year fighter of anti-Semitism, my association from your perspective with anti-Semitism is like something that is so laughable that I don't even know how to describe. Like you're like, oh, it's a swastika sword, but then you admit that it's not a swastika sword. That's how loose this association is.
Looks
but
like
on the other hand, I can't say that you have worked alongside the ADL.
That's not what you said.
In getting streamers.
You said I'm partnered with. Partnered with. You are lying. You are rewriting. You are not taking accountability. You said I'm partnered with the ADL.
I can't take accountability for your hallucinations.
Hassan, do you think that the normal, reasonable person watching that will infer that we were just coincidentally working the same, or that I was working directly with them?
What do you think a reasonable person would infer?
What do you think the average person would conclude from saying I'm partnered with the ADL?
What do you think a normal, reasonable person would infer when they hear you, Ethan
Bro, you are
Klein,
literally
make
gaslighting me. It's
videos
so obvious what you
the bans
meant.
of Twitch streamers, and then after they are banned, you say, I'm glad that they got banned. I take credit for it. What would a normal, reasonable person infer from that?
I was on the tier list, dude.
What?
I was responding to them. It wasn't like a fucking it wasn't like I went out of my way to get them banned. I responded to them. I was on the tier list. But, there's been 3 instances, I think, of, in my opinion, very credible accusations of anti-Semitism. You've accused me of hallucinating all 3 now, which is very convenient.
Because they're not credible. We are not in agreement. These are not credible allegations of anti-Semitism. These are hysterical hallucinations of a person who desperately wants all of his critics to be anti-Semites so he can feel comfortable.
I'm so glad this is on record.
In the unique position that he has created for himself.
I'm so glad this is on record. So yeah, you think
I'm glad you, yes.
So you think that the, you think a reasonable person would hear you say he's partnered with the ADL? And not think that I was working directly with them?
I think a reasonable person will hear your own words and think that you probably worked directly inside of the ADL.
Have I ever mentioned the ADL? Have I ever mentioned the ADL?
You took credit for
Did I ever mention the ADL, Hassan? Answer the question.
It doesn't matter. You took credit for the ban that the ADL pressured.
Do I ever mention the ADL in my entire fucking career?
I'm laughing in your face, idiot. And I did that shit. I'll take credit for it. I fucking did that shit.
I didn't even know what they were.
I hope she gets permanently banned.
If you have the thing, it was even. Did I ever?
It's a clip where you are saying, "I did that shit. I'll fucking take credit for it." You know who did that shit? The ADL did. You are taking credit for something that the ADL did. I'm not even making that inference. You're saying.
Well, they attacked
which one do you think? What do you think the average person would think in this situation?
You sound so silly, bro.
When you are saying that you did that shit. And it's the ADL's pressure that caused these people to be banned for such a ridiculous,
Bro, I was being silly.
Stupid,
I don't care.
Not anti-Semitic thing at all.
I was being silly. They attacked me. I responded. Do I know who? Yeah.
Oh, my bad. Okay. Well, all right. I guess we can move on then.
Well, do I think I got them banned? I don't know. Who knows? You know.
Yeah,
I think
you got a Jewish content creator alongside multiple Arab content creators banned off the platform for 30 days because you cried about it.
There's a reason they call him token, my friend.
Reacted.
You spend time being a token, you're going to get spent.
But it was just silly. You know, fuck them, right?
You want to cash in on your Jewish friends anymore? Or can we move on?
Am I what?
Would you like to cash in on your Jewish friends more, or can we move on?
Cash in on my Jewish friends.
That's right. Do you know any Jewish people that aren't anti-Zionists?
Yes.
Who?
I'm not going to reveal. I don't want to. They're normies. I don't want to dox
Okay.
them.
Yeah, you're lying.
No, I'm not.
You're surrounded.
I'm not lying.
Yes, you are. You're absolutely lying.
Dog, I live in West Hollywood. You think I'm not around Zionist Jews? What are you talking about?
Yeah, do you pass Jews on the street? Yes. Are you friends with?
No, I'm friends. Yes,
Okay,
I am.
Very good. I
And
don't believe
they've
you.
treated me with much more dignity than you have, as a matter of fact.
Well, yeah, because
surprisingly
they're
enough.
not
We
on
can
the
have a more
receiving end of
normal
an insane
conversation.
fucking
I can have a more
harassment
normal
campaign.
conversation with
Why
them
would they? Why
than
wouldn't
you,
they?
seemingly.
All right, so you
They would
think
most
that
likely laugh
just to
at all of
recap,
this
just
if
just to
they're watching.
recap here, but so we can move on. I mean, did the random Zionist Jews that are treated you so kindly, did they have CPS show up to their house or skulls sent to their house?
Ethan, I didn't do that.
Ethan.
I didn't say you did that.
I don't know why you're bringing that up. But
I know you
that has
don't, but
nothing
you're
to do with
acting
me.
up.
I'm not
Part
in
of your
support of
shtick,
that.
Hassan, is acting obtuse when you're caught in a corner.
All right. You've dominated the conversation so far. I think we should get back to some stuff that.
I agree. Let's just summarize.
No. Look, can we just get back to Israel?
This is
Palestine,
quick.
please?
It's
'Cause,
very
like,
quick.
You see as a genocide.
I just want to put a cap on this. Just a cap.
You're doing the thing that I'm so critical of you on. Okay.
Partnering with like the ADL. And
you says so. Just to put a cap on this, and we'll move on. You said I'm quote partnered with the ADL, which you now claim was just a. You didn't mean that I was working with them. You mean that we had the same goal. Okay, very good. We'll see how that plays. Go ahead. What's your question?
Okay. It's interesting because you're currently doing the thing that I'm criticizing you on, where you are looking at a situation that you recognize is a genocide, and your only consideration and your only concern
It's not my only concern. I care about multiple things, my friend.
Yes, you can, but these are really stupid things to care about, Ethan.
I mean, that's easy for you to say. You're the one being accused of it. Let's just ask the accused how serious their crime is. Fucking brilliant. O.J. Simpson, do you think that this is a serious court case? No, I don't. Well, fucking there it is. Let's let him free.
Sabra Hummus's shit tier is akin to O.J. Simpson killing someone.
No, obviously not.
Then why are you bringing up stupid fucking
because
parallels?
you are saying that the accused, right, can dictate how serious the accusations are.
Okay. All right, Ethan.
I'm partnered with the ADL. Remember what you said.
Talked about your pro-Palestinian bona fides. You have talked about how you gave my fundraiser. What?
Sorry, what do you mean by bona fides?
Like you've claimed that you are a stalwart ally of the Palestinian cause.
Correct.
You tried to also say this to Sam Cedar as well. You brought forward the fact that you had given $6,500 in your context puke that you did as a further indication that you are pro-Palestinian, even though you then turned around and actually criticized additional fundraisers that had taken place, like the Creators for Palestine charity that generated $1.3 million, including the fundraiser that you initially had given $6,500 to as a reason for why you were such a staunch ally. Why did you turn around and say that pro-Palestinian fundraisers are actually completely irrelevant in the grand scheme of things and completely useless? Do you think that pro-Palestinian charities are simply there to make yourself feel like you're pro-Palestine? Do you feel like $6,500 was enough for you to spend the rest of the year actively deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators?
People harassing me?
What?
I'll answer your question.
All right.
So I claimed when talking about, now by the way, this is something I criticize you for, which is being obtuse, mischaracterizing arguments, and basically just being a prolific liar. So here's what the conversation was about, right? I was talking about how when you're talking about activism, raising money isn't the most important thing because it can only do so much. There's other ways to do effective activism, like protesting, et cetera, working with Palestinian organizations. So I'm just saying, my point was not
but you
that
wanted
raise.
to be
Hold the
deplatformed
phone.
as a
Let me
virulent
finish.
anti-Semite, and I've done all of those things.
My point was that not that raising money is bad or dumb or pointless, as you erroneously claim I said. My point was that it's not the most effective thing in the world, and there's other things. It's probably like the least effective form of advocacy you can do. That was my opinion.
I don't think that's the case, and I don't think that the Palestinians that received
What's
those.
not the case? What I said or what I claim?
No, your claim is wrong in
Okay, that's
terms
fine.
of the
You can disagree.
fundraisers not being important.
That's fine.
So we've established that you claim to be pro-Palestine, and yet you've spent all of the genocide coverage criticizing people,
Attacking
who
people
are
that harass me.
fundraising, creating, working with Palestinian organizations.
I never said it's not
interviewing
important.
interviewing Palestinians from Gaza.
Hassan, being an advocate for
claiming that
Palestine does
they
not
are-
absolve you of criticism.
Claiming
Stop with
that
the
they are
silliness.
anti-Semitic. No, this does not. Because your criticisms are ridiculous. My point I'm trying
Well,
to make
I mean, that's
here
kinda up
is
to other
that
people to
your
decide at this
criticisms
point.
are in your own mind. Like you have hallucinated an alternative
By
reality.
the way, gaslighting, anti-Semitic trope. This is what dog whistles are. You whistle to other people, and it's subtle enough
Ethan, people
that you have
being
plausible
mean to you is not
deniability, so
anti-Semitism.
that when you get accused of being anti-Semitic, you can call the accuser crazy, which is exactly what you're doing.
Ethan,
You are a fucking
Ethan.
anti-Semite, and you've been caught out
Ethan.
3 different times, calling me crazy for very viable, very credible examples of anti-Semitism that you should at least be able to admit are at least not insane. Maybe a misunderstanding, but not insane. But no, according to you, they're all hallucinations. So go ahead and tell me why you're not dog whistle.
Because, Ethan, because people having an issue with your statements and with your coverage on, as a prominent content creator with a relatively progressive audience, your coverage has entirely focused on
Nope, you're wrong.
your
Wrong.
own personal feelings
Not
and a lot
entire.
of misplaced paranoia from people who are criticizing you.
There you go, dog whistle.
literally think that people
Can we get a whistle
criticizing you
soundbite
or
every
not
time he calls me
liking you
paranoid or
is
hallucinating?
anti-Semitism. That's not
You
the
got a
case.
whistle?
I used to like you. I don't know anymore. And I don't think it's because of anti-Semitism.
know.
didn't,
I definitely
develop
don't like you.
anti-Semitism After doing a
Let
podcast
me
with you for 2
stand on
years.
business and say I think you're a terrible person and a liar, and I don't like you at all.
I know. I still wish you
I know.
well. I do. I wish you well, and I really
No,
do hope.
I wish everybody well. Everybody, be well.
No, not.
All right, let's move on. You got it. You want any more? Call me crazy or hallucinating again? Is that
I don't
all you
even
got?
need to do that. I think you're doing that all on your own.
We'll see.
To be fair.
Yeah, we'll see. So, do you want to tell me what is your evidence that I work with, or talk to, or have any association with at all with Destiny?
What? Destiny?
What? You,
I
what?
know,
The guy that I
had a-
talked about fucking obsessively 100 times a day? That is like basically like the Antichrist, the Lord Voldemort in my community? Yeah, you accuse me of working with him, knowing him, talking to him. What is your evidence for that?
Oh, thank you for asking. Not
Oh, you're
only is
very
there
welcome.
video footage of you corresponding with someone in your Discord that literally aligns perfectly with Destiny's own Discord, offering clips for you to pull.
That sounds like a stretch.
You've also used clips that are unlisted called Hamasabi when making arguments about
Who gives a
my
fuck?
virulent anti-Semitism from
gives a
a
fuck? I pulled a
link
clip.
that came from a Destiny fan account.
So
But
that's your
also-
proof that
but
I work
none
with
of that is
Destiny.
relevant. What's relevant
Okay.
is your constant coordination with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman, who you featured on your Context Nuke. So yeah, I don't
I
think it's that
feature him in my
ridiculous of a fucking
my con-
assertion to make, especially when
what it
considering
was.
the fact that you have been corresponding with Dan Saltman, and you did, and he is Destiny's podcast co-host, and the what does he call himself? The general of the Hezbollah, I think that's what they call themselves, the Taliban and the Hezbollah, their mass harassment
How the
operations
fuck
that
would
they
I know?
engage in.
So
yeah, I think that is not a ridiculous fucking claim to make at all.
It's actually insane, and it's a really convenient way of discrediting me when I've never
No, I
spoken
think
to,
you're doing
worked
enough
with,
to discredit
talked about
yourself all
Destiny
on
in
your
my
own. I don't
life.
need to bring that up.
It's a really nice way of you. You know what? I think you're hallucinating, buddy.
Okay.
I think you are you pulled a meme from his subreddit once. And
No,
and
that's not-
there
that's
was a
not the
guy
only
in your
reason. Did I bring
Discord
that
that's
up?
also in his Discord. I think you're
didn't say any of those
hallucinating.
things.
You sound fucking unhinged, dude. Are you crashing out, Hassan?
Ethan, I didn't say that.
Hassan, are you crashing
gave
out?
you- I
Do
gave
you have
you a-
friends who
a
are
reason.
aware of the condition and can help you get the help you need?
Okay, Ethan.
You're delusional.
You featured Destiny's podcast co-host.
I said
that
he
you
discovered the
correspond
IP
with.
ban. Is that not true? I said Dan Saltman discovered the IP ban. That's all I said. I didn't endorse. And I didn't. All I said is he discovered the IP ban. Is that true? Is that materially true?
I don't think so.
It is.
I think
It is.
someone in Destiny's community did, but it's fine. Yeah, you
So
brought that up.
so how is that an endorsement?
Ethan, are you claiming that
Ethan?
you don't
Is
have
this what
direct
you do whenever you're
correspondence
trying to
with Dan
avoid
Saltman?
Ethan? Hassan, are you hallucinating?
Ethan,
Hassan?
do you not correspond with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman?
I've talked to Dan Saltman, but also I don't think that that's Destiny, is it?
Yeah, no, that's just his podcast co-host and is perfectly aligned
You
with him and uses his
say-
community to brigade, and also has literally tried to blackmail people in Destiny's own
I
community.
don't really
for
fucking care because that's
literally
not Destiny,
unearthing
is it?
sex crimes that he did.
Man,
Do you feel
you
like
are
that's
really
a good person
hallucinating.
to align with? That you
I'm
now
not
openly
endorsing
admit-
him. I'm not endorsing him at all. I just said I've spoken to
No,
him.
yeah, you're not endorsing him. You're just getting information
Have
from
you
him
ever
to
spoken
use.
to somebody you don't endorse? I mean, what kind of silly bullshit are we doing
Certainly.
here?
That is, yes.
Well,
I
there
speak
you
to people
go.
I
Oh my
don't
God,
endorse. I'm
dude.
speaking to one right
Dude,
now.
you talked to Dan Saltman. You're fucking outed as a Destiny's best friend.
Ethan, you're the one who admitted that just now. You
I
also
said I've
brought
spoken
forward,
with Dan Saltman, not that I'm a Destiny collaborator, which is what you claim, which is an outright, pathetic, provably wrong lie. And this is part of your disinformation campaign to delegitimize my
don't think I
points
need to
without ever
delegitimize you
having
by
to address
associating
them.
you with
And
Destiny.
isn't that convenient? You never have to address anything I say because you can just say, Ethan's friends with Destiny. Ethan's hallucinating.
Ethan, I don't think
Hassan?
I didn't bring up Destiny. You did. And
Yeah,
also,
because you lied about me for 2 years working with them.
2 years.
That's right. Hassan, listen.
Ethan, this is kind of embarrassing. to
Year and a
admit,
half.
But I defended you both to my community and in general because I thought that you were a lot more open-minded until pretty
What
much
have we disagreed on?
the December of
What have we disagreed
2024.
on? I'm
What?
sorry. What am I not open-minded about? What have we disagreed on, Hassan, other than me criticizing you and your friends? What have I said against the Palestinian people? Go ahead.
What we are
What do we disagree
disagreeing
on?
on is what you choose to focus on and
that
what
seem
you
significant?
think is the major point of contention here.
Well, that's first of all, I'm what I choose to focus on is certainly something you
It's
can
a little
critique.
frivolous.
But does that justify like lying about me continually for a year and a half just because you don't like where I'm focused? That seems immaterial.
Lying about what?
About me being a Destiny fan, about hallucinating, sweeping for your anti-Semitic friends, lying about context, saying that my video's out of context without watching it. Hassan, take your time.
Do you feel like your video wasn't out of context? Wasn't a clip
Absolutely not.
compilation of a 2-hour sequence of out of context clips?
You want to do this? What's out of context?
Okay.
Name one thing. Go ahead, read the chat. Someone will send you on Discord.
No. I have it readily available.
Well, I'll wait.
One of the major points that you made that I've seen through other people's coverage of it so far is that I deny rapes happening on October 7. Okay? That I deny rapes happening on October 7. There's a clip of you when you first encounter that statement where you are actually understanding of my position until your wife stops you and says, that's inappropriate. You literally say, oh, he's saying the likelihood of rapes happening does not justify genocide, which you agree a genocide is happening. Ever since then, though,
Uncontested.
months later, you still chose to use
Her
that
name is
clip that
Hila,
is
by the way,
14
Hassan.
seconds
I
long
don't
out
know
of
why you
context.
referred to her as my wife. I find that a little chauvinistic, frankly. You know who she is. You know her well. You've begged for Teddy Fresh from her many times. So, like, yeah, you know who she is.
Okay,
You've written her
Hila.
emails asking for clothing. Her name is Hila.
Mm-hmm. That's, I mean, yeah, that's
So
fine.
why don't you say that?
Okay.
Why, who goes, oh, your wife? Like, she's not. She has no, she's just like, oh.
I wasn't. Can you respond to what I was saying?
Yes, absolutely.
Why is
With
it-
my- with
why
great
is it
pleasure, I will
that-
respond.
Why is it that you
Because,
initially
Hassan,
understood the full
that was
context
one
until Hila stopped you and said,
Very good.
no, no,
He
no.
said it. I'll answer. Would you like me to answer? That's one example of many. seeing your response in the totality of all the responses shows that you do deny the rapes that happened on October 7th.
In the totality of all my responses.
In fact, you had promised me, and I know you would never lie to me, that you would watch the context puke with me. So why don't we pull up that bit there, and we can see how out of context it is.
Boom. Do it.
Great. Someone pulling that, Dan? How you doing? I'm waiting for the link. You good?
Am I? Oh yeah, I'm great. I don't think this is going the way you perceived it to be going, but
sure. I mean, you're reading your chat. Do you
I'll
think
be
that's the
honest
most
with you,
accurate way to
be. I was thinking about being a lot more stern initially, but this has turned into the last conversation that we had, where I am trying to gently nudge you in the direction of sanity. And
Ethan, I want you to really understand. You're crazy. You're crashing out. You're hallucinating, my friend. Come sit over here. You know what I mean? Don't ignore the swastika. Ignore the accusations of working with the ADL with no credibility. Ignore the tier list with fucking Ben Shapiro and Ethan. Come sit here. You're hallucinating. Oh, thank you so much for. You know what? Thank you, Hassan. That's so kind of you. How fucking genuine of you to take off the baby gloves. You fucking liar.
I mean, this is the baby.
You are
gloves.
a prolific liar, bro. Where's the link? Just Control F for.
The reason, for the record, the reason why I don't like to bring Gila into the conversation is because I'm addressing my concerns with you, and I don't think that it's appropriate for me to, you know, extend the lens of criticism to other people.
That's a little silly considering you're like, well, actually it was Hila who influenced your opinion, the evil IDF lady.
Okay.
Anyway.
While we're waiting for the clip.
No, I got it.
Well, okay.
The violent rapes that took place, that is way beyond the pale.
I'm gonna grab another soda, but I'm hearing you.
There is one instance in captivity.
Uh-oh, chair react.
That we have.
I'm not gonna let you chair react to me, buddy. You grab that Dr. Pepper, I'll wait.
No, I said I'm listening to you. Don't worry. I was just grabbing another soda. Go ahead.
On the pale.
Is that it?
There is one instance.
Did you put a
in
Hamas
captivity
headband on me?
I sure did.
There is one instance in captivity that we have actually gotten verifiable evidence on. Beyond that, the systematized mass rapes that Hamas dealt on October 7, not a single bit of that has been verified. And people still run with it over and over and over again.
Many young people who are simply attending a music festival. Women were horribly raped.
I can't see myself, by the way, if you're showing my reaction.
Oh, you're giggling. You're giggling. It's so funny.
No, I'm not giggling. I'm
You sure are.
Bro, what rapes did Hamas do? What are you talking
What
about?
rapes did Hamas
Stop
do?
Anti-Semitism account that considered me to be anti-Semite of the week has also been hallucinating rapes once again, doing rape fantasies once again because they're fucking mentally ill.
Hamas has
You know,
committed.
That's something you go to a lot. You notice that?
What?
Call people mentally ill. find that odd. Probably should revise that. I don't know if that's kosher for leftist values.
Horrific
I'm
acts
not
of
exactly
sexual violence.
you know,
and
I'm not exactly doing a lot of stuff that's kosher for leftist values in general.
Oh, okay,
but
so
I don't really,
so you have no problem weaponizing mental health.
Yeah, when someone is hallucinating, I think it's appropriate to say that. Yeah.
By your authority, I will decide who's hallucinating. Hassan. Watch this.
Horrific acts of sexual violence.
Ethan.
And took.
Hassan, I am so sorry. You promised that we would watch this. I pulled it up. Now sit silently and enjoy.
But I got the point. You're saying that like you're showing clips of me. You're showing clips of me saying that someone
women
is.
and girls,
Wait,
men
what?
and boys slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people that can't contend with. Like,
I can't believe how quickly leftists go from believe all women to Pixar didn't happen. There you go, Hassan. What do you got?
Pixar didn't happen. Great commentary, by the way. Okay, so
I mean, it's pretty apt.
Okay, so let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. You did actually. I'm surprised. You did actually show the my findings on the UN committee report that came out That was
the one that you misrepresent continually.
I did not
that you fucking
misrepresent the UN
continually lie
preliminary
about the
report.
conclusion.
Wait, what did I misrepresent about the UN preliminary
Go ahead,
report?
tell me what it said.
The UN preliminary report was not an investigative report, like, for example, the investigative report that came out about Israel's systematized sexual assaults that was 49 pages long.
Horrible. What a horrible thing that was.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Unironically.
Absolutely.
Just unacceptable.
The level of evidence in a preliminary report is only enough to actually create an actual investigation. The problem is Israel has denied an actual investigation to take place. Israel has told the United Nations that they are not allowed to do an actual investigation and to simply listen to what they have to say. Now, not only is Israel...
There are literally women who have said, I was
raped. Do you feel like the Israeli
raped.
government lies?
Do
a
you?
lot?
I mean, all governments lie. I'm not going to defend Israel.
I agree.
You said,
But
Israel there's women that come out and said, I was raped.
What?
There are women on the record, on video, saying I was raped.
Like you're saying, wait, you're saying there are multiple women that are on the record saying I was raped. There is, as far as I understand, one instance in captivity. It is not
as far as you understand, because you don't give a fuck about the reality of it.
What?
Well, of course, that's as far as you can conclude, because you don't give a fuck about the truth.
Wait,
you just want to do propaganda, remember?
Ethan.
Hassan, please, calm down. You're getting worked up.
I don't know why you're behaving in such a childish manner when we are actually talking about finally some serious stuff. Okay?
Well, you know. Okay.
In terms of the UN preliminary report and the findings, okay, there is a clear-cut lack of evidence for any forensic examination to take place due to the incompetence of the Israeli government and specifically the organization Zakah that spent most of its time in the immediate aftermath of October 7 taking bodies out of body bags and putting them into Zakah branded body bags. This was reported by Haaretz as well. They polluted the evidence pool. Okay? That's number one. Number two, numerous people that came out and offered eyewitness testimony have since then been discredited, also according to Haaretz reporting.
Which article?
I can't pull
What's
it up right now.
What's the Haaretz article that accuses victims of sexual assault of lying about it? Go ahead and link me that one. And by the way, while you look for that,
not victims of sexual assault, Ethan. I'm using my words very carefully.
Right.
Not victims
of course,
sexual assault.
I remember you do that.
Not victims of sexual assault. Eyewitness testimony initially provided that led people to believe that there were sexual assaults that were taking place were then discredited.
Show me the source. By the way, Hassan, while you look for that, I'm assuming that you're quoting the UN Representative Secretary General on Sexual Violence and Conflicts report, right? This is one everyone refers to. Now, are you aware how these kind of papers work? They do a very precise conclusion at the end that summarizes the main thesis and points driven home in the article. That's what the conclusion is. Let me read it for you. Overall, based on the totality of information gathered from multiple and independent sources at different locations, there are reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual violence occurred at several locations across the Gaza periphery, including in the form of rape, gang rape, during the October 7th, 2023 attack. Credible, circumstantial information which may be indicative of some forms of sexual violence, including genital mutilation, sexualized torture, cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment was also gathered.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I'm gonna walk you through this real quick.
Are they hallucinating?
No. So no, you just don't know what words mean. So credible circumstantial evidence. Do you know what that means?
It means that there's, of course.
Credible circumstantial evidence is not a substitute for forensic evidence. Credible circumstantial
That's why I said
evidence
Pixar
is
didn't
not
happen, bro.
enough to
You need rape kits.
Credible
Hassan needs rape
circumstantial
kits.
evidence is not enough to
Pixar didn't happen, right?
prosecute rape, which is precisely the reason why the Israeli prosecutors themselves have said that in the absence of a singular victim coming out, and also with all of the forensic evidence that has been tarnished already.
Show me evidence for anything you're saying.
What?
It's not. It's show me evidence for anything you're claiming that isn't some unhinged freak on Twitter.
This is
Believe
not
all
on
women,
Newsbreak
hey?
on Twitter. This is,
Hey, are we
again,
believing
there's
all
also
women
an article
unless they're
that you can-
Israeli? Right after October 7th Hamas attack in Israel, Zaka, the disaster victim identification volunteers, were among the first civilians responding on the scene. Zaka is an Israeli rescue and recovery organization primarily staffed by ultra-Orthodox Jewish volunteers, known for their work in collecting human remains for proper burial according to Jewish law. I think what happened is, a lot of what happened is that obviously you don't rape someone and then keep them alive, right? So both someone were murdered, and a lot of the forensic
I'm sending Dan
evidence.
the PBS article about how 2 debunked accounts of sexual violence on October 7th fueled a global dispute over Israel-Hamas war. This is from May 22nd, 2022. This is about the witness testimony that was discredited. Okay.
But so even if one account was discredited, there's many.
No, it's not one account; it's 2 accounts. But the rest of the
there's way more than 2 accounts.
Can you?
What am I? What? Hey, son, you know what you're doing? You're like, this girl lied about being raped. Therefore, all these women need to be questioned. That's actually what you're doing. You're saying Pixar didn't happen.
Ethan,
I don't believe women if they're Israeli.
Can you point me to actual to victims that came out?
Yes.
Because as far as I understand, Israeli police have asked victims and witnesses to testify about Hamas and sexual violence in the aftermath of October 7. And it seems like their investigations were inconclusive because by the admission of the Israeli prosecution,
show me evidence of anything you're saying.
They openly said that there were no victims that came out.
Yeah, let me guess. You read it on Haaretz.
You don't wait. Do you think that Haaretz is not a credible institution of journalism at this point?
No, but you guys lean on that. You just lie about what it says.
What do you mean, you guys?
Sound
Who
credible.
is you guys?
You and all of your fucking dumbass cohorts that do the same typical, rhetorical tools to just say whatever the fuck you want without ever having to back it up or knowing what you're talking about in the least bit. So show me the evidence.
I sent the debunked narratives, and also here is the Israeli prosecutor Moran Gitz has acknowledged that 15 months after the events of October 7, 2023, Israel has still not identified any victims in which a case can be brought against an alleged perpetrator of a sexual attack.
They're
the
all
admission
dead.
is in line with a complete lack of any credible evidence regarding incidents of sexual violence,
They're
which is
all
particularly
dead.
notable when these claimed. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this foundation is, but there is news reporting on this. I don't know why someone sent me
They're
this
all
link.
dead, bro.
What?
Do you think? What is your point? What you said doesn't change anything. You're talking about.
Ethan,
do
where
you
are
think
the
that
victims?
they raped people and then didn't
You
kill
said
them?
that there are victims. Can you give me the names
yes.
of the victims?
Yes,
I will.
yes.
First of all, I am not in the business of denying rape.
You are.
If there are,
If they're Israeli.
if there are victims that have come forward in this process,
I will play it for you.
As I've said, there was an instance of sexual assault that took place in captivity, and it was not the systematized rape that was directed by Hamas, as the New York Times' erroneous reporting that did not meet its own standard, its own editorial standard, as a matter of fact, written by a person who literally was taken off the editorial board, taken off the actual paper for some of her insane tweets about Gaza. None of these, there's a lot of stories surrounding this, but I'm not in the business of fucking denying rape. So if you have credible evidence, please present it, and I will admit that I'm wrong. Give me the names.
Yeah. There's a video. Hold on.
Is the video from Screams Without Violence? Is that where you're gonna? You're gonna present?
No, it's not from that. There's one recently of a woman testifying. I think it was either in the UN or to Congress. She's sitting on a bench. She's talking to a mic, and she's speaking in English. Yeah, we'll get there. But I mean, what's your problem with Sheryl Sandberg's documentary?
Sheryl Sandberg has also been accused of sexual harassment herself, but outside of that,
What the
you
fuck
told
does
me
that have to do
there
with
were-
what's written in her documentary?
Her documentary is basically the unsubstantiated claims that some of which were directly found to be incorrect. But not only is it unsubstantiated claims, it's just a recycling of the same Screams Without Violence, the Screams Without Words article that the New York Times wrote that didn't even meet its own editorial standard. Okay? We're having this conversation. You seemingly act like you care about sexual violence taking place against Israelis,
Meanwhile, one of the hostages that actually was returned in the early stages did get raped by an Israeli fitness instructor. I have not seen you talk about that. I have not seen you talk about the Israeli
Why would I talk about
riots
a
that
crime
took place.
that an Israeli did unrelated to the conflict?
Israel had
Do you
a
find it
January
interesting? There's
6th
something
style,
that I...
Israel had a January 6th style pro-rape riot where a bunch of rabid right-wing
Do you think I'm defending this?
Why
I'm not defending
the
this.
prosecutor's office and forcibly, with guns, took out 6 concentration camp prison guards from the Sde Taman facility that had actually raped numerous Palestinians on camera, on CCTV
Are you done
footage,
grandstanding? Here's
including
a
one
victim.
that they raped to death.
Are you done? Here's a victim you asked for. Here we go. This is from... I think there was an even more recent one than this, but... Oh, where's the audio? Fuck. Hold on, let me unmute.
Unable to move and had to ask for permission to use the bathroom. In that house, I was sexually assaulted by the Hamas terrorist who had guarded me. He forced me to go to the shower and entered the room, pointed his gun at me. He was breathing heavily and had a monstrous beast-like face. He meticulously planned his assault, scheming and waiting for the moment to have his way. He kept asking me private sexual questions while sitting next to me in his underwear, lifting my shirt, touching me, and constantly asking me when my period would be over.
Sorry, just to butt in here. Is she
wait, hold
lying
on.
yet or no? Is she lying or hallucinating?
Ethan, have I ever said that rapes did not take place, at least according to one credible personal testimony in captivity, not on October 7, but in captivity?
Kind of, yeah. Yes.
Over.
You're doing it right now.
What do you mean, kind of?
I knew exactly what he was
Ethan,
planning to do.
You literally
and yet I
featured-
couldn't do anything.
Wait,
to
pause it
prevent
for a second.
No, listen to what she has to say, Hassan.
Ethan,
When
I
the
don't
assault was
disagree
Hassan,
with
don't
this.
silence
You
her. Let her
literally
fucking
mentioned
talk.
wasn't even allowed.
No, because you're acting like this never happened, that
You're
it's exaggerated,
mentioning my
that everybody's
acknowledgement
lying,
in the
that
video that you
Israelis are just
played.
inherently evil monsters that are responsible for everything
Ethan,
bad that's ever
you
happened. Listen
acknowledged-
to her.
Ethan,
Cry,
you
or to be
know.
sad.
Listen to her words.
Ethan,
I had no one to comfort me and was forced to act
Listen
nice
to my
the person who had
words.
just
Listen to
sexually
this
assaulted
victim.
me
Show her
in the
some
most
respect, Hassan.
horrifying way.
Oh, it's so gross the way you're
Not a day
doing
goes
this.
by that I don't think about
Yeah, it's
what
gross.
that terrible
Yeah,
man
it
did
is.
to me.
You're
You were held in
definitely
such
a
Show
monster,
respect, bro.
brother. That is fucking
no
gross.
person should ever be
Dan,
subjected
pull the
to
fucking
such
plug on
brutal
this.
and
Holy shit.
treatment. Now,
You really have no problem speaking over a rape victim when they're Israeli.
Dude, you don't give a fuck about rape. Look, what are you doing? Look at what you're doing. I never said that no one ever got sexually assaulted in captivity.
First
in the hands
male
of a
rape
Hamas
survivor of
militant.
Hamas on
I
October
literally
7th.
said in the video,
A man who was
that
stripped
you
naked and
showed
raped by
from your
Hamas on October
context
7th,
nuke, in
as
the video
revealed for
that
the
you
first
showed
time, how he
from
was
your
spat on and
context nuke.
humiliated as his murderous rapist.
Back,
Emotions.
brother. That
no
is fucking
no person
gross.
should ever be subjected
Dan,
to
pull
such
the fucking
brutal and
plug on
ruthless
this. Holy
treatment.
shit.
Now,
You really have no problem speaking over a rape victim when they're Israeli.
Dude, you don't give a fuck about rape. Look, what are you doing?
Now
look
he's
look
getting
what
mad.
You're doing. I never said that no one ever got sexually assaulted in
First
captivity
male
in the
rape
hands
survivor
of
of
a
Hamas on
militant.
October
I
7th.
literally said in the video,
A man
in the
who was
video
stripped naked
that
and
you
raped by
showed
Hamas on
from
October
your
7th
context nuke,
has revealed
in the
for the
video
first
that
time
you showed
how he was
from
spat
your
on and
context
humiliated
He didn't even
as his
say it
murderous
the other
rapist
way.
laughed. The victim, only identified as Initial D,
Oh.
is the first man to speak about the sexual assault he and others experienced when Hamas elite the Nakba unit massacred, kidnapped, and raped innocent people enjoying the Supernova music festival. They pin you down to the ground. You try to resist. They take off your clothes, laugh at you, humiliate you, spit on you.
Yep.
Said the victim, who's hold on.
Okay, listen to me. Listen to my
They
words.
touch my
very
private
carefully,
parts, they
because
rape
you're not going through this in a dignified way, and I think it's very gross. What you're doing
sure.
here is simply weaponizing
Bro,
a victim
you are so
as a
pathetic.
fucking prop. A victim that I also acknowledged. Okay?
Silence.
And you know I
new
acknowledged
footage,
it because you posted it in your video that
Here it
you
is.
just showed me.
Here's the clip.
Reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life as a hostage in Gaza.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
Hassan, maybe you would like to call her a liar. Please, go right ahead.
You're doing it matter if fucking rapes
Listen,
happen on October 7th.
There are dozens of testimonies from witnesses, most of who
Dozens
were in
of
hiding
testimonies.
and heard. Oh
or
yeah.
That's
Ethan,
a lie.
Are you denying that?
You said in the beginning, I'm going to use my words very carefully
there's
here.
more
In the
stories
beginning,
coming
you
out.
said
There's
on
a
October
UN
7th,
report.
there were numerous victims of sexual violence that you said, not me, you said that there were numerous victims of sexual violence that actually came forward. So I ask you for names of the numerous victims of sexual violence
Showing you
on
people.
October 7th. Because
Wait, hold on,
I
hold on,
never
hold on.
said that
You're
there
saying
was no
only-
sexual
wait, what?
assault that took place.
Wait,
I,
you're
as a
saying they
matter of
have to
fact,
have been on
looked at that report. I looked at that same UN report and said that there was valid, credible, first-hand testimony on sexual assault.
I
that
wish
took
you
place
had the
in
energy
captivity.
you
That
have
was not on October
for
7th.
the Israelis raping people. As I wish you had the same energy for the fucking Palestinian terrorists raping people. I wish you had the same energy.
Because I can't invent rapes. You have not given me any names. What are
I'm
you
showing
talking
you
about?
people and names. What do you mean?
Yeah.
It's
What do you mean?
so
What's with
vile
my
to
people
deny
and
the
names?
suffering
I don't
and trauma of
understand.
the victim.
If there are
Just because you
victims,
need your
you
heroes.
say
You know
believe
what?
women.
This is not going anywhere. Let's just move on. Yeah, let's just.
What do you mean? You can't just
I
let
gave
us
you
move
two.
on from this. This is a major point of contention. You have
It's
falsely
just
smeared me
exhausted.
as a rape denier when you yourself, the one evidence,
You deny
the
mass
one
rapes happened, and you're doing it right now.
The instance of sexual
I showed
violence in
two. I just
captivity
showed you
that
two.
we know of up until this
Just showed
point.
you two.
You and I both agree on.
I showed you
know
two.
that I agree with that. You know that I've talked about it. You know
No,
that
you
I've
deny mass
acknowledged
rapes
it,
happened,
and yet
not that rapes happened.
What?
You deny that mass rapes happened, not that rapes
Yes.
happened. Listen to my words.
Yes, I do.
Okay,
I do
good.
deny
Well, there
it
you go.
Because there is no evidence. And
I just
for the
showed you
record,
two.
The clips that you used, ironically
Actually, I
enough,
showed
the
you
reason why I
three.
say it's out of context is because at that point, I personally took a position where I said very carefully and very deliberately that mass rapes that are directed by Hamas did not happen. There was no evidence for this whatsoever.
Four survivors told authorities they were sexually assaulted on October 7th. Report. First-hand account of such crimes have been rare, as most
And
victims
not
were
only-
killed.
How does this
Hassan.
happen?
Report
Do you
follows
feel-
earlier
Wait,
testimony
wait,
from a man
okay.
who said he was raped by terrorists at the Nova Festival. 4 people have told authorities that they were sexually assaulted by terrorists on October 7th. Channel 12 reports. On Thursday, adding to a growing body of evidence of the systemic sexual assault committed by Hamas. Unlike most of the previous
Why is
evidence
anybody
of
running
sexual
any defense
assault on
for
October
Hamas?
7th, which was largely based on eyewitness
Why is this
testimony,
even
the
happening?
Channel 12 report is notable
They're
because
a
it is based on
terrorist group.
first-hand accounts of victims. You can yawn all you want.
What is going on?
First-hand
I'm
testimony of such
yawning.
crimes has been rare because the victims have been killed. Killed, dipshit.
Okay, Ethan,
They
do you
fucking
think
kill
when
them.
someone-
According to
do
the
you
report, 4
think-
individuals approached the
Do you think
welfare
when
minister
someone
with
is
their
murdered,
account.
that there is
Sorry,
no
Hassan.
way to actually examine?
Sorry, talk about
Do you
being
think that when-
gross.
do
Listen
you
to
think
these
that
victims.
when someone is murdered, there's no way to do forensics evidence
Bro,
to actually
you know the
conclude,
fucking answer to
to
that.
actually conclude
because
that person
you know
was
that
sexually
Jews,
assaulted.
you know that the religious organization that is first responders that you cited has a policy of burying the bodies to avoid disgracing them. That's
Ethan, you
what
just
happened.
said dozens of victims came out in that
I'm
article,
reading
and I
you.
don't
What
know
are
where
you
that article
doing,
is from.
bro?
If
I'm
you said
showing you the
dozens of
evidence
victims
that
came
you're
out
wrong
in that
right
article.
now. According to the report, 4 individuals approached the welfare ministry with their accounts of what happened to them during the Hamas onslaught, which saw blah, 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 1,200 people killed and 250 kidnapped. The report followed a separate Channel 12 story on Wednesday that provided first-hand testimony from a man who said he was raped by terrorists at the Supernova, where hundreds of people were killed. Are these all lying? There are 5 people here. There's
That's
3
a
that
lot of
approached
people to be lying.
The ministry and 1 man who said he was raped. Are these all liars?
I don't know. I don't think they are. I have
Okay,
no
so then what
reason
the
to believe
fuck
that
is
they
your
are.
point?
But from everything that I have seen, from everything that I've read on this, and I have read extensively on this, as far as forensic examination has been concluded, there is no evidence, no hard evidence of sexual assault. And I will give you a
just
clip
read
from
4
a Haaretz article
This is so
that was
exhausting, bro.
posted by Lisa
Uh-oh, here comes the Haaretz article.
How does anybody think this isn't
I
happening?
just
why
read
are
you
you
first-hand
discounting-
testimony
I'm
of
using-
4 people. What are you doing? You're saying that you're not believing the victims.
Ethan,
You're asking
it's
for
not that I'm
pics or
not-
it didn't happen.
It's not that I'm not believing
Where
the
did you
victims.
say-
I'm
where's their
saying that
bodies?
Since,
Pics or it didn't
since
happen?
What you have mentioned.
Oh my
since
God.
You're
the thing
saying
that
pics
you
or it didn't
mentioned,
happen,
okay?
right?
Since the article that you mentioned came out,
there have been further prosecutions on this. Why have they not led to any real prosecution?
They're dead. They're
No, that's
fucking
not-
dead, you moron. What do you mean?
First-hand testimony in this
They
regard.
killed all the fucking Hamas operatives in
You?
Israel.
I killed them?
What? What are you? Are you?
Why are you saying
okay?
you killed them?
I said they. Why the fuck would I say you killed them? That's insanely stupid. Are you okay? Hallucinating. Are you crashing out? Go ahead.
Maybe I misheard you. I'm pretty sure you said you killed them.
Sometimes when you're under stress, you can mishear things, but that's okay.
Yeah, I might be. My mistake. I have you on much lower volume because my volume is very low.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. There's a misunderstanding.
That's part of the reason why I do ask over and over again what you're saying.
That's fine. I understand. I want people to hear what we're saying, so that's totally fair.
If you're saying,
are you done, or you want to keep going?
Gaslighting you, just clip it and send it to me, chat. It's that simple. Okay. And if you probably
talking
said it
to
by
chat
mistake,
again?
even if you did, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, we done with this one?
Okay. No, we're not. We're not done with this at all.
Go ahead.
Because
I mean, I just read 4
Because
firsthand.
the question I have for you is very simple. Okay.
Oh, if I said you, I misspoke. That's my bad. By the way, I may have actually said you.
Fine. It's fine.
I apologize.
You misspoke.
I didn't
I don't
mean that.
care.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
I just want to make sure.
Let's get back to the actual main point of contention here.
The liars. Pixar didn't
There
happen.
have been no rape allegations filed in the October 7 attacks. Not one. Okay? And this is from
So what?
Ynet, speaking to Moran Gatz, who
gives a
I
fuck?
posted about earlier. Moran Gatz is the Southern District Prosecutor's Office in Israel. Okay? She was a member of the Team 7110, responsible for cases involving captured Palestinians in connection with the October 7th attacks. On investigations related to sexual violence, she says, in the end, we don't have any complainants. What was presented in the media compared to what will eventually come together will be entirely different, either because the victims were murdered, okay, this is what they're saying, or because women who were raped aren't willing to expose it.
So they killed them, so they can't talk about
excludes
it?
here another
Okay.
explanation, says Dropsite News,
I
that no
believe
rapes
that.
occurred. We
Yeah.
approached women's rights organizations and asked for cooperation. They told us that no one had approached them. There were parents who reached out to organizations asking what to do if something happened to their daughter, but they didn't reveal the abuse. So the question I have for you is this, okay? The question I have for you is this. What am I supposed to do in the situation when there are no victims that have come forward?
4 victims just gave
Speculation is that
firsthand
the
testimony.
victims
I read it to
probably
you.
died, but there's no forensic examination.
Pixar didn't
there has
happen.
been no justice for
What do you
these
think the odds are
victims
that people are
in
getting
Israel
mass raped by Hamas?
on October 7?
What do you think
due
the
to fact
probability
that
is?
Oh,
the government completely
I'm cracking my
ruined.
root beer.
Okay. The government completely ruined any sort of forensic examination
doing?
that could have taken place. There is no way
For
to
firsthand-
actually.
are you
there is no
actually
way
like-
to actually bring justice to these victims? Your assessment on this is so off base.
Hassan, are you
because
listening?
You think
4
It's like
firsthand
everywhere ever?
victims.
Yeah.
I just read it to you.
Exactly.
okay, but
Let's.
what
You know
I'm
what?
giving
Let's,
you
you're
is
right.
the Israeli
You know what,
prosecutor's
Hassan? You're right.
office's
Let's
own
err on the side
statement.
of these
If there are
victims
victims
lying.
then, why are
Let's
there-
err
why
on the
have
side.
they
No,
not-
you're totally right. This is the progressive way. Let's err on the side of these people lying instead of believing them. Let's
Yeah.
do that. And
No,
yeah, they're all
I'm
lying.
not saying that they're lying. I'm telling
Yes, you are.
my confusion on this comes from the fact that
It's not confusing.
While-
It's obvious.
while
Most of this
previous
shit
reporting-
happened, were killed,
while
and it's
previous
a religious,
reporting came
it's a
out-
religious
Fucking
part
obvious.
of this
Previous
first
reporting
responding
came out.
unit that they bury the bodies immediately to avoid humiliating them.
This
It's
shit
all
happens
explainable.
even during wars between two nations?
Yes.
Yeah, it happens
If
constantly.
you don't know that, then you are like woefully misinformed, which just
Dude, what are you talking about? What do you mean? Oh, it doesn't matter. There has to be a forensic examination.
Pixar didn't happen. They bury the
No,
body.
not Pixar. It didn't happen. You don't think that you
They
don't think that
buried
the
the
victims
body.
deserve
What is
justice?
this?
What's wrong with you? You don't think these
Justice.
victims deserve justice?
This
Why
is
did
so
Israel
stupid. Can we please
refuse
move on?
an outside investigative committee?
How do you
to
explain these
actually,
4 accusers?
Under normal
Why is he dying on
circumstances,
How do you
this
explain
hill?
these
I
4
don't know.
accusers?
or a third party?
How do you explain
will come
these
in
4
and conduct an
accusers?
investigation?
How do you explain the 4 accusers?
I don't know.
Okay, very
How
good.
do you explain
Well,
the
let's err on the
prosecutor
side of
after
them
those
lying.
4 accusers?
Let's-
My information is more relevant because it's new. It's newer. Okay.
Okay.
I don't know. I can't.
I guess we're at an
can't
impasse
speak
here.
Out.
I mean, listen,
cannot-
Hassan, we're at an
I cannot
impasse. Can we move
disprove
on?
something that I don't know about when the prosecutor? Do you think the Israeli Southern District prosecutor actually did not examine the testimony given by these victims?
If you don't know what happened in the 4 accusers, why are you speaking so confidently?
Because I'm speaking
you're a liar.
about
You're a
something that came
propagandist,
out
and you
after
fucking hate
that.
Israelis. Can we move on, please?
What?
This is obviously at an impasse.
No.
Oh my God! I'm just trying to consider the audience.
This is
Everybody
so
wants
much
something
better
else.
than I had
I'm
ever
telling you,
hoped it
dude,
could have
this
been.
is
You
disgusting.
have claimed
This is
falsely
unbelievable.
that I
No,
do not
I've-
recognize the
This is
testimony
insane.
of a sexual
Okay,
assault that took
yes.
place in captivity.
Yes.
That was false.
Yep,
Do you
it was
admit
false.
that?
Yep, she lied. It was
Yeah,
false,
bro.
etc.
No. It's a falsehood that you claim that I don't recognize that. Do you admit that?
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
Can we
So
move on?
you're- Wait, so you're admitting that you falsely smeared me as someone who is denying a verifiable
Well, let's take a look
verifiable
here.
claim of rape from a first-hand account, and it's not from October 7th.
Okay. Yes, I'm smearing you. Can we move on, please?
Okay.
Okay, very good.
All right.
Can you explain this tweet to me? This is your tweet, and I'd like you to summarize it for me. Here it is. You said, go ahead. You can read it for me and explain the picture.
I can't. I don't know where it is.
So you can't see it?
Oh.
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Okay. Very good. I guess what's the is just a little delay for him, Dan? Or?
No, I can see it. Bro
Okay.
really said my lived experience in Israel proper. Great.
What's the picture?
This is zone of interest. You're familiar, yes?
Explain for the audience what this picture entails.
This is Zone of Interest, which is a Oscar award-winning movie depicting the banality of evil during a literal Holocaust taking place, the monotony of the day-to-day existence, the beautiful garden.
And your implication
that,
is what?
Rudolf Hess and his family put together.
And your
While
implication
in the backdrop, you can see
is
there
what?
is a concentration. There's a concentration camp, Auschwitz.
Your
and,
implication
there's
to
a
me
train that
is what?
Most likely inferred to be sending.
This
Jews
is the
into
clip you're
concentration
responding
camp.
to. Hold on. Like it's completely based on my. I actually don't know where it is, but I said we know what it was. I just said Israel proper, right? I said my lived experience in Israel proper.
Yeah, can you
explain
play the clip? Play the clip.
It's 2 minutes, and I don't know where this happens. If somebody can find out.
No, play the clip. Play the full thing. We have time. I'm not going nowhere.
Let me see.
That's
yeah.
true.
I mean, I want to watch it too. It's
Let's
just-
go. Let's lock it in.
I know
Let's
you
go.
do.
Let's see here. I don't. Here, I'll just play it. Oh, this is
Let's
a
get
clip
it.
from the critically acclaimed content.
We're not eating snacks. I have snacks.
How's that working out? You think Ian's happy he made that video?
I don't know. I mean,
You
I
don't know.
haven't talked to him about it.
I mean, he put out a really big video. I mean, I would be stoked.
Yeah.
I don't know why you're asking me about what iDubbbz is thinking.
Because you were in the video.
But, I mean, I
you were there.
assume. I mean, it performed pretty well. I think it doubled your video. So
Yeah, I mean,
it's not that
I think,
bad.
if anything, I think it just means that more people are interested than me than you.
Yeah, no, definitely. I believe that for sure.
Very good.
I think a lot of people. I think a lot of people, some falsely and some for decent reasons, wants to.
Do you want to look at the like
see
ratio?
someone put you down a peg. It's probably the reason why there's a lot of people watching this conversation as well.
Do you want to watch the
my
do you want to watch the like ratio on this? Damn.
This
The
is
like ratio on this.
That's correct, my friend. Here it is.
Wait, what? Ethan, play the video. This is also been reported even by your favorite. What is it? Nicholas Eat Oreos.
My favorite.
To be false.
Oh, Nicholas D. Oreo.
The dislike.
Right.
The dislike
Let's
metric
watch
is not
Eat
correct.
Oreos.
Let's just watch
Why
it.
am I arguing on behalf of Ian's the video's performance?
okay.
I don't give a fuck. Come on, play the video, dude. Come on, Jesus Christ. Play the fucking clip.
I mean, it is ironic that he came and did this whole show of
Yeah.
doing it with you, and it like just completely humiliated him. I think that's kind of funny and
It
interesting.
definitely
But I'll
made
play
him
the
look
clip.
bad.
Not on Leftovers. He's now talking about it on his podcast.
What I want to do is show you.
Are you not? Hold on, I'm sorry. His entire creator clash is in ruin. The event is going to be fucking absolutely canceled. He's
Yep.
probably not even able to reimburse most of the fighters for the time they trained. How is that not a train wreck?
Ethan,
I'm just saying.
I am not iDubbbz. I don't care about your petty vendetta against iDubbbz.
Play the
You were in the video,
fucking
guys.
clip.
How I see Israel. Because you were in the video. When you listen to Hassan and you hear all these fucking...
Yes,
Cared
you
enough to be
ruined
in the video.
charity event. I hope you're proud.
Oh my God, bro! You have no idea what you're talking about.
She's now talking
I'm
about it
talking
on his
about
pod-
Israel proper.
What I want to do is show...
And you're showing headlines about Gaza. I literally say in this clip that it's not has nothing to do with the conditions of Gaza and the conditions of the West Bank, which I consider to be like apartheid. Like it's completely based on my lived experience of 5 years living in Israel. My lived experience, bro. You are so fucking out of line. You have no idea. How do you have the confidence to make this video? Again, I don't know where it is, dude. The
Show
phrase.
you guys how I see Israel. Because you don't see that. When you listen to Hassan...
Israel blocks, and he shows these headlines. Israel again blocks Gaza aid. Again, I'm not talking about Gaza, which I say clearly in this clip, but go on.
And you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking.
Israeli authorities block healthcare to Gaza. Again, I'm not. Do you think that I'm talking about walking around Gaza? When I say how great multicultural it is,
We
did
never
you think that?
how Israel attacked Gaza since October 7th. Not even
Shield your eyes.
We never
I think that's the-
co-signed what they did.
Is that not the point he's making, though?
It already happened. I said it. Oh.
Uh-huh.
No, okay, well, anyway, the phrase I said is that my experience in Israel proper.
What happened after that? When AB chimed in, I wonder. Anyway, listen.
Who knows? I mean, you like to make inferences based on.
I'm just asking. I don't know.
You know what's so funny? You know what's funny? It's all on the audio. Go listen to it, dipshit. It's on the audio. You don't know what you're talking about. You're a pathological liar. You are a propagandist. It's on the audio. You can go listen to it if you gave a fuck.
AB and Olivia were chiming in. I don't know why we buttoned it. I'm just asking. You know, it's fine. It's not that big of a deal.
What are you implying
All
here?
right.
What are you implying with this photo?
What photo? Oh, with the photo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, let's get back to the photo.
Let's begin. This is going to finally cause us to talk about Israel-Palestine.
Bro, just explain what you're
By
trying to
your own
say.
admission, there is a genocide that is taking place in the Gaza Strip. By your own admission, there is also an apartheid structure both in the West Bank, but I don't think you believe that there's an apartheid happening within Israel proper by your own terms.
I don't think
Do
it's.
you
I don't.
feel-
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So do you feel as though Israel is somehow inseparable from both of these actions?
No, but obviously the conditions are different in Israel proper versus the West Bank
Mhm.
versus Gaza. Like
you
West,
feel
I
like
mean, the
you
West
going
Bank
to
has
Israel
checkpoints. It has like
amidst
different areas of zones of interest. People don't have freedom of movement. So obviously that's more apartheid-like than the main body of Israel.
Yeah. Don't you feel like you going to Israel proper would actually resemble someone going to, someone going near Auschwitz and being like, well, it's actually beautiful there. It's
Not at all.
that big of a deal.
No.
It's multicultural. Oh, you don't see the comparison.
Well, I mean, where
Jonathan
Israel?
Glazer,
You
who
mean in Tel
made
Aviv?
this-
So you're saying
Jonathan
that
Glazer, who made this video, Jonathan Glazer, who made this Oscar-winning movie, does see the comparison.
So hold on, your criticism.
He said as much.
You're
in
saying
his Oscar
all I
award,
said was my
winning
lived
speech.
experience in Israel proper. Is the problem that Israel proper? That sounds racist or something?
No, I think you're trying to present Israel as a beautiful multicultural land when it is directly doing a genocide across the board. Yes. A death camp.
So I said, bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper, and you're saying that I am a Nazi officer living casually and enjoying life
No,
as
you're
people
not
are mad.
directly a Nazi officer.
Well, that's what this says.
No, Ethan, you're taking it a little bit too literally. I think the point there with that imagery is not that it's a Nazi officer.
Why did you choose the
is
one
that-
with the guy standing in it?
Well, I'm actually interpreting the work of art in the exact same way that Jonathan Glazer, who made this piece of cinema, interpreted it. The entire point is, you can have a wonderful life as an American Jew in Israel. Of course you can have a wonderful life in Israel. That's the point, because Israel is a ethno-religious supremacist apartheid state that is currently doing a genocide. It is the entire
It is the entire underlying principle of why this nation state was founded. That's what it was founded on. It was founded on exterminationist principles
I definitely
of the
agree.
indigenous Palestinians, which you seemingly agree to. So yes, if you actually think Israel is doing a genocide, then it comes across as rather odd that you would go to Israel to show how multifaceted and how wonderful Israel is. It would be exactly like someone saying, "Oh, you don't understand. I'm German. I am going to Poland. I'm going to go to Warsaw. I'm going to go to Auschwitz, and I'm going to show you how wonderful Auschwitz looks like because it's German territory."
Okay, thank you for. Okay, I lived in Tel Aviv. I worked beside Palestinians. I worked with them. I took the bus with them. I walked around the streets with them. I went to the restaurants. They worked with me in my businesses. It's not what people expect. That's my point.
Yeah,
you don't see.
That would be lying. That would be lying to your audience about the actual
I lived there for 5
totality
years.
of Israel. You want to talk about my totality of anti-Semitism inferred off of like hyper-specific, narrow definitions that you have invented in your mind? Talk about the totality of a country that you recognize is doing genocide. You think it's appropriate? You think it's appropriate to go to Israel while there is a fucking genocide going on by your own admission?
You did a show with me and you considered me your friend and you knew that I was apparently a Nazi officer that whole time.
What?
I said you were considering me a friend. You did a show with me. You knew I lived in Israel that whole time. I'm surprised you were willing to work with a Nazi officer.
I also have interviewed members of the Knesset, as a matter of fact, like Ofer Kassev. I have interviewed Israelis from the anti-Zionist youth movement Mezarvot, Israeli members. Israeli Jewish citizens that have refused service, refuseniks. I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel.
I don't know what you're going on about.
Some of the reason why I know the total and utter depravity of the inception of Israel comes from Exeter University's very own Ilan Pappé. His writings are what guide me. Of course, I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel and no longer live in Israel, or even still live in Israel, as a matter of fact, as long as they are anti-Zionist. Because I care about Zionism as an ideology.
Bro, you're just gish
I do
galloping.
not
Just let me
care
respond.
about
My God.
Jewish people
You don't need
or
to grandstand
Israeli
so
people.
long.
These
Just
are
let me
not a
respond.
part of my consideration because I believe in the best of people. I believe that people, regardless of the circumstances that they've been presented with, can see right from wrong. And I thought foolishly that you were one of these people. I foolishly thought you could also see right from wrong. But it's obvious to me that you have simply used what is going on for the past 16 months of horrific
do you want me to
mass bombing
respond?
and starvation.
Hassan, you gotta stop. You gotta stop with the gish galloping. I know. You're righteous and I'm evil.
To you my position.
Let me respond. I agree with you. I think that my characterization of it as a utopia, like in that moment, was distasteful, and I wish that I had said that differently. And I see that it came off bad. It came off bad, and I was wrong on that one. I totally agree. Watching that clip back, I'm regretful about how I spoke about it. So I agree with you.
Okay, that's fair. I see. This is. I wish you were this open-minded for the past 16 months, Ethan, because I feel like a lot of the conversations that have taken place.
Well, my problem is not with your philosophy on Palestine. My problem is with your community and the harassment you've leveled against me and my family.
People make inferences off of what you say. They do not know what's in your heart. Okay, and this is something that I privately.
We agree on a lot of things. The issue is the harassment.
To you about in the beginning after October 7. I told you time and time again privately.
Okay, bro, you've talked a lot. Let's just move on, please.
The reason why people think you are a Zionist is not because you're Jewish, but because of what you're saying. They heard your
What did I say that's Zionist?
And they made these inferences.
What have I ever said that shows that I'm Zionist?
Ethan, the way that you have tackled the subject matter.
Say one thing that has shown the world, undoubtedly, how Zionist I am.
I mean, you just
that I am worthy of the scorn of you
just
and the
recognized
entire
how
left.
wrong that was. What you just said. So that's one.
Okay,
that's one example.
Does that mean I'm a Zionist? I mean, and by the way, that was a recent clip. That doesn't explain the last 2 years.
Yes, it doesn't. And there's
so
plenty
what did
there
I
as
say
well.
in the last 2
There's
years
plenty
besides
there as
that
well.
clip?
What
did I say, Hassan? What did I say that's Zionist?
You
can't give me one fucking contextual example of me saying something that's Zionist after this entire. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay.
You have something?
I have many things. As
recently as last month.
As recently as last month.
List one example. of
No,
me
I'm
saying
giving you
something
another
I
example.
Zionist.
Just calm down and listen. As recently as last month,
You're not answering
you
my
talked
question.
about
You're just
how
doing this gish
Hamas
galloping.
is actually putting hostages inside of hospitals. Hamas is actually using tunnel systems under hospitals, and that is part of the reason why Israel is bombing hospitals. Bombing hospitals is a war crime. Okay, bombing hospitals is a war crime. In your conversation
defend that.
in your conversation with Sam Cedar, while on the one hand you now recognize that Israel's doing a genocide, and you have in the past as well, for sure, but you've also gone back
Consistently.
and forth on it, and you've called it a
Absolutely
war or
not.
whatever.
Never.
But having said that, in your conversation with Sam Cedar, you thought you had a gotcha where you said that, well, I find it very strange that there's not a single bomb shelter in Gaza.
That's a condemnation of Hamas.
What?
That is a condemnation of Hamas.
I think that's a
Failure
condemnation
to protect
of your assessment of reality.
How is
Look
that
at
pro-Zionist?
the Gaza Strip. Do you
How
think
is
a
me
bomb
criticizing
shelter would
Hamas
actually
pro-Zionist? Would you like to
survive?
explain that?
Do you think a bomb shelter would actually survive bunker buster bombs? What are you
Be a lot
talking
fucking
about?
safer
There's not a
than
standing structure remaining
the
in most
seventh
parts
floor
of
of an
Gaza.
apartment building.
For Israel to actually systematically destroy every
You're
hospital
okay with Hamas
implies
spending
that a
the
bomb shelter
totality?
would just simply
Can
be
I ask you a
fucking
question?
crosshairs.
Can I please ask you a question? Again, me criticizing Hamas makes me a Zionist.
You criticizing Hamas makes you a Zionist?
That's what you're
I
claiming.
mean, it depends on how. It depends on what you're saying. Yes.
Well, you know exactly what I
You can
said.
have criticisms of Hamas in terms of like their own internal domestic affairs, in terms of their governance. But if that's your hyper focus, then yes, people are going to make that inference that you are definitely against.
Because I'm. Because-
any kind of resistance against the state of Israel, because the
Because they don't make bomb
Palestinians-
shelters?
Because your expectation
they don't make
from the
bomb
Palestinians
shelters?
is to just simply sit there and take it, so you can fucking act like you felt bad 10 years down the line.
Everything that you claim, the whole fucking apparatus of harassment that exists across social media with you at the center of it, infringes on an inference that you maybe meant this. I have never once said I'm Zionist. The only reason people believe that is because you repeat it
No, the
maliciously
reason why people
time
believe that
and
is
time
because
again.
of your hyper focus on
Name one.
you, and your distractions.
That makes me a
away,
Zionist?
And your
That makes me a
deliberate
Zionist?
deplatforming attempts towards pro-Palestinian content creators. It is ridiculous. You
Being
simply
pro-Palestine
say
doesn't absolve you of
recognize
guilt.
the genocide, but you also literally get mad at people who fight back. You get mad at
So
the
I'm
Houthis. You
public
call
enemy
them
number one.
terrorists. You call Hezbollah
For
a terror
defending
group, which
myself.
is by the American state's definition, absolutely considered a terror group. But there are plenty of terror groups that have successfully
do you not
resisted
consider Hezbollah a
against
terror group?
American imperialism and other forms of settler colonial violence.
Do you not consider Hezbollah a terrorist group?
I think the definition of terrorism by the American State Department is intentionally vague to deny people their
about the-
habeas corpus, deny people their due process. It is there to justify whatever kind of militant action that the American government can take. This is
Hezbollah-
a severe violation of the American
Okay,
Constitution.
very good.
So yes,
Hassan,
I
please.
think that
I
this
want to have a.
definition is
Can
intentionally
you? Can I
vague
give
and
you?
it's
Can I
fucking-
ask? Can I request something?
Is silly.
Can I ask? Can I please request something? I'm interested in having a conversation. You take this and you just go on and on and on and on. You repeat yourself. You double down on the same point. I just want to have a conversation. You make your point and then you move on. You're doing too much. Please.
The
we're going to
American
be here.
terrorism designation is silly. Do we agree?
I don't know.
What
But
do you
do you-
mean?
well,
But you-
well, well,
but
here,
you
I'll be more
use its
precise.
definition without ever actually thinking about
You're right.
it. What do
Fuck
you mean?
it. Let me be more precise. Here's what you said.
Allah is a paramilitary organization.
Do we like them or no?
They are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well, like
I like what you like.
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say.
What did you mean by that? You do not have an issue
Okay,
with Hezbollah.
Leah, thank you for asking. Exactly.
You're
All right,
welcome.
let me explain. I do not have a single issue with the way that Hezbollah has defended southern Lebanon. I do
Me
not
neither,
have a single
actually.
issue with Hezbollah as a form of militancy trying to incur penalties on the genocidal state of Israel. Because if you recognize that it is a genocide, then what is the expectation from other parties involved in the region? The very fact that other countries, the very fact that
You're
other
doing it
countries are not
again.
also up in arms is ridiculous, considering that Israel is a belligerent force that is destroying everything in the fucking region because it has an underlying exterminationist policy. And you agree with that because it's a genocide. You said it's
Let
a
me
genocide.
speak, please.
So what is the expectation?
Hassan, please. This conversation is becoming impossible if you don't just stop talking for a minute and allow me to respond.
Okay.
Okay.
Now respond.
Thank you. Thank you. Hezbollah, when it was first founded, I think was a noble thing, right? Of defending Lebanon from the IDF invasion, and they were successful in sending them back to Israel. Now, since then, a lot of terrible shit has happened, right? And you sat there and you said, I do not have a problem with them. So do you not have a problem with what Hezbollah did in Syria, mass murdering civilians on the behest of Assad?
Can you find a single instance where I've actually said I have no problem with Hezbollah's actions in Syria?
You said I don't have a problem with Hezbollah.
No, that specifically.
You know what's so funny?
Do you feel like that is the entirety of my conversation? Because I have talked about Hezbollah's actions in Syria, as a matter of fact, and I do have a problem with that. Yes,
You're precise with your words, right?
I don't think that harming civilians is in any way, shape, or form remotely correct. Now, having said that, I'm glad that you brought up Hezbollah because, again, in your video, you falsely claim that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian conflict. Okay?
Yeah.
You say that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian conflict.
They participated.
That is the entirety of the deaths, including the Hezbollah militancy in the Syrian civil war.
And therefore what? They did nothing wrong?
No. That's not what I'm saying
so
at all.
What does it matter the exact count?
You erroneously
Why does that bother
claimed
you?
that they were responsible for all the deaths. You stood in front of
they collaborated.
Footage. You stood in front of footage of an entire town that was destroyed by what?
Yeah.
By barrel bombs. Who has the capacity to have a air force and use barrel bombs to destroy an entire city? Do you think Hezbollah has an air force?
They participated. You're not listening. You're being silly.
Is that why you posted that photo?
Why are you defending Hezbollah's action in Syria? Do you think that's a good look?
I'm not defending
you
that.
You sure are. You're like, Hezbollah didn't do that.
Do you think
Hezbollah would never blow up a village in Syria?
Do you think Hezbollah has an air force?
Do you think I think that?
Well, you implied it when you showed a hollowed-out town that was barrel bombed, most likely by Russian forces.
The government, bro.
So why? Why did you use that imagery to imply that Hezbollah had killed 500,000 people?
They were complicit.
This is my main problem with you, Ethan. You are spreading.
You're defending
falsehoods.
terrorism right now, by the way.
What?
You are defending a terrorism right now.
No, dude, I'm defending the truth. How is this so hard to comprehend for you?
The truth is, what Hezbollah did in Syria wasn't that bad?
They did not kill 500,000 people in Syria.
Okay, so wasn't that bad? So what Hezbollah did in Syria wasn't that bad? How many did they kill?
You are taking away the responsibility.
You're minimizing their actions. How many did they kill?
You're taking the responsibility away from ISIS. You're taking the responsibility away from the Russian military.
No, I'm putting blame on Hezbollah where it belongs. How many did they kill?
I don't even know the exact number of how many they killed. I believe it's like around 2,000 to 5,000, which once again is inappropriate. I have no issue saying that.
Did they collaborate with Assad?
They did, yes. They did.
And so what is the issue here exactly? You said you have no issue with them. I think that's a problem.
I've described it numerous times at this point. I have no issue with Hezbollah's militancy against a state that is conducting a genocide. That much is very clear.
You didn't say any of that. You said I do not have a problem with Hezbollah.
As a matter of fact, there are plenty of instances where I have talked about Hezbollah's militancy in Syria.
When you're done lying, I'll explain.
Wait, what?
When you're done lying, I'll explain. You didn't say that.
What do you mean?
You said
lying? I'm telling you what my position
you were talking
is
to
right
a
now.
normie. You were talking to a normie who didn't understand anything about the conflict, and he said, well, how do we feel about Hezbollah? A general question. How do we feel about Hezbollah? Your answer was, I don't have a problem with them. Let's just say. And then, by the way, Hassan, you start trying to minimize their inclusion in this fucking wanton slaughter of Syrian civilians.
Wait, what? I'm minimizing their inclusion in the wanton slaughter of Syrian civilians?
Here's what you said, because you want to be precise.
You made up.
I do not like them.
You
Well, I like what you like.
You
I don't have an
stupidly
issue with
said
them,
that they
let's
killed
just say.
500,000 civilians. What are you talking about? I did not minimize their wanton slaughter in the Syrian civil war.
Do you think that they didn't participate with Assad to make that happen? I mean, they were
did.
allied. They participated. Okay, so then why are you defending them?
I'm not defending them.
You sure
Ethan.
sounds like it.
I have already described to you that I am critical of their actions. You are misquoting me. You are misunderstanding.
I am verbatim repeating what you said,
I'm having
you
a conversation
liar.
directly with you, so I don't understand. I'm not
How can you
minimizing
lie
what
to
they did.
people? Like,
I'm
we
minimizing
just watched the clip.
the arbitrary number that you put there because you don't do enough research.
No, that number was based on the totality of deaths. My claim was that they participated in it. You were not critical of their actions
Why
in
did you
this
put
clip.
so you're telling me you've never claimed that Hezbollah has killed more Muslims than Israel has, that IDF has?
I don't know when I think I did say that, and I think that was wrong.
Yeah,
I was
you
incorrect
said that
on
numerous times. You actually said you
I don't think about
ChatGPT'd
numerous
against
times.
AB when AB was like, I don't think that's correct.
Yeah. By the way, I that's something I looked into, and I was actually wrong about that for
Okay.
sure.
Don't you feel like this kind of misinformation is somewhat? Don't you think that saying stuff like that is going to make people infer that you might be more pro-Israel than you let on?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't
You mean I'm
work like
Zionist?
this, right? You're not just like clicking a box and you're like, well, I said it was a genocide. What more do you want from me? Okay, you did, but then you spend all of your time criticizing people,
Responding to
who are
harassment.
offering analysis and not justification, but
Can I
analysis.
can I
to how
flip
these
it on
groups
you
are
a little
actually
bit?
Formed. You're upset with people
Can I
learning
Hassan, you're doing
about,
it. You're doing it again.
Well, I'm not doing anything. I'm
You're just
hoping
talking,
to
bro.
explain to you something so you recognize that you're wrong, as you've done twice
No,
now.
you
So
don't need to
this is
explain
productive
anything to me.
now.
I understand your point. Don't you? So you're accusing me of being irresponsible with my words. Don't you think saying you have no issue with Hezbollah makes people think you're pro-terrorist?
I don't care that people think this. It's ridiculous.
So are people valid for thinking you're pro-terrorist when you say?
Do you believe the State Department's
Answer.
designation for terrorism
Whoa!
is
Answer the
valid?
question. Is it reasonable for people to think that you are pro-terrorist when you say I have no problem with Hezbollah?
Do you believe the State
Whoa!
Department's
Answer the question.
designation for
You
terrorism
gotta
is
answer
valid?
that one. You answer my question, and I'll answer yours. Are people
Ethan,
valid
you
in
rely
considering
heavily on your
Can you
audience
answer?
not really understanding the
Please
terms that
answer
you
my
are
question.
using.
Let it
okay?
be noted
When
you are
say,
dodging-
Oh, Hassan defends terrorists. Okay, there's a
Literally
reason
just
why you
did.
say that. You say that to disparage
literally
me
just did.
without actually addressing my arguments. And now, when you're faced with me, face to face, to talk
God,
about
bro,
these
you're doing it
issues,
again.
you agree with me. So if you agree with me, you called Hezbollah a noble group. Should I just run around being
beginning,
like,
shit
Ethan defends
changed.
terrorism? Well, I think you do, but for a different
I
reason.
said their
and we'll get to
actions
that in
were
a second.
noble. I didn't call them a noble group. Again, you have a problem with the truth.
You just said that their inception
I
was
said their
a
actions
noble
were
one.
noble.
You said
Yeah.
Hezbollah was.
It's different from saying Hezbollah is a noble organization. But I really need you to answer this. Isn't it reasonable for people to assume you're pro-terrorist if you say stuff like, I have no problem with Hezbollah? Just answer the question, yes or no?
I don't think it's reasonable for people to assume that I'm pro-terrorism because I think people are going to assume that regardless because I am
But
presenting
people can
a
assume I'm
position-
Zionist. But it's
What?
okay for people to it's okay for people to assume I'm Zionist.
Yes, because
Got it.
No,
The
you
logic
don't understand
is
what I'm saying.
clear.
I get why people assume that. I get why people assume
I get why people assume you're pro-terrorist.
Yeah. Do you feel?
Do you?
Okay, let's talk about that then. Do you feel like someone being branded pro-terrorist is as impactful under the Trump administration as someone being pro-Israel is?
Well, as someone who's been branded as a pro-Israel Zionist in my space, it is a horrifically fucking it's resulted in the unbelievable, unprecedented. I've been on the internet for 10 years, right? I've been through all kinds of controversies, all kinds of shit. I have never once in my entire life, Hassan, experienced the amount of harassment, the organized, psychotic campaign to try to ruin my life, all of my stop. All my employees' life, my family's life, their family's life. This is your community acting in response to what you're saying about me being pro-Zionist. So do I think it's worse? In my experience, it's much worse.
Has done any of these things that you're talking about?
Okay, Hassan, can I ask you a question? Why the fuck were you browsing H3 Snark the other day and pulling clips from that?
I don't know. Someone fucking sent me a clip in the chat.
Oh, okay. And so you shit and pissed about me pulling a meme from Destiny's subreddit.
Ethan,
I have
look
never
to
even
your-
pulled the subreddit up, but you're on stream browsing H3 Snark. How do you explain that?
Ethan, your entire subreddit is a snark subreddit dedicated to me. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's literally not true, but
I don't have a single issue at this point. What are you talking about? You have personally moderated your own subreddit to turn into this, by the way.
What?
So many people that have criticized
you're
you
lying.
from your own fan base have left your
Hassan,
community
you
for this
said your
reason.
community
because
has
you can't
nothing to
take
do
a
with
fucking
this.
ounce of criticism from your paying members. How many people are like, I love Teddy Fresh. I have so many fucking pieces of Teddy Fresh clothing. Now I feel embarrassed to wear it because look at what he has become.
There's
this
plenty
is
of
at the
fans.
heart of
Don't
this
worry
problem.
about
If
that.
you want to talk about it, from the perspective of psychoanalysis, the real
No,
reason why you've gone on
Hassan,
this endless
you are
vendetta
lying.
is because
You
you
said-
can't comprehend the reality.
Jesus Christ, bro!
that
I just want to have a
your
conversation. I don't want to like
your
just
own
like
audience
just
that you've
gish out
cultivated
forever.
has a difference in opinion in the way that you've presented yourself throughout this conflict.
Hassan,
and if
please,
you
let me just
demonstrated,
talk. This is
if
you
you
say
demonstrated
your
a
community
fraction,
has nothing to do with the harassment that I've received.
Ethan, if you demonstrated,
please,
Ethan,
Hassan,
listen
let me
to me.
finish a point.
If you demonstrated
Hey,
a
dude, you
fraction,
gotta let me finish a
I'm gonna
point.
mute
This is
you.
ridiculous.
I'm gonna mute you and just keep talking if you keep doing this.
Okay, that's great. I think that means you won the debate.
Yeah. No. Listen to me. If you
So I'm not
demonstrated a
muted.
fraction
So hold
of
on,
the
let me
humility,
finish. You gotta let me say something.
if you demonstrated a fraction of the humility you did just now,
You've
most
got
people would not have
to
left your
let me
community. By the
say
way,
something. I don't care that they left the community. That was obvious.
You definitely do.
I've got plenty of fans left. Don't worry. Here, listen. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment. Yet you said in the same breath that your chat linked you to H3 Snark, the subreddit primarily responsible for coordinating that harassment, and you pulled it up on your stream.
Do you have evidence that H3 Snark called CPS on you?
Did I say
like
that?
Random anonymous Redditors?
Did I say that?
Wait, what's the?
I said
So
they're
who called
primarily responsible for
CPS?
harassing me.
Who called CPS?
What the fuck? So I don't know. Did I claim they did? You're dodging, bro. You are absolutely dodging. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment, yet you are browsing H3 Snark. Now, let me ask you this, Hassan. How many times have I browsed the Destiny subreddit on my show?
Blamed virtually everyone for calling CPS. Answer my question. So you don't know who called CPS, and yet for the past couple of months you've been like, it's whoever I don't like
It's
that is
the
called
fucking
CPS.
tone-
And now you're
no.
claiming that my community is responsible for it.
I think it's the tone. No, bro, what is wrong with you? Did I say your community called CPS? The harassment
You're
campaign is
inferring
much
it.
more
Yes,
broad than
you're
that.
inferring
Absolutely not. You can't address an actual issue, so you turn it into you're straw manning, basically. I'm saying your
Bro,
community is responsible for this participating in this harassment campaign. You said chat sent you this link, did they not?
Yes, last week. What are you talking about?
Okay, so your chat is involved with H3 Snark, which, by the way, funnily enough, the new Snark page is called Leftovers H3, and it's got a picture of you in the avatar.
Shout out to Leftovers H3.
It's got a picture of you, Hassan. You don't need to shout him out. You're already doing it. Don't you think that's odd?
Did it.
No, I
Also-
think it's.
Also, what do you think? Like, first of all, do you think I have any say on what fucking happens in these
Yes.
subreddits? What are you talking about?
But you have a say what happens in your Discord and chat, which you absolutely do not moderate. And there's so much evidence of the disgusting
that's
shit.
also completely fucking false.
Well, why did you criticize XQC for not moderating his chat when you called in?
Ethan, I can't believe you
Why
would. I
did
can't
you
believe would bring this
criticize
up. Here, let me tell
XQC
you, okay?
for not moderating his chat?
Yes, XQC has actively used this community over the course of many years at this point, as he was, doing Gamba and wanted to fucking keep gambling and felt bad
not
that I was
answering.
criticizing him to attack me. Okay, there is a difference between
And
someone
that's
doing
different
that,
than what
don't
your
you
community
think?
has done. How?
What?
How is that different than your community attacking me?
You want to know how it's different? I have an 8-minute clip compilation all the way from when our podcast ended all the way to December of 2024 where I actively defend you. That is moderating my
Please,
community.
bro, I do not give a fuck about your quote-unquote defending as your community went rabid with your approval. Please spare
with
me.
my approval? I just told you.
It's your community, bro. You literally say in this clip that it's let me play this clip for you because it
Ethan,
will show just
people
what a
don't
liar
fucking
hypocrite you
like
are.
you, big dog. I don't know what to do. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Like,
they
what-
love you,
what do you
huh?
want me to do?
What do you want me to do?
Fucking everybody
They don't
loves
like you.
Hassan.
You're fucking-
Everybody loves iDubbbz too.
Ethan, people don't
My
like
objective
you.
is not to be
can't make
liked,
them
Hassan.
like
That might
you.
surprise you. It might surprise you. My objective in life is not to be liked. Or I mean, it's not to specifically be liked. That is not my objective. I know that's foreign to you.
Why are you bringing any of this up? People don't like you. I can't change that. Okay? There's plenty of people who don't like me either.
My whole career's been people not liking me, but I've never experienced this level of harassment. You are unwilling to contend or concede at any point that you are.
Yeah, because I'm not responsible for it. Here, play this video, Dan. Here you go.
Anyway, it's not about being liked either. It's about harassment, bro.
Go ahead. Show your audience, because you've been saying that I've been like leading a harassment
Yeah.
campaign.
I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it.
I sent it.
Are you?
It's embarrassing
Dan,
too.
I'm sorry. Hold
especially
on.
because the
Dan
way
is
you
in the
behave
bathroom.
now. Ugh.
Dan is in the bathroom, so hold on. You okay?
My argument with you in that conversation where I said there's not anything I can do was literally because of the way you were presenting yourself. In the conversation that we had, you inferred that JVP was akin to capos. You said that from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free
bro.
is actually
I'm not
going to
let you stunlock me with again another pathetic
Jewish
fucking
people.
lie. Holy shit.
You literally fucking posted about a pro-Palestinian dude on Twitter saying that he would be thrown off of roofs like fucking Hamas is ISIS. If you say all of that, if it walks like a duck, it walks like a duck, most people are going to not think that you're a chicken. They're going to think you're a duck.
Okay, I'm not going to get sunlocked by these insane accusations. I never called them capos. That's what you said. That's part of the harassment campaign. You put those words in my mouth, and now it's something that I still hear. I have never called them capos.
So you haven't, as recently as a month ago, still called them token Jews and that they are completely off base with the rest of the
Is that the same as capos? Do you have a problem with like levels? It's all or nothing. Is calling someone criticizing someone via token the same as calling them capos?
Why would you call Jews who are standing against genocide, which you also recognize as a genocide?
Can I play this?
Token
This is the clip.
Jews that are not
Here's what you said.
representative of the broader movement.
They're
You also
statistically
called
not.
Matt Lieb a capo.
Matt Lieb's a disgusting human being who platformed Bad Empanada, who's
So you do have a problem. You do have a problem with
Matt Lieb
Jews
specifically.
that you
Yes.
don't like, and you are quick to call them
I have a
capos.
problem with Matt Lieb, who's platforming Bad Empanada. Yes, clearly. Is there? You don't like Bad Empanada. You understand? A year ago, you were talking about how crazy he was.
Yeah, but I'm not.
But
Here's
suddenly,
the
when he
difference.
starts talking
Here's the
about me,
difference,
he's your
Ethan.
best friend.
Yeah,
Interesting.
You're right. You're right. I think Bad Empanada is insane. But you know what I also always say?
And all of a sudden, you love his videos. Why is that?
Bad Empanada, and I've
Why do you
maintained
love
this
his videos
position- I've
suddenly?
maintained this
Before you
position-
pledged never to watch his videos on stream, why do you love them now?
Oh, because he did not want me reacting to his videos initially.
That is a insane, pathetic,
that's what it is.
lie.
No, he said.
You literally oh my God,
have.
dude. Okay, first of all, let me play this clip of you criticizing XQC.
Okay, wait. You can't just like
And all
dance
these
around
Now
the
let's
point.
watch
We'll
this. You
get to
asked
that.
for it.
Actually,
hold on. You asked for this. Here's what you said.
Because it's
Oh
not
my
something
God! Wait,
he would
I
ever
sent
ask
you a clip.
for.
Why aren't
And
you
all these
playing
other
that one?
content creators, actually,
watch.
whipping their communities when
Whipping their
chat
communities.
is going fucking absolutely bananas over random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason. That you were just allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat. And I thought that was fucked up.
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
Especially as someone who thought we were fucking friends. I think that's a reasonable expectation for someone who you consider to be a friend.
The problem wasn't that he was so.
Okay, you have to show my clip now.
It makes sense.
Yeah, okay, no, great. Show my clip.
Sure.
Show my clip that I sent Dan.
Yeah, no problem. But there you go. I'm gonna pull it up for you. Oh yeah, TikTok. This is gonna be good. Ethan Klein debunked 7 minutes, bro. Hold on, I'm not gonna watch the 7 minute
No, you
clip.
don't have to watch
Where do you want me to
7
watch?
minutes of it.
Okay, you think if I just play it from the beginning, they'll get the gist of it?
Oh, you'll get it. And you can
All right.
skip towards like the end too if you want, like towards the middle.
By the way, this has 1,000 likes, bro. Are you name searching yourself or what?
No, the person who made it sent it to me.
Oh, okay. Nice.
What?
I guess it's hard hitting.
Ethan is a mega Zionist. You are wrong. Okay, trust me. I don't think you know. I don't think you know many Zionists if you think Ethan is a mega Zionist. Not even close, dude. Time and time.
Funnily enough, that's still true.
Again, I've spoken about how Ethan is not your enemy. A person who cries when a Palestinian child dies is not your enemy. Okay? He's not. I've said these exact words over and over again.
The problem is that your community is obviously unhinged, and if you don't defend me, my community is going to get mad at you. It's definitely just an optics play, which, by the way, you never stuck to.
Shut up. Keep playing.
Let me guess. It's more videos of you defending me?
Keep playing. Enough.
I told people in this community and people everywhere that will listen to what I have to say that you have to choose who you are actually angry at. There are people who are so loud and so proud about the ethnic cleansing campaign that Palestinians are experiencing currently. Go yell at them. He's been shitting on you on his members-only streams. I don't care. I don't care. Bro literally shot on you yesterday and his coworker for saying from the river to the sea, sorry, dog. I don't care.
I mean, I've watched a minute of it. I really don't give a fuck.
Keep going.
What you said.
No.
Oh, why?
Come on,
It's
we watched
7
a
minutes
lot
long,
of your
bro.
clips. Keep going.
Spare the
This
audience.
is about you. Go on.
What are we gonna glean from watching
Keep playing.
longer?
Keep playing it. This is just November 1st.
No, I don't want to finish it. You get. I know what it is.
Go
you
to the
talk
middle.
kindly about. Okay, here I'll go to the middle for you. Okay.
You think I'm not moderating my fucking community? You think I'm
You
not
absolutely
trying to
are
get
not.
people to stop yelling about you at that point?
Okay, let me go to the middle so you can have your thing, and then we'll move on.
And it frustrates me to no fucking end. I've told you this time and time again in this time frame, just like I kept telling you, Ethan is not your enemy over and over again. That's why I love iDubbbz, Ethan as well, people that have actually changed course, recognize their mistakes.
Okay, I mean, yeah, we get the idea. It's fine. You know what I mean? You're the best friend ever.
Whoa,
by the way,
whoa.
No, whoa.
Well,
My turn.
Whoa.
You were just screaming, play the video. You told me to shut up.
Moderating my community and claiming
the phone. You screamed to shut up and play the video. So I'm going to ask you to return the favor at this moment.
Okay,
You claimed
go
that
ahead.
you didn't watch. Here's what you said about Bad Empanada. You lied to me and said you don't watch his videos because he asked you not to. Magically, when he started talking about me, you became his biggest fan, and you watch his videos on your stream regularly, which has resulted in an explosion of his popularity. Here's what you said about him a year before this conflict.
Banana video on
Nice
the
shirt,
stream.
by the
I'm
way.
just letting you guys know. If you think I'm gonna fucking watch a YouTube essay from a dude literally openly antagonistic towards me watching fucking YouTube videos, you're out of your fucking mind, okay? You think I want him to write like 700 hours worth of new YouTube essays about how
But
I
that's
have
my
wronged
point.
him? I don't want that. I don't want that at all, okay?
Say genocide propaganda will come.
Wait, that's
Thanks
in
for
the clip.
watching
Ethan, you
Free
keep doing this
Palestine.
thing.
I'm
Thanks for
playing the
watching.
clip.
Yeah, go
Dude,
support this.
yes.
I'm playing the clip. Just chill out.
I told you why I wasn't watching Bad Empanada videos
Oh
initially.
my God, Hassan,
disagreements with him
you're talking over the
on
clip. You
his
need to let it
I don't-
play, okay? You're making the clip unwatchable.
Mine, okay? You think I want him to write?
Bro, it's just a minute long. You can chill for a minute.
Will come. Thanks for watching Free Palestine. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, go support this dipshit that I do appreciate, regardless of my disagreements with him.
That's you now.
On his optics and the ways that he conducts
support him.
himself with regular frequency.
You link to his
Because
Patreon?
ultimately, his product, his YouTube essays, as a standalone entity, is always solid. Rick's such a fucking freak, dude. Oh my lord, he is such a goddamn freak. He is the most insane person. He has like 7,000 accounts. I just said I have an official blockade on Bad Empanada videos on this broadcast while I'm live. That's number one. And number two, he's not just mean on Twitter. He is a psychopath, okay? The idea that he's just...
By the way, the guy who's a psychopath, who's not just mean on Twitter, who has 7,000 accounts, as you say, is somebody that you gleefully platform his videos about me. So I'm just saying, your
don't know
community
if you
doesn't do
understand.
harassment, right?
I don't know if you have a.
Let's just
I don't know if you have a
Bad
command over
Empanada,
the
who
English
literally
language.
exists to harass people by your own fucking definition.
None of the things that you just
Being on
showed
Twitter
is
ridiculous.
None of the things you showed is
Well, you're
inconsistent.
He is
No,
the
no, you're doing it right now.
most insane person on Twitter. Yeah, let me go watch a video about a dude who constantly talks about how I'm fucking a reactionary fake socialist because I watch people's videos. That seems like a good idea. It's age restricted, which means there's like TOS violations galore in there. Fucking Bad Empanada. The cringiest, like, classic angry leftist who never shuts the fuck up and is just angry at the entire planet. Anyway, let's continue.
Why is he a terrorist? He's an Arab in Yemen. Why else would he
Okay,
be a terrorist?
here we,
right?
I got
Someone
it.
who, by the
Yes,
way,
you're.
what terrorist attack
By the way,
has
you
he
couldn't even
committed?
watch a
What terrorist
fucking
attack has he committed?
7-minute
point
video
you a
of
terrorist
me
attack that Sheila
actually
Klein has
defending you to
participated
your
in.
audience
What
because that
terrorist
would
attack
kind of
did this guy
betray the narrative that you've
Would you point
presented.
It's almost done. It's
But
almost
as
done.
far-
Hassan, it's almost
He
done.
would
Go
perhaps
ahead.
benefit tremendously if I did watch his YouTube videos
Here.
on this channel, but I'm
Listen.
never gonna fucking do that.
So you said he would benefit tremendously if I watched him, but I will never fucking do that until he starts shitting on Ethan. By the way, my
No.
community doesn't harass people.
That's not true. Let me explain to you what.
Absolutely,
Do you
provably,
want to
empirically
hear
true.
my perspective, or do you want to fucking just keep playing clips that your production team put together? Okay, so Bad Empanada.
Sorry for preparing.
No. There's no problem with that. I mean, you're still doing a horrible job at it, but it's all good. So
We'll see.
Bad Empanada is crazy. I still say that. He attacks me all the fucking time. He says I'm a Jewish exceptionalist Zionist. Okay, like. There's disagreements that I have with Bad Empanada. There's disagreements with his tactics, as I've shown in that video, as I've said in that video. There's disagreements with the way he presents himself. But if you noticed in that video, I also said something. His work on YouTube, okay, his work on his YouTube essays stands alone. Bad Empanada on his
What
YouTube
about his videos
essays,
attacking me? Are
especially when
those
it's
is that part of
issue-specific,
his
Bad
great
Empanada
body of
on
work?
his YouTube essays, especially when it's issue specific, are actually very instructive.
Then why are you
very
watching one's
informative.
called Ethan Klein as a Zionist baby killer? Why are you watching that one? Is that part of his master body of collection? Is that part of the Criterion collection there, buddy?
Yes.
Why does Bad... Okay, it is, good. Why does Bad Empanada role-play hunting Hila and killing her in video games?
Have I ever said that I think that's appropriate?
I think... No, of course not.
Yeah.
But what you are
Okay.
doing is endorsing this guy.
Do I agree with you that Bad Empanada is crazy and also does crazy shit because he's a fucking scraggly internet troll who is, once again, as a separate, you like to compartmentalize Israel proper from doing a genocide. I like to compartmentalize the content that I'm consuming from a guy who I do think is doing well-sourced, well-researched YouTube essays, who also happens to be a fucking freak who literally hates
Ethan
me.
Klein
But
is
in
a
terms of the
Zionist dog, and
blockade
by the
on
way, I
Bad
want to kill his
Empanada,
wife.
the reason why that blockade ended, and I've watched other videos that are not related to you from Bad Empanada in the past on this broadcast as well.
How many?
The reason why
How
that
many?
blockade ended is because
How many of you watched Not About Me?
What? The reason
How
why...
many videos of his have you watched that are not about me?
I don't know.
Maybe
I have no idea.
I don't know. Maybe
I've
one.
watched a fuck ton though. I've watched a fuck ton of Bad Empanada videos.
And are most of them about me?
No, not all of them are about you.
please. Actually, this segues perfectly. You claim I'm obsessed with you.
Okay.
That's part of the narrative, right?
I mean, that's not just me claiming that, Ethan. I think
no.
at this point, a lot of people see it, right?
Very good. Well, let's see. Let's see. Oh, God damn it. Well, I got to refresh this. So here's an example from one of these clip channels. These are all different clips, right? Over a 2-month period, there's edited down 24 hours of you talking about me. 24 hours. That's
These
over
are
the
most
60.
likely.
Hold on.
These are fan channels.
Let me.
These are
over a
fan channels.
60-day
This is
period, that's
disingenuous.
24 minutes per day.
Ethan, these are fan channels. This is disingenuous.
Right.
You're presenting
Right.
the same. You're presenting.
Okay,
fan
first of
channels
all,
that
I'm
are
just showing how
posting-
much you talk about me on stream. Second of all, that the fan channel
Ethan.
defense is let me finish. The fan channel thing is a clever part of your disinformation campaign to avoid any responsibility. And the fact is, if I wanted to show all your fan channels, this is how many fucking videos was uploaded about me in the last 22 days. You think that's regular? You think that's
Ethan, I
regular?
have no control over my fan
obsessed with
channels.
you.
What do you mean? You're literally showing the same. I say one thing on on my Twitch
66
stream.
videos about
I say
me.
one thing on my Twitch stream. Fan channels make the video of the same thing over and
And
over
you
again.
love
so of
it.
course
It's
gonna
all
look
part,
like
so
I'm
you don't
talking
ever have
about
to
you a
accept
lot more than it
responsibility.
actually is, but it's actually the same fucking video.
Yeah. No. Well, so yeah, this is the total.
It's
no,
the
no, no.
same moment.
No. This
It's
has the same
usually
moments.
the
The
same
last one
moment
does
multiplied.
not.
Go back to the
No,
fucking
this one
photo.
does not have this. No, this one does not have the same moments. This one is unique times you talked
Okay.
about me on your stream. Well, why are you to deny that you talked about me for 24 hours of unedited content the past 2 months, 24 minutes per day, 7 days a week?
For the past 2 months.
Yes, 24 minutes a day.
I don't deny that, probably.
Okay,
because
so
I
and
think
I'm
you are up until this very moment, you have presented yourself as someone who is actually playing a formative role in deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators. That was the reason why I'm having this conversation with you. Also, now, I'm glad that you brought up the obsession.
Hold on. Do you think
because
this is
I have some
reasonable?
numbers as well.
Hold on, you're accusing me of being obsessed, Hassan. Is this reasonable? Or is this obsessed behavior? At what point does it become obsessed behavior? At 30 minutes per day? Because I don't talk about you that much, not even close.
Ethan, I have some information as well to present to you. Okay?
Go ahead. And by the way, just take this in.
On
okay?
your
Last 60
Instagram
days.
stories alone, since January 1st, 2025. Hold on. Let me pull this up really quickly. You have on your Instagram stories, not including clips, since January 31st, you have mentioned me 110 times.
What? Based on what? I don't
on
believe
your
that.
Instagram story
hold on.
post.
From what period?
Since
From what period of time?
January 31st.
Hold on. Since
no,
what
that's
date?
You, not fan channels. This
I'm
is
asking
your
you for what
Instagram.
date? What's your date? What's the date? I'm asking.
January 31st. Since
2023?
January 31st, on your Instagram stories,
What
not
year?
including clips,
What
you have
year?
mentioned me.
What year?
Oh, 2025.
So you're saying I storied about you 100 times this year?
110.
That's an absolute fucking lie.
110
Show me the evidence of that.
times.
Show me your evidence. I've got pictures. What do you got? I talked
This
about you
is before
110
the
times.
clips.
Show me.
You have basically 1.2 posts per day about me, 9 stories per week.
Where are you? Show me the evidence.
We tabulated it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the dump. Oh, no. It's
Son,
shocking. It shocked you, it seems.
Sure, yeah, but this isn't a somehow. By the way, this doesn't surprise you. 66 videos about me in the last 2 months.
110
They're not my channels. They
Instagram
operate
stories.
with your
When you
approval,
look at
under your direction.
When you
it's
look
part
at
of
me
your disinfo
referencing
campaign
you,
to
it's
avoid
almost
responsibility. It's so
always
obvious.
Within the context, it's almost always within the context of you literally fucking Haas tweet. When are we in agreement? Hassan called me
you
stupid,
say
and I said my video is bad.
You're
but
streaming
wait.
it, bro. You're streaming the hate videos. You're streaming. This is what you stream. I make
Ethan, your
a
entire
story.
fucking stream is a hate video. What are you talking about? Your entire subreddit is a hate subreddit against me, which is fine. You want to do that, you can do that. That's precisely the reason why Reddit literally got back to you when you fucking cried to them about the snark channels and said, what are you talking about? You basically have a harassment channel on Reddit. How are you complaining about this? Not only that, but you also tried to sue anonymous Redditors to dox them,
what?
which you
When did I try
openly
to sue?
stated
Whoa,
you wanted to
whoa.
dox them
When
to
did I-
their families.
What?
You
This is on
sent frivolous lawsuits to Redditors, to anonymous Redditors, knowing full well that they would be scared into submission. You also posted about that on your Instagram stories as well.
Can
Ethan.
anonymous
I know you
anonymous
think
Redditors
Instagram
defame
stories
you
go
and harass
away.
you? Can anonymous posters who literally posted fake, they doctored posts, posted it on our subreddit saying I was banning people who are wishing a happy Ramadan. Okay,
I
and
don't
that went
even know
viral.
what the deal was. I don't even
it
know what
got
the fuck
picked-
that was about.
Well, it's an
Did you
outright
or
lie.
did you not?
Hold on, dude. Let me
Did you or did
respond.
you
You
not
just
get your lawyer to.
You need to stop because
Did you or
I'm
did
gonna.
you not get your
I'm
lawyer
gonna
to
answer.
try to bully, extort people that are anonymous Redditors?
Extort?
Sure,
Who's
they
extorting?
said some shit about you.
Bro, let
it's
me
fucked up.
answer.
It's
Are you just
bullshit.
going to
Okay.
fucking gish? Okay, you want to make this interview unwatchable? Is that your goal?
Go on.
Yeah, kind of, right? So let me talk. These anonymous posters, okay, were showing pictures of the front of our office, organizing to meet there. They were, I know you haven't seen it, but it's true. They have documented, I have proof of them faking a post saying I was banning people wishing Ramadan that was posted to Snark, that went viral in your community. It was picked up by people in your community, leftist Twitter, TikTok, etc.
If you
It was
can
an outright lie.
find one
It was
instance
defamation.
where
And by
I
the
have
way,
talked
fuck
about,
yeah, those people
if you
should be
can
held
find one instance
accountable.
where I've talked about you, Ramadan, whatever the fuck, I will give
I'm
you $1 million.
explaining the context, dude.
I didn't even
You're
know
accusing
about
me
this
of
until
something.
this moment. What are you talking about?
Bro, you're unreal. I'm explaining the context. How's that weird? You accuse me of something. I'm explaining
because
why.
you're saying that I'm responsible for this when I
Is
have
there-
no fucking clue
Let me. No,
what
I'm
you're
not.
talking about. I only
said
saw
your
the
community.
litigation.
Is it ever, Hassan? Is it ever okay to sue a random Redditor for a reason? Is there ever a good reason?
There could be.
Okay, very good. Well,
There could
they
be.
were
Do you
fucking.
think?
They're-
about this
Okay,
instance.
well, great. It's not that
one
crazy
of the
then.
redditors that you sued. Okay.
I didn't sue
not
anyone.
Only did
First
you
of all,
sue for copyright infringement, but in the
Hassan,
process,
you're lying. You are absolute. Hold on,
in
you're
the
lying.
process
So you have
of
to
suing
stop.
them for
I have not
copyright
sued anybody.
infringement, your lawyer demanded such insane things. Your only option to avoid litigation, you provide our office with all correspondence you've had with the moderators of H3 Snark. You provide our office with all correspondence you've had with other H3 Snark users. You provide our office with all
You know why?
correspondence you have had with Reddit.
Do you know why?
What does that mean? You
Do you know
provide our
why?
office with information regarding the identities of H3 Snark moderators. What
know
does
why?
that mean? And then your lawyer says,
I'm trying to
if
tell
do
you. You
not-
just asked me what does it mean, bro.
if you do not or cannot satisfy all 5 conditions, TEI will sue you for copyright infringement and misrepresentation. Do
Okay,
you
so
think
first of
that-
all-
does your lawyer
Dude,
think that you
stop.
can just
Let
like,
me
make people
answer.
dance if they
All right.
if they got him on
Do
a
you
copyright
want
claim?
to have a conversation, or do you want to just talk uninterrupted? I mean, that's what you do every day. Let's have a conversation. Okay?
Sure.
All right. Do you know why we sent them that letter?
I don't.
Well, well, I mean, do you think that the context might be important?
Sure.
Okay, so then what the fuck are you doing?
I'm listening. I'm waiting for you to explain. Just like you didn't explain why you had 110 Instagram stories, by the way. Which was shocking to
This
even
person,
you.
by the way, these people were committing continual copyright infringement. They were posting clips with the stated intention, Hassan, of stealing views from us. This person, we took down the DMC post, and they
Stealing views from
erroneously.
you how? By posting.
I'm sorry. Do you want me to respond? This person
stealing views from you how? By
'Cause
posting
they
on
say-
Reddit?
Yes, duh. What the fuck are you talking about?
So you're
Really?
admitting that you were admitting that you literally filed a fucking frivolous,
really are
a
stupid.
frivolous
That is-
copyright infringement lawsuit. You
Do you know what a
fair
law-
use Ethan Klein
You know what the difference between a letter and a
filed
lawsuit?
a frivolous lawsuit to try
not
and
frivolous.
stop people from criticizing you on Reddit? Stealing views from you how?
Because they
By
say
posting it on Reddit?
Yes, duh. What the fuck are you talking about? Really?
So you're admitting that you literally filed a fucking frivolous,
really are stupid.
A
That is-
frivolous copyright infringement lawsuit.
Do you know what a law-
Fair use.
Do you know the
Ethan
difference between a
Klein
letter and a lawsuit?
Filed a frivolous lawsuit to
not
try
frivolous.
and stop people from criticizing you on Reddit.
Did I say
Do you know how many people
do you know-
criticize me on my Reddit?
I didn't say
Do you know how many people
criticize.
criticize me on your
Oh
Reddit?
my god, this is so
Imagine if
pointless.
I was fucking suing them.
Bro,
How
you-
much would you talk about that?
You know what? I want to ask you something. They're posting
Wait, wait,
paywall.
wait, hold
They were
on,
posting
hold on.
paywalled content and saying,
crazy.
"Watch it here so
Hold
that you don't
on,
support
hold on
Ethan."
now.
Okay,
Hold on
spare
now.
me.
Oh,
now let me ask
God.
you a question because this is fucking dumb. Okay, you always say that whenever. First of all, let me give you a stat. In front of you.
When you dropped the content nuke, I said, I'm willing to talk to you. And you knew it wasn't going to look
Oh
good.
my God, bro,
As
so
today has
stupid.
demonstrated.
I said
and that's
just
precisely
watch
why
the-
you tried to add additional
said watch
qualifications
the
to it. Like,
video.
oh, just watch my video. Just watch my video.
Yeah, that's super reasonable. Why the fuck would I have a conversation with you about a video you haven't seen?
Because it's me. I'm speaking. I know the clips.
It's not a
because-
biography. You understand
Ethan,
that,
can I
right?
ask a question
Do
for
you
you?
understand the difference between a biography and a video that's critical of your positions? Do you understand the difference?
Ethan,
hold on. Do you understand? Because I'm not
what's
sure you understand.
interesting for all the
it's
people
not
who
a
are tuning in
biography,
right now-
Hassan. It's not about the points in your life about your mom and your dad and growing up with your family. I'm making specific arguments that I've articulated that you have not seen.
Very
so how the
poorly,
fuck-
by the way.
How do you know that? You haven't watched it.
Because I'm talking to you.
Because
And
I've
you
watched
haven't-
11 hate
and you
videos.
haven't articulated a single good point yet. But also,
By the way,
I'll
I said
tell
I would
you why.
debate you if you watched it. It's very
I'll tell
simple.
you why. I'll tell you why.
You were dodging as fuck.
Because I responded to your context nuke before the nuke came out.
What you
There
can't
is a
provide,
video
by the
on
way.
my channel. There's a video on my channel that I urge all of you who are interested to go and watch. It is sitting at like what, 600,000 views? Not that many people watch it as opposed to the content nuke, okay? In that video, you will notice that months prior to Ethan's context puke, months prior to that, I addressed every single claim he made in his
You didn't watch the video.
Do
How
I
do you
have
know
the
that?
capacity to
You didn't
do
watch the
I
video.
have the capacity to see the future?
So where'd you get the list? Do someone send you a list of all my points?
How? How did
Why
I
not just
answer
watch
all
the
of his
video then?
questions?
Why not just watch the video?
Wait,
It seems
did I get a
cowardly. You're like,
list of all your
I don't want to
points?
watch the video.
Did I
Just
get
send
a
me a
list of all your
list of
points,
all the
Ethan?
things. So
Ethan?
I can't get,
Ethan?
I don't want to get my feelings hurt. And
Ethan,
maybe
you consider
he's making a good
yourself-
point.
You have, in the cringiest
Why not
ways
watch the
possible,
video?
considered yourself to be Kendrick Lamar in this beef, this one-sided beef that you created initially, that I didn't
That's
respond
right.
to until you tried to deplatform me and people who are pro-Palestine. Okay. So
Who cannot,
let me
by
explain
the way,
to you something.
being
Why did I
pro-Palestine
have-
means you are
why did I have
infallible
all
and can
the
never be
information?
criticized. That's awesome.
Why
logic.
did I have
you
all
want
the
to talk about the
information that I
content
actually
nuke, Hassan?
responded to?
Hassan, you want to talk about the content nuke? Can you name one clip that was out of context? You call it the context puke. Name one clip that was taken out of context.
Watch
Go
my
ahead.
video and you'll find out.
Name one.
Watch my video.
Go ahead. It's about
No,
me.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'll show you. Okay. So, one of the best examples that we were initially going to get to, and then we went on a long, drawn-out sequence over sexual
out of
assaults, is
context?
that one of the clips that you used, in your context nuke, was the claim that I deny rapes happen. It was from.
I showed evidence.
It was from.
That wasn't out of context. That was an opinion.
At the time, that thing that you clipped, were me being like, rapes happening do not change the dynamic for me, which was about.
We talked about this, bro. Can we please
hold
talk
on,
about
hold on.
something else? It's exhausting.
That argument, quite literally, was me.
Why are we going over this again,
defending the
dude?
likelihood of rapes happening, Ethan.
cares?
Do you
I
feel
wanna
like
talk
that was
about
an
something
appropriate
else.
way to show that I was a rape
It wasn't out
denier?
of context, bro. It literally wasn't out of context. What else do you have?
Do you
I
feel
showed,
like? Wait, what do you mean? You
I
can't just
showed
say
you.
that wasn't out of context. That is the
How
context.
was it out of context? How was it out of context?
Because that was an argument that I was having with a chatter who was saying, why don't you deny that rapes have happened? And I was saying, there is a likelihood
What about all
that
the other
they
ones?
might have happened because rapes
What about
are
all the other
actually-
ones?
Rapes are
What about all
actually
the other ones?
commonplace. Sexual assault is commonplace in
about
conflicts
all the
in
other
general.
clips?
So without evidence, I am not going to immediately dismiss these claims.
What? Okay, so you
Do you
here
feel like that was
that-
sufficient to show that I was actually that I was actually at that moment saying like,
I think
oh,
I showed
no.
sufficient evidence, yes. But the video's an hour and 40 minutes long. It's
Wait,
very
so-
long.
oh,
That's
so
one
you recognize
example.
that
That's
was
one
out of
small.
context.
What else is out of context? Go on.
Okay, great. All right, let me give you the master list. Okay, if you want to watch the context of it, we can also go through these videos as well. Or you can just take my word for it. Up to you. What do you want to do? You want to go through the videos one by one, or do you want to?
Give me examples that was out of context.
Okay. One of the other things that you've consistently done, aside from also the dude that you claimed was my fan, who now you admit
Oh
wasn't
my
my fan,
God,
that you
bro.
falsely said was my fan.
Criminy. Jiminy fucking cricket.
Okay, was the usage of the term inbred. I use inbred as a wait, what? What is going
Because
on?
I
You
have
asked me
that.
for-
Because I knew you were going to do this, and I have the clip pulled. Let's play it.
Okay,
And
play
then
it.
you can
The Jewish KKK brigades out there, just a bunch of fucking inbred hicks. Imagine the most inbred white supremacist guy you can imagine, okay? Every week there was another fucking psychopathic settler, inbred fucking douchebag. Oh, these inbred fucking douchebags in the background, dude. A nation entirely comprised of messianic, inbred,
Pause it for a second.
ultra-orthodox psychopaths that these inbred don't understand. Educated, inbred, fundamentalist hicks.
Calling us in the middle of campus, calling us inbred, that we have no culture. One of them grabbed my friend's Israeli flag in the middle of campus, carried it to a mob by the gate that were communicating with the angry mobs outside of campus.
awesome.
Untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, telling us that we are all inbred and that we have no culture.
You want to? You got to watch this part too.
Inbred, 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 inbred,
I wanna pause so bad.
inbred, 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 inbred.
What is that?
The clips that, and that's not necessarily the algorithm.
Okay, so yeah, go ahead and defend your continual use of the word inbred to describe Jewish people. Go on.
Wait, do you think I'm describing all Jewish people as inbred? Is that what your assessment is here?
Microaggressions, my friend. We're pretending they don't exist.
Dude, come on.
You continually refer to Jewish
You
people
are
as
such
inbred.
a pussy. Oh my god. Yeah, dude. Of course
I mean,
I'm
talk
calling
about-
the fucking Kahanis Jewish supremacist settlers inbred. Why is it that you tried to defend the actual Kahanis settlers that were destroying humanitarian aid? When I was calling them fucking inbred, you were like, oh, why? They're just nice young Jewish boys, you said, when describing that fucking video. You looked at
So
a
again,
video, you looked at a video.
Hassan, you have a chronic problem with the truth. Here's what you're talking about.
Douchebags in the
Like, these
background,
are just
dude.
dudes. By the way, this is the
Playing the
difference
same
between me and
clip again.
Hassan. When I get criticized, I pull it up and I watch the fucking criticism. Hassan opens Comrade KC tweets and Snark posts and reads their interpretation of my video. Talk about being a pussy. You need people to hold your hands. Let's fucking be real here.
Yeah, I'm so scared of you. That's why I wanted to debate you.
And this is an ongoing like joke with this community. These are just fucking benign dudes. Just I don't know what the fuck they're doing. It looks like they're doing charity or something. It looks like they've got water or boxes or something, like they're helping. And he's going, oh, look at these inbred fucks. It's like, bro, who are you? What are you? By the way, even if they're doing whatever bad, you're still calling Jewish people inbred repeatedly. You understand that, right?
They're fucking Nazis, Ethan. What's wrong with you? They're participating
You're
single-handedly in a
referring
genocide.
continually to Jewish people as inbred, bro.
No, I call
you don't think
all
that can
fucking-
affect people?
I call all racist right-wing reactionaries inbred. It's one of the fucking terms that I can use that isn't like immediately slammed.
How about one that doesn't feed into like an
racially
anti-Semitic
insensitive?
trope? Why did you laugh when that guy said that people were calling them inbred on campus? Why was that funny?
What? What do you mean? Because it's a fucking crybully claiming that he was a victim of
Crybully?
harassment.
He was walking through campus.
What?
He was walking through campus. How is he a crybully?
No, he's a crybully for going on Fox to be like, I was under attack. I was victimized once again.
What was the bully aspect?
What do you mean? When some... What is
To
the
be a
bully
crybully,
aspect?
there needs to
Ethan,
be a bully
have
aspect. Where's
have
the
you
bully
fucking-
aspect?
Have you literally left your goddamn Bel Air mansion for a second and looked at the news? Do you know what's going on? An entire year of genocide side by side with people claiming that Jews are being victimized
Call
on
them
college
fascists.
campuses
Call
has
them
now led
pieces of
to
shit.
the
Call them
fucking
terrible
Gestapo
people. Your
literally
insistence
packing
on
up
calling
pro-Palestinian
Jewish
student
people inbred
activists.
is
You
a
don't think that those fucking
conscious
dipshits
choice
played a role in
in
that on
spreading
Fox News of all places?
straight up
What the fuck is
anti-Semitism.
wrong with you? Of course you're not pro-Palestine. This is the reason why nobody thinks you're pro-Palestine, okay? Because you do this dumb shit. Because you can't fucking see the world outside of how you feel slighted by.
So you're saying people think I'm pro-Palestine because I don't like your repeated use of the word inbred against Jews?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you're running defense for Kahanists who are literally
I'm not defending them.
Nazis.
I'm attacking you.
No,
How is me saying why you
You are fucking crying about me calling Nazis inbred in the process of them destroying
All the
humanitarian
clips?
aid, going into Gaza, and then
All
you're
the
going,
clips?
they look like kind boys.
Yeah, I
they
took
look
it back
like
immediately.
Nice boys that were just holding the humanitarian aid. How do you assume that people won't
I
see that and
literally
go, what
took
the
it back
fuck is
immediately.
wrong with you?
I admit I was wrong and took it back immediately when I learned the context. Do you
Oh
know
my
how that
God,
works?
there's a lot more.
Have
Do
you
you wanna
ever
keep going? Piece by
Have you
piece?
ever? No, it's fucking boring.
Oh, now it's boring.
Because because you're a
Well,
chronic
this
liar.
is-
I went
but
back.
Maybe I wasn't afraid of the context nuke, okay?
I
Maybe I
went
wasn't
back.
afraid of it, but I was
See, this-
worried that you were
this-
going to fucking clip shit out of context and keep chirping to your audience and lie to
This
them.
con-
And now you can't lie to them. And all of a sudden, lo and behold, half of the fucking shit that we've talked about,
All
you've
right,
backtracked
here, let's do
on.
this.
Maybe that's the reason why people think you're fucking pro-Israel at a time when you say that they're doing a genocide.
You said that the Houthi Luffy was not a pirate.
He's not.
Or I'm sorry, not Houthi affiliated.
He's not, but even if he was, I wouldn't care. I hope you understand that. I do
'Cause
not
that's rewriting
think,
history.
I'm gonna say this very clearly.
No,
to
it's
you.
not that you
I'm gonna
cared,
say
it's
this
that you
very clearly
fucking
to you
glazed them
right
up.
now. 10 toes down. Are you ready for this?
Go
I
ahead.
believe what the Houthis are doing in terms of stopping Israel doing a genocide to implement a blockade on the Red Sea is a good thing. 10 toes fucking down. They are on the morally right side. Don't you also think they're on the morally right side, Ethan?
What have they
You're
done?
supposed to, you're
Hold on.
saying that it's a genocide. What the
What have they
fuck
done?
are they supposed to do?
They hijacked a boat that had nothing to do with Israel.
That's
like
not
fucking
true.
bravo.
That's not true.
Really? What was that? What did it have to do with Israel?
It was literally owned by an Israeli through the
It was
fucking
partially
islands.
owned. Is a big multi-conglomerate company that was partially owned by an Israeli.
Yes. And
it was bound for fucking for
doesn't
Turkey
matter.
from
What do you mean?
India.
What do you
There was,
think
they
BDS is,
kidnapped
dude? What do you
5
think BDS stands
totally
for?
unrelated Filipino
You also
fucking
said it
prisoners
wasn't
and
owned by an
kept
Israeli,
them
by the way,
prisoners
in
for a
your fucking
year.
video. Are you going to take that back too now? Now you admit that you were wrong on that part too?
Take what back?
Wow, what
I
are we
didn't hear
on?
you.
4? 5? How many points have you actually backtracked on?
I don't know
so
what,
far?
what I don't know what you're accusing me of. What was I wrong about?
You said in your video that it had nothing to do with Israel. You claimed that it wasn't owned by an Israeli
Partially owned by an
conglomerate.
Israeli guy?
You were wrong.
Partially owned by an Israeli guy? It's British owned. It's owned
It
by a
is an
British
Israeli
company.
conglomerate
It's
that
owned by
owns
a
the
British
fucking
company.
ship.
So it's owned by a British
You literally claimed
company.
that it was owned by Isle of Man. It was an Isle of Man ship. Like you
It
think
is.
all of these ships mysteriously are just owned by that, and it's not a fucking easy flag to
How
get.
much of this? How much of this? So, if this Jewish or this Israeli guy,
0.5.
if this Israeli guy, how much does he need to own of this business that owns this boat to justify? Is it 0.1? Is it 0.2? Is it 5%? How
I
much?
don't know, and I don't
Anything.
care because I think that even if they
Oh, you should.
even if they got some of the ships wrong, I still think they're on the right side. Don't you?
I mean, like, I
I'm
agree
not
with
even
their.
conceding on that front, by the way, because I do think that once again that was owned by an Israeli conglomerate, and you
No, it
lie on your
wasn't.
fucking
That's an
video.
outright lie. You're lying. It's not owned by an Israeli conglomerate. You're fucking lying. That's an outright pathetic lie.
You said
and
it
you're
was an
basically
Isle
running
of
defense
Man.
for a
You
terrorist
said the flag
organization.
was on
now,
Isle of Man.
do I defend what they do? I think what they're doing, their message is good. Their method is terrible.
Oh, you wait, dude. Let's ring up the fucking Al Houthi family real quick. Tell us how you would stop a genocide when you're the poorest country
Well,
on
not
the fucking
hijacking
planet
an unaffiliated
that
boat and
withstood-
kidnapping 15 fucking nationals and holding them for a year. How is that helping
Yeah,
anyone?
that's another thing that you actually got wrong, by the way, that even fucking Willie Sloptube called you out on. Those people, by the time you had released your context puke, those people had been released. What
It
would
was
you
yeah,
do, Ethan?
I remember.
What would
They,
you do?
what did I said they were prisoners for a year. I know they were released. It literally happened like the day I was finishing the video.
Oh, it's just you couldn't.
They were
put
held.
it in there,
Were they held
you know?
prisoner for a year? Were they
You
held
couldn't-
prisoner for a year?
you
Were they
couldn't
held
put it-
prisoner
you
for a
couldn't put
year?
it- yeah, they
were
were,
they
they
held
were.
prisoner for a year?
Yeah, they were. They were held
That's what I
hostage.
said. Thank
yeah,
you.
they were held hostage for sure.
So how's that help Israel taking a bunch of Filipino fucking unaffiliated
Do you understand
sailors
the concept
hostage
of
for a year?
deterrence?
Well, how's it deter Israel kidnapping fucking?
Do you understand the concept of
foreign
deterrence?
sailors.
Yes.
How is that a
stopping-
deterrence?
It is a show of force to stop other, successfully, mind you, to stop other commercial
really.
shipping from going through. They literally bankrupted an entire Israeli port. I'd say that's numbers on the fucking board, baby. And like I said, 10 toes down, support that initiative. Because if you believe it's a genocide, what the fuck are they supposed to do? Should they not? Should they allow their coastline to continue having commerce as though nothing is going on up there in Palestine, where Israel is doing a genocide in Palestine? How do you think the Yemeni population should have responded to the Israeli genocide? Should they have sat back and just let it happen?
Yemeni is not Houthi, by
and
the
also,
way.
they can't say, obviously, they fucking can't say from the river to the sea, Palestine, because that scares you, Ethan. So obviously they can't do that either. So what
Scares-
how can
I mean,
these
it doesn't-
people-
it's what
how
Norman
can people
Finkelstein
be
said.
pro-Palestine in a way that you think is appropriate?
Were your example is hijacking an unaffiliated ship and kidnapping
It's not
15
unaffiliated.
sailors?
It's not unaffiliated. But even if it was unaffiliated,
is
as I've said
totally.
already, if it was unaffiliated, that wasn't unaffiliated. You lied about that, and
Was.
you recognize
I
that you lied about that for the
you're-
record.
you're-
But if it was,
People
if
can
it
look into it.
wasn't, even if it was,
Why did they kidnap? They didn't need to
unaffiliated-
kidnap random people. That's like terrorist shit. Why are they kidnapping random unaffiliated sailors? How are you
Ethan,
defending
you know
that?
you know what's terrorist
You're defending
shit?
them kidnapping
You know what's
these
terrorist shit, Ethan?
unrelated
You know what's
foreign
terrorist shit?
sailors?
Israel fucking blowing up a humanitarian aid flotilla.
When did I defend that?
1,002. No, I'm not saying you're defending that. I'm just explaining to you what actual terrorism looks like.
Well, you
Israel,
are defending
as
terrorism,
of this
though.
conversation taking place,
And you've
Israel
done it many
last
times
night
during this
literally
conversation.
drone striked
a fucking humanitarian aid ship that was headed for Gaza off the coastline of Malta. That's real fucking terrorism. What the Houthis are doing, on the other hand, is resistance. And it's not only moral, but it's just and
very good. You're right. You're so righteous.
Is served,
do you think that the Filipino hostages who are held there for a year agree that that was an awesome, that was an awesome act of resistance?
Probably not. Can you explain to me what you would do? What would you do?
I think, well, first of all, I think that like there's something to be said for stopping the cargo in that strait, but they're doing it insanely fucking stupid. They're stopping unaffiliated ships and they're kidnapping unaffiliated people. How is that good?
Damn, dude.
They're doing
it's not
it
an
bad.
unaffiliated ship, by the way. But even then,
you won't explain how it's affiliated. You said it's owned by an Israeli conglomerate. That is an outright lie. Hold on, you're doing disinformation right now. It was not owned by an Israeli conglomerate. You said that. Yes, it was a lie. Galaxy Leader is a vehicle carrier that was owned by a British company, operated by a company connected. It was connected. It wasn't even, he didn't even own it. It was connected to an Israeli businessman. It was co-owned by a business that this Israeli guy was involved in.
Co-owned by Abraham Ongar.
So what? You know his name.
What do you mean? It's co-owned by an Israeli. What are we talking about?
No, it's co-owned by a company that has an Israeli dude affiliated with it.
Well, you asked me how it's connected.
It's owned by a British company.
You asked me how it's connected. I'm telling you how it's connected.
Well,
and
you're
now
lying
you don't like
about how
that
it's
connection.
connected. No, you're lying. That's what I don't like.
I'm not lying. The ship info is readily available, Ethan.
Yeah, I agree. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter anyway. The problem for me, really,
it doesn't matter. Okay, that's point
the
number 5
larger
that you also presented falsely on your context puke.
The problem is more the kidnapped sailors. I just don't understand you can justify kidnapping a bunch of unaffiliated sailors.
I don't, Ethan.
You are.
Ethan,
you go. Have you ever heard of deterrent?
Yeah. Walk with me through this carefully.
Yeah, please explain to me how it's justifiable to kidnap 15 sailors.
Ethan, what would you do? You have a better way to do it, I think. We're gonna figure it out.
Well, like I said, you can do it without kidnapping unaffiliated.
During the Holocaust,
holding them for a year.
There were militancy, resistance, okay, that cut off
cheapest and weakest worker rules, environmental rules.
Warranted?
It's completely irrelevant. Why did they hold them for a year?
I don't know.
Okay, because they're terrorists.
What? Because they're terrorists?
Oh, what? Yeah, they're terrorists. They kidnap innocent civilians.
Are they? So the people
Filipino guys?
The people that are resisting against the Israeli genocide that you call a genocide
sailors have to do with
are
that?
actually terrorists because you don't agree with their
innocents?
fucking methods. But you have no way. You have
Kidnapping
no alternative.
innocents.
You have no alternative. You call
That's
it a
not
genocide.
true. I
They're
said just
supposed
don't
to sit
kidnap
around.
innocent people.
Nothing else.
It's easy. Just don't kidnap innocent people. They could have done that, right? They could have taken the boat. They could have commandeered the boat and not kidnapped people, right?
Damn.
Oh,
Okay,
is that possible?
Fair. Do you think that warrants the standard of saying that one of the only groups that is doing militancy against and resisting against Israel's genocide, which they stopped, by the way. They literally stopped when Israel actually followed through on a ceasefire. If they were just, erroneously and randomly fucking trying to claim ships because they're pirates, they want to live the pirate life, then obviously they wouldn't have stopped doing that, don't you think? And they only started their blockade after Israel started starving Gaza again, and then also turned around.
What does that have to do with innocent sailors?
Ethan, I don't think you want to go down this route.
I'm ready. What do you mean?
People is terrorism. Is Israel terrorist? Is the IDF terrorist?
I mean, you could characterize
Is the
it that
IDF
way.
terrorist?
I mean, it's an army, so it's a different thing. It's
why is it a different thing? You think the Ansar Allah movement doesn't have a standing army? They have an army.
The Houthis are like a hostile takeover of like a portion of Yemen. They're at odds with the government. It's different. They also own slaves, by the way.
We're going to talk about the Ansar Allah movement's history.
But I'll say yeah, Israel, the IDF is terrorist. Yes, the IDF is terrorism.
Hold on. Talk to me about how the Ansar Allah movement actually came to power without getting any notes from your Discord or anything like that. Explain to me the process in which Ansar Allah actually came to power. What?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know?
No.
It's
Yeah, you
really
should try
interesting
saying
because
that
in your
sometimes.
video you also used a lot of Saudi outlets to be like, these guys
Oh
are actually
my
doing
God,
slavery.
bro.
And it
Give
turned
me
out
one.
that actually the
Give me the Saudi
videos
outlets.
that you used did not even suggest that it was Ansar Allah that was doing slavery in the fucking poorest country on the planet. Okay,
The
literally the
Houthis
poorest
have
country
slaves.
on the planet.
That's not
they
even
weren't the ones who were
contested.
doing the slavery according to your own fucking video, but you still used it, and you used
Houthis have
Saudi
slaves,
propaganda
undisputed.
papers that at a time when Saudi
I just
Arabia
don't
was
understand why
doing
you're
a
defending
fucking
the
genocide.
Houthis for having slaves and kidnapping innocents. It's just so unnecessary.
What are you talking about,
Just
dude?
acknowledge that that they do terrible
Saudi-backed
shit.
government was the one that was actually doing slavery.
No, well, if they did, then the Houthis also have slaves. That's just a statement
No,
of
the
fact.
Houthis don't have shit. Okay, it's
They don't have shit. They don't have slaves. They don't even have slaves. They don't even have food. Like, what are you talking about?
That's not the point I'm making. They are the poorest country on the planet that just came out of a man-made
Yeah, and how's
famine.
that
backed
blockade, by the way,
Saudi
helping the
Arabia
country?
And the
How is the
UAE.
blockade
Why
helping
did
the
you
famine in
use-
Yemen? How's the blockade helping the famine in Yemen?
There is, as far as I understand, there's no longer a famine in Yemen. I'm talking about before, because you talked about how you were a regional expert.
What is blockading it doing for the poorest country on earth?
And their violent takeover of Yemen. So I was like trying to figure out what you know about this. Maybe you know something that I don't know. So I was trying to pick your brain a little bit on this
so
issue.
explain to
but
me why it
seems like you don't know
matters.
shit.
Sure, I don't know about this specific thing. Tell me why it matters.
Why it matters? What their blockade?
Yeah.
Oh,
Clearly,
their blockade is. Oh, their blockade is awesome.
No, why it matters how they came to power.
Oh, because you used Saudi newspapers in the time when Saudi Arabia,
it.
according to Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, all fucking NGOs, was doing a Western-backed blockade that was killing hundreds of thousands of people, and the the headlines that you used in your context puke were from Al Arabiya and numerous other outlets that had their own personal investment in vilifying the Ansar Allah movement. Having said that, of course, I also think that there are plenty to criticize about the Ansar Allah movement. I don't agree with everything that they're fucking doing, as I've said time and time again, like their banner, right? Their banner says "Curse the Jews," which you also presented in your video. Except, remember when you talked about Norm Finkelstein and how Norm Finkelstein doesn't agree with "From the River to the Sea, Palestine
You
will be free"?
agree with kidnapping civilians.
Can we play the clip of Norm Finkelstein talking about the "Curse the Jews" and how what he thinks about that? Let's do that. Let's pull up the clip of Norm Finkelstein's thoughts on
how is that
Houthis' actions
relevant?
and the
How is that
blockade
relevant?
against the Israelis. You
How is
used him
that
as
relevant?
a primary source earlier because you thought, he's a reputable guy, which I think I agree.
He said something that I've said that I've been criticized for.
Can
What
you-
does that have
Dan,
to do
can
with
you play this
every other
clip?
take he's taken? It
Can you
doesn't
play
mean
this
that I
clip?
support that like we're aligned with every other take in the world.
Dan, can you play this clip real quick? Sorry, this is 50 seconds.
I don't.
50
It's irrelevant.
I passed it along.
It's totally irrelevant.
What do you mean it's irrelevant?
Because who gives a fuck what he said about it?
Wait, what do you mean? You use
wanna
his,
talk about-
you
here,
use
listen,
his perspective on "From the River to the Sea" to imply that he agrees with you. I want to
He
see if you
does.
agree with him on this. Just play
Do
it.
you? All right, I'll play it.
Thank you.
So here, I'm gonna play it, okay? And then when this is done, let's move on to something I know we both want to talk about. You claimed, I'm gonna play it. I just want to set this up. You claimed that the worst thing I said in the context puke is that I wrongfully portrayed Jewish people fleeing from their countries, and I denied the Nakba somehow, which is crazy. So let's talk about that after this clip.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, perfect.
They
And
said,
by the way,
you're not going to scare us. You're not going to
I'll just say up front, we can end on that point.
Oh, I can keep going all day if you
I'm
want
sure you
to.
can. Yeah, I know. I know you go to bed tonight in a cool race car bed, but I have family.
Okay,
and
no,
kids.
that's fine. Why are you thinking about what my bedroom looks like? It's kind of weird, man.
Yeah. No, you're right. You fucking badass fucking sports car bed. It's a
very odd.
Here it is.
As long as the people in Gaza are subjected to a genocide, we won't stop. Do you know all the praise that's given to the Danish government because it helped evacuate Jews during World War II? But is there a case where a totally distant people did that for the people of Gaza? If I were to give a Nobel Peace Prize, I would divide it between three. South African delegation. Number two, those doctors who volunteered to go to Gaza, the Doctors Without Borders and others. One doctor, he was Palestinian. Why don't you leave? Because he had the option. He was able to go. He said, I didn't go to medical school for 30 years to abandon my people. He was killed. And the third, it's the Houthis. If genocide is the crime of crimes, the Houthis are the hero of heroes.
Yeah, I mean, the first two examples, I definitely agree. I think it's psychotic to give the Houthis a peace prize. That's,
Why?
Yeah, that's nuts.
Why?
Because what the fuck have they done for peace other than kidnap innocent civilians? What have they done for their own populace? This is, as you said, the poorest country on earth. What are they doing for peace?
The Houthis have created.
What does this have to do with the river to the sea?
Material consequences for Israel as it has implemented a genocide.
All right, let's give them a peace prize. Whatever, I don't care. Let's give them a peace prize.
They deserve it.
Yes, absolutely, without a doubt.
Wait, also, it's still
don't ask the unaffiliated prisoners who were held for a year, though.
No, I don't. I think you're missing the broader point here. You're missing the forest for the trees. Here, I'll give you a great example of this, by the way, because you spent a lot of time being like, the Houthis are bad. They're homophobic. I'm like, I'm sure they are. Holy shit. Also, Dan, it keeps pushing back to me on my end. Sorry.
Let's talk about the issue of the Nakba and stuff.
Hold on. I know you keep saying, "Oh, it doesn't matter. This is boring." Whenever you come across a point
no,
that
it's
irrelevant, you have to admit is wrong,
and you just talk and talk and talk. It makes the video unwatchable.
You said the Houthis are barbaric. They're homophobic. They hate women.
Homophobic.
All this shit, right? And I'm sure a lot of that is correct. Of course it is. It is the fucking poorest nation on the planet, and all it is known is fucking death and destruction. This doesn't justify having that sort of opinion, of course, but it certainly understands, don't you think? Certainly is part of the point, part of the problem. And the best possible way to probably get them to have a civil rights movement to give gays rights would probably be to stop fucking bombing them, as Joe Biden did, and as Donald Trump has done.
Yeah, that wasn't my chief criticism. And again, my criticism is that they are kidnapping civilians.
Yeah, I know. You don't like their methods, but you have no alternative method. Now,
I said just do it without kidnapping civilians, dude. It's not rocket science.
You said the IDF is maybe not a terror organization. But the IDF is a terror organization.
I didn't say that. Wrong. Again, a liar.
So you think the IDF is a terror organization?
I said yes.
You believe the IDF is a terror?
I think it would be. I think it's fair to characterize them that way.
Okay. Your wife was in the IDF.
Yeah.
Do you believe your wife is a terrorist?
Of course not.
You have considered a 19-year-old Yemeni TikToker who is not even a part of the Al-Houthi family with no Houthi affiliation, but simply a person that says he stands with the Houthis, and I do too, a terrorist over and over again because he has a gun in the second highest gun ownership density per capita. And because he responded to a fucking Instagram comment saying he's a soldier, a dude who doesn't even speak English, you kept claiming that he was a terrorist over and over again. His name is Rashid al-Haddad. He is not even a fucking Zaidi Shia. He's not even a part of the Houthi family. Because if he was a part of the Houthi family, his last name would be al-Houthi, not al-Haddad. Okay? This person, you looked at a 19-year-old fucking teenager who's a TikToker in the poorest country on the planet, who's only known death and destruction, and spent countless fucking hours looking through whatever his social media was to be like, this guy is bad. This guy is fucked up.
Let's look at it.
Of course he's fucked up. He lives in goddamn Yemen. Are you stupid?
Do you know what the bigotry of low expectations is?
You dumbass.
Do you know what the bigotry of low expectations is? You're saying because he's poor, he hates Jewish people? Let's watch.
No, it's not because he's poor that he hates Jewish people. It's because he lives in fucking Yemen. And in that part of the world, the only thing that people see is the dangerous conflation of Zionism and Judaism. Because the fighter jets that blow up their fucking schools have a Star of David next to them. And when the Palestinians are kidnapped, when they're fucking forced to go through military trial detention, they get fucking Stars of David carved on their heads. Israel is the one that dangerously and falsely claims to be the nation state of Jews. Israel is the one that makes everybody think that this action, all of the action, the genocide that you called a genocide is actually being done at the behest of Jews. So
That's
of
not
course,
true.
for everyone in that side
Israel
of the
doesn't
fucking
claim
world,
they're doing it
when they
on
say
behest
Jew,
of Jews.
it's interchangeable with Israel. Many of these people, including Refat
Do you think he's like
al-Ra'ad-
Anne Frank?
What?
Do you think he's like Anne Frank?
Oh, of course, absolutely. He has
Did
withstood
Anne-
genocide.
did Anne-
He has withstood genocide by the Saudi government.
the only-
Of course I do. I think that talking to, but my point that I
Anne
was fucking
Frank.
presenting, my point that I was fucking
Anne
presenting.
Frank is famous for being a pacifist and seeing the good in people despite a fucking Holocaust that took every member of her family but her dad. That's why she's inspiring. This guy went on
Would
Twitter
you-
and said,
would you
fuck
think
Jewish
Anne Frank
people.
would be less inspiring if she somehow was able to get out of the
If she
of
was like,
the
"I wanna
place that she
kill
was hiding
Germans
in
and hang
took
them,"
up
yeah.
arms against the Nazis? Would you say that Anne Frank is bad for that? Say Anne Frank is bad for that, Ethan.
For
Say
something
Anne
that
Frank
didn't
would be
happen?
bad if she took up arms against the violent Nazi occupation. Say it.
It wouldn't be the same, for sure.
Oh, it wouldn't be the
she's-
same. Why wouldn't it be?
She's famous for being a pacifist and seeing the good in people despite living through a Holocaust. Do you understand that? That's
If
not what.
Anne
let me
Frank-
let me show you. Let me show
Do
you.
you think that if Anne Frank
Israel isn't.
Do you think that if Anne Frank took up arms against the Nazi occupation, you would call
Israel
her
isn't
a bad
occupying
person?
Yemen anyway.
What?
Israel's not occupying Yemen.
Israel isn't. But for every single country in this region, American imperialism is all they
You say
have
the Saudis. You said this. Why don't they say death to Saudi Arabia on their flag? Why is it Jews? Why
Because
is
they're
it damn
directly
the Jews?
fighting Saudi Arabia. What are you
Oh,
talking
but I thought,
about?
oh, you see the Star of David. Of course they hate Jews. What about their? Why does their flag say death to fucking Israel and damn the Jews?
Their flag says death to America, death to Israel, a curse upon the Jews, which
Damn
I
the
have
Jews,
said time
curse
and time
upon the
again
Jews.
is kind of gauche, not acceptable, not appropriate
That's
by
nice.
Western standards. But if you listen to
Why
Norm
does it
has
say
a
Saudi
clip on
Arabia?
that too. Norm has a clip on that too. Do you want to see? Do you want to see it?
Let me show you this
Do you want
because
to
you've
hear
been going
Norm
on and on.
Finkelstein explain that?
No, I want to show you this. Okay, you've been talking and talking and talking and talking. Very good. Let's watch this.
Do you condemn
He
the
said-
Warsaw Ghetto Uprising,
Hassan,
Ethan?
you gotta stop.
Do you condemn the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising?
I'm gonna play this video. Okay. He says, ready for sacrifice. Maybe I read it.
Sacrifice and eager for martyrdom. Maybe he's talking about football? Here he is singing a song with the words, "Do you threaten us with what we are waiting for, son of a Jew?" Meaning of Houthi is a title, and it's not something to fear, but for the Jews. They are very afraid of this title. The execution we will carry out on all Zionists, with the lovely depiction of a man impaled through his asshole and out of his mouth with a pike. Or, how Hassan likes to say it, a pike for a cut. Okay, why would he
Are you done?
retweet this article called
No.
Houthis use social media to boost global prominence and support?
Okay.
Israel falls. Wait for the new operation in Tel Aviv, the Jaffa drone, which no Israeli defense can stop. The ships we bombed and sank. I know the Red Arrow is supposed to be a cool military Hamas thing. This is a butt plug. Just saying. To every Zionist, I will put this into your stomach. And let me state the obvious. Jew and Zionist is clearly interchangeable to this guy. Okay,
It
but
is.
hating Jews doesn't make you a Houthi. Are you a soldier? Yes. That seems pretty definitive.
Why did he say yes to "Are you a soldier"?
Bro, he doesn't even fucking speak English. You're like, oh, he's a soldier.
Oh.
Wait, even if he is, I'm gonna ask you a question very clearly and very deliberately. If Anne Frank
Just like
posted-
Anne Frank,
if
by
Anne
the
Frank if we had the internet during the time of the Holocaust and Anne Frank posted about this is what we're gonna do to the Nazis, would your analysis
it
of
would
Anne Frank change
Yes,
even
of
a little bit,
course.
even an iota?
Yes, of course it would, because she's famous for being a pacifist, not tweeting out death to all Zionists. She's famous for seeing the good in people, not fucking
Okay, well,
tweeting
you and I
out
have
that
a
we want to
disagreement
nuke
on
Israel.
that
What do you
one, because
mean?
I would not give a fuck. I would be loud and proud going, hey, that's what she said, that's what we're going to do to the Nazis? Fuck yeah, girl.
So
Get it.
after watching that compilation, you still agree that he's just like Anne Frank?
Did you not hear what I asked you?
I'm just summarizing.
Yes. Anne
Okay, very
Frank,
good.
Anne Frank died before she could resist. But if she did, I would never hold
She
that
was
against
fucking
her.
killed in a concentration camp, you
Exactly.
psychopath.
But if she did,
She was
but if she
exterminated with
did,
her whole
I would
fucking
never hold
family.
that
Her
against
dad's
her.
the
Would
only one that
you?
survived and
But you
recovered
wouldn't
her
hold that
journal. Are you
against her
fucking
either,
mad?
Ethan, right? Would you hold that against her? Would you hold that against Anne Frank?
I wouldn't
if
hold it
she-
against her, but she wouldn't be the same historical figure that said, despite my family being killed in concentration camp and everyone being murdered, I'm still a pacifist that sees the good in people. What the fuck what's so confusing about that? Not kill Zionists, not nuke Israel, not a pike through Zionist assholes.
I can't believe we're once again discussing the posts of a dude in Yemen who is
You really
19
like to
fucking
do
years
that.
old. Okay.
Well, you said he's
so-
not a Houthi. I mean, you went on and on and on and on about how he's just some random fucking innocent kid that you platformed
He is
and
he
glazed the fuck
absolutely
up,
is.
by
And
the
even
way.
if he
Which is,
wasn't,
by
I
the
would-
way, just terrible journalism. Like you have KFC in Yemen? Is that the fucking best question you have for someone who's apparently surviving a genocide in Yemen, who's been with the crew of kidnapped hostages, who has
That wasn't
apparently
even- that
partied
wasn't
with the
even correct.
captains? You say, is there KFC in Yemen? Are you fucking kidding me?
All right.
Just
Here's some
insane.
clips that you
But
haven't
hold on.
shown.
Besides being like
Here's some
wrong,
clips.
it's
No, we're going clip for
insanely
clip.
incompetent.
We're going clip for clip. We're going clip for clip. Can you please play this? It's from my subreddit.
Sure.
Here.
Give me a sec. Dan's got to pass it to me. Okay. After this, please, we got to move on to the Nakba thing.
Yeah. Every single victim of Israeli or American violence has to be a pacifist. That is
Okay.
your
Do you want me to
perspective.
watch this? I mean, what the fuck, bro? It's 4 minutes, so I'm not gonna watch the whole thing, but I'll watch like a minute or 2 minutes. Okay.
طبعا جاتني اسئله كثيره ماذا اذا اليهود قرروا ان يعودوا الى اليمن يعني بنسمح لهم ولا لا ولا طبعا طبيعي يعني احنا اليمنيين بنمد ايدينا للسلام يعني اليمن مسموحه لاي شخص يعيش فيها.
This is like shot like by a fucking like propagandist. What are you talking about? Like he's all fucking dolled up. He's got makeup on. The lighting is perfect. Yeah, he's like, guys, please, we love the Jews. Give me a break.
يعني مشكلتنا مش مع اليهود.
Our problem is
Sound
not
like
with
a
the
big
Jews,
man,
guys.
buddy, dunking on a fucking 19-year-old living in Yemen. You pick and choose what you think. You pick and choose what you think is appropriate to show.
Well, what do you think about all the shit I showed you? Which do you think he believes, this or that?
I think he believes both.
Oh.
This is not at
He
odds
both believes
with
the
what you are
Jews are our
presenting.
friends and also
The
we need to
problem
murder
is-
them all.
Okay.
He
here-
believes the Jews are our friends and we need to murder them
The
all. Is that
problem
correct?
you
Is that what you're
conflate-
saying?
You conflate.
No, he said Jews. He,
You
in
conflate
the
Judaism
tweets,
with
said this is
Zionism
what we're
from
going
a
to do to
Western
Jews.
perspective. For them, when they talk about Israel, they sometimes reflect it as
And that's the
Jews.
Jews' fault,
but
right?
Listen
That's-
to me.
and
But
you're
listen to
blaming the
me.
victim.
Because in that interview that I conducted with him, I asked him about how he felt about Jews, anti-Zionist Jews specifically, and he said
I
he
remember.
loves them because
That
he
is
does not
such
have
a lie. You're such a liar.
You don't know this
he
person,
said,
Ethan.
I
He has no
watched it. That's
reason.
not what
He
he
has
said,
no
though.
reason to
He said if
lie.
they
He's
support
in
Palestine,
fucking
then I
Yemen. He
like
could be
them.
dead by
He didn't.
now.
You're lying. You're just lying. You're lying about what he said. You're lying. I've seen that interview. You're lying.
Wait, what do you
he
mean?
He didn't say that. He said if they support Palestine, then that's good.
What?
What? That's what he said. It's
Okay.
a fucking materially way different than I love Jews. What the fuck you
No,
said?
you didn't hear you just repeated what I said.
Go ahead, what'd you say?
I said love, but I think he didn't. I guess he didn't say love.
What did he say?
said
Hold
like.
on, Hassan. What did you say he said?
I said that I don't care what anyone's background is. I love them. Jew, Christian, Muslim, doesn't matter. If you are against Israel, I love them. That's what I said. He has no
That's not
problem
what
with
you
Jews
said.
who are pro-Palestine.
That's nowhere close to what you said.
Dude.
Well, you realize you're wrong. You got caught in a lie, so you're revising. It's fine.
What?
All right, let's move on to the Nakba thing.
Dude, I don't care. Dude,
We gotta
Ethan,
move on, bro.
Ethan, listen to my words very carefully. If he had told me, okay, I hate all Jews unconditionally, I am an anti-Semitic
He did
person.
tweet that. He
Okay,
did tweet
the
stuff like that.
conversation would go very differently. But even then, I
He did
probably
say
wouldn't
that.
be as vicious as you assume.
He literally
I
said
would,
that on
or
social
you want
media
me
continually.
to be, because I understand the material conditions and
Gonna
what
kill all
plays
Jews.
a role in people's recognition of the world. What their
Nobody needs to
upbringing
fear us
looks
but
like.
Jews, he said. I'm going to shove my gun and kill Jews.
What? No, he didn't say that.
I'll play it again. You want me to play it again?
Oh, God. Okay, dude. You just play the fucking clip then. God damn it. Just play the clip.
Okay.
He said Zionist, but play the fucking clip, Ethan.
Yeah. I'll play it.
Play the clip I sent you without fucking complaining. He's
No,
always
why-
too dolled up.
But you want me to watch your clip? I thought, no, we're going to watch my clip.
No, play the fucking clip I sent you. Stop
By the
being
way,
so
is this? I don't know if this is.
spoiled.
I don't know if this music's claimed. By the way, we can.
It's fine.
It does matter.
It's most likely
Unfortunately,
not
you're on
fucking
Twitch
claimed.
where
Come on.
stealing content is fucking regular, but on YouTube there's standards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. God forbid someone might copy strike you, and then their lawyers might demand erroneous.
Which you admitted
things
is
out of you.
sometimes warranted. Where's the
Fair
link of
use, Mr. Fair Use.
Yeah, yeah. Do you know what fair use is? You fucking moron. It's using it fairly. There's a big
No, I
difference
know.
between.
Fair use is when you get mad at Redditors criticizing you, so you fucking you get your
course I
high-powered
care
attorney
about my
to
monetization
fucking sue them
status.
and make demands about how they have to,
Does that have to do with fair
release
use, man?
information about their
All right,
allegiances to
let me
Reddit.
play this for a minute and then we'll move on.
All right, play it.
فوق رؤوسنا وما في عندنا أي مشكلة وهذه رسالتي لليهود أتمنى أن توصل وطبعا وأشكر
This is the most pathetic terrorist propaganda bullshit I have ever seen, and the fact that you actually think this is credible is so hilarious
Dude,
to me.
you-
Wow.
look,
Let's
man,
keep it going.
look.
No, I love this. This is great. Let him.
All right, just keep playing it. Keep playing it.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying. I don't know where the audio went. Oh, why was it? Sorry, hold on. We're having.
I pulled it back up.
Taylor Lorenz tweeted, "What's so crazy is that we tried to nab an interview with Rashad, the Yemeni teen who went viral for WAPO, before Hassan the Hun got the scoop. Ethan continues to chastise Hassan for legitimate journalism and an interview that half the
What was
MSM was
legitimate
chasing."
journalism? Well, first of all, Taylor Lorenz is a fucking hack loser who's obsessed with you, okay? Of course she would say that. She, by the way, what was the legitimate? Name one question you asked him that represents legitimate journalism.
Okay, great.
One question.
Great question. What do you feel about anti-Zionist Jews leading many of the anti-Israel protests in the United States of America?
That's your most important journalistic question, which he basically said.
No, you
they're
asked
cool.
me
If
one.
they're-
I gave you one.
I don't think that. I mean, I find that to be insignificant, especially considering his answer. No follow-up questions. Why don't you ask him if he? Why don't you ask a follow-up question like,
Ethan?
Do you not care if they're Zionist Jews? That they're Israeli Jews that support you?
I don't give a fuck if he cares if there's Zionist Jews or not.
What about why?
Israeli
Do you
Jews, what are
think?
talking
Hey,
about?
what was the hard-hitting part about asking if he likes One Piece? Was that hard-hitting journalism?
No, it was called humanizing.
That was called cringe as fuck, glazing,
Yeah,
pathetic.
because you don't like when a fucking brown person gets a little bit of airspace and they
Is
look
that
like
right?
a human being.
So
and
you're
not a
resorting to
fucking
calling me
barbaric
racist now.
monster.
By the way, this
Because
dude's
you're
white as fuck. What are you
Islamophobic,
talking
Ethan.
about? This dude's whiter than I am. What the
All
fuck
right,
are you
let's get
talking
back to
about,
the
dipshit?
IDF. So
Hold
you
on,
said
you
the
accuse me
IDF
of being
could be
racist. Are
declared
you
a
talking about this
terrorist
guy?
organization,
Are you
and
talking
your
about
wife
this
is a part of
guy?
the IDF. Do you think it's
You're
appropriate
right,
to call
dude.
your wife a terrorist?
I think you do. No, I don't.
You don't think it's appropriate? Okay.
No.
You have stated time and time again that you believe, to show how pro-Palestine you are, that you believe settlers are valid military targets. Who do
Right.
you think is protecting the settlers who you claim are valid
The IDF
military
is
targets?
protecting them, and it's
in
fucking
the
insane.
process,
Yeah,
in
it's
the
horrible.
process of their
Was
pogroms
my wife
that
out
they're
there
doing.
protecting? Sorry, was Ela out there protecting settlers?
No, she was doing a night raid, as a matter of fact, and I didn't know any of this until recently. For the record, until a couple
She was a
months ago.
fucking
She was
You're
out
gonna do
there
the Raider of
doing night
Ramallah
raids.
snark
Do you
bullshit.
think-
Go on, yeah. Your community doesn't harass anyone. She was 18 years old. She went on a ride along to Ramallah for some kind of fucking mission. She stayed in the car, and then they went back, and that's all that happened. She's
described
18 years
the
old, bro. She's a
process of
secretary.
taking someone hostage. You called him it, by the way. That person was a Palestinian living in his own, living in his own fucking home. And your wife went
Can they
on
not
a
commit
raid
crimes?
to Ramallah, which you have called a terror city.
Yeah,
So
that was
there's
that was an old
inconsistency
clip.
here.
I don't think
Is your
Ramallah's
wife
a
a
terrorist
valid
city.
military target in that process? Because you've said that settlers are valid military targets. Do you think your wife is a valid military target? Do you think your wife is a terrorist?
She's not a
Ethan?
West Bank settler. She's not a West Bank settler.
But she's in the West Bank.
Bad
Where's
Empanada
Ramallah,
thinks she
Ethan?
is. Bad Empanada thinks she's valid. Your friends over at Second Thought think that she's a valid target.
You think
Do
she's
you?
a valid military target? That's
Do you
my
think
point,
she's a
because
valid
there's
military target?
inconsistencies here.
Do you think she's a valid military target?
I do not, as a matter of fact. I
Wow,
don't.
great.
Okay.
All right, can we please move on to this
no,
the Nakba
listen
thing?
to me. Listen
Hassan,
to me.
bro, you're making this
Listen to me.
unwatchable.
Listen to me. Okay.
We got to move on.
How does this make sense in your mind? You say Israel is doing genocide. She has participated in the kidnapping of a Palestinian in the West Bank. You say
You don't know
hate
who
the
was
West
kidnapped
Bank.
and for
You
what
say
reason.
you
We
hate
don't-
the settlers.
Well, we
Your-
don't know who is-
protects
we-
the
first of all,
settlers, Ethan. Your wife did.
kidnapped. They arrested somebody. We don't know what happened or what they did.
Oh, so it
what
was,
if he
it was
fucking
justifiable.
stabbed
Do you
civilians?
understand
Doesn't
the
that
process
happen?
in which how
Do
people are
fucking,
arrested in
I'm
the
sorry.
West Bank, Ethan?
Do Palestinian terrorists never stab and blow up
They're
civilians?
placed under military detention. They are not actually placed. They do not go through a civil
Do
court
Palestinian
process.
terrorists
They are
ever
not,
commit violence on
they
civilians
are
that would
not-
warrant them being
they
arrested?
Are
Give me a
not
fucking break.
in the West Bank.
You
The
don't know anything
Palestinians
about
that are
this person
kidnapped
or this
are-
raid.
In Ramallah, in Palestinian territory, your wife was an illegal occupier of a terrorist organization, also known as the Israeli Occupying Force, Ethan. Now, I know people that have
That's
also
not how it's
served
known,
in
but
the Israeli
that's what
Occupying
you call
Force, as a
it.
matter of fact. I've relied on breaking the silence.
By the way, her name
for
is
example,
Hila. I don't know if
in
you keep
terms of
doing
my
your
coverage.
wife. Why do you do that? Why do you keep referring to her as my wife? It's bizarre.
Okay, Hila, whatever, who cares?
Well, it just belies some really bizarre thing.
Stop
It's not
hyper-focusing on
random
random
at all.
shit.
It says a lot.
Listen to my words. Listen to my
Oh,
words.
please.
I
It's
have
so
no
exhausting.
issue with someone as long as they have recognized their mistakes, as long as they recognize that that was wrong. What I take issue with is consistently defending Israel. You have also participated in the defense of Israel. It makes no sense. You're inconsistent. You say it's a genocide, but people can't resist militarily. You say it's a genocide, but all of the people who are outspoken are vile anti-Semites.
Hila
Who
was
is
doing
supposed to be
hold
able to
on.
resist against this genocide?
Hold
Do you
the
actually
phone.
think it's a genocide?
Hila was doing mandatory military service. What should she have done?
There's numerous options. One, religious
Yeah.
exemption. Two, refusing to serve. But even then, I don't have a problem with her being socially conditioned into thinking that this is appropriate. I have a problem with what she's saying now. I have a problem with how she
What'd she
reflects
say now
on
that's
that
wrong?
and doesn't realize that that was an unjustifiable thing to do. Those
Hey,
are
well,
real
listen,
human beings
you can talk
that are
to
getting
you can talk to
kidnapped.
her, debate about it. I don't know what you're even referring to. Okay?
What?
I don't even know what the fuck you're referring to. You're just calling my wife a terrorist. Like, give me a break,
No.
dude. She
She
did
has
mandatory.
talked on your
Let me
podcast.
ask you a question.
She's talked
Hassan,
on your podcast
please, you
about
gotta let me talk.
how she went on a raid. She was
You
bored.
have
She
to
had a
let me
secretary
talk.
job.
The fact that
It's
you're just
mandatory
talking over
conscription.
me
It was an
and
adventure
being
for her.
louder does not mean you're right. I promise.
What?
Being louder and talking more does not mean you're
She
right. Okay? It's
volunteered.
good to listen to what I have to say.
Okay.
She's part
Is
of
it a lie?
mandatory
Did
conscription.
Hila not volunteer? Did Hila not volunteer to go to the West Bank on a raid because she was bored? In Ramallah.
Yeah, she's 18. It's understandable.
Okay.
We don't know what that guy did, though. We don't know what
Oh, so he
what
could have
the
been
raid was
he
for.
could have been a vicious
What
terrorist
if he
monster,
killed
is what
people?
you're saying.
Yeah. What if he killed people? Of course. If he killed people, of course
Ethan,
he would be worthy of being
Ethan,
arrested.
Is Ramallah a part of Israeli territory?
I mean, it's complicated, right? It's under occupation. No, I don't think so, but it's under occupation, right?
Okay. So why was your wife in Ramallah?
Maybe are getting a terrorist that killed civilians. She
It's
sat in a
not
car.
complicated, Ethan.
She
It's
sat in a
not
car and
complicated
didn't
at
even
all.
leave it and never
Your
did
wife
it again.
participated in an illegal raid according to international human rights. That is the reality. Now, I
Are
understand.
you upset
the
if this
importance of
person
social
killed like
conditioning.
a
If she
child?
were-
Would you be
if
upset
she
if this
were to
person
talk
they
about-
arrested like
if-
stabbed people? Like you
if
don't know what
she
you're
were
talking
to
about.
talk about how fucked
Okay,
up
fine.
that
My wife's a
was-
terrorist, bro. What the fuck? It's
no,
so boring.
stop. Listen to my words. If she
No,
were to talk
she's-
about
my
how
wife
fucked
is a
up that
terrorist.
as
Very
many former IDF vets have on breaking the silence, if she talked about the night raid that she participated in the same way that
Just
former
like Frogan
IDF
says,
vets
only-
that
I
are
don't
part of
hate
breaking
only the ones that
silence talk
regret
about,
it.
I would have no issue with her.
Do you hope
wanna
hope
know
she
why?
gets
Because I understand
PTSD
people
too?
can change.
I don't condone the raid, but I mean, see, neither of us have any information about like what actually happened. You know what I mean?
There is no. You don't understand. She is illegally there. She is not
Okay,
supposed to be
she's a
there.
terrorist.
It does not matter.
She's-
Her
right.
and her entire brigade was not supposed to be there. That is an act of
I don't think
terror.
she knew
And
what
as a
they were
matter of
doing.
fact, what she participated
I don't think she
in-
knew what they were doing or where they were going.
What she participated in is
I don't think
called
she
a
knew
night
where they
raid.
were going or what
she
they were doing.
participated in is called
Okay,
a
she's a
night
terrorist,
raid.
bro. Please, we got to move on.
The
This is,
reason
like,
why,
just
the reason
so-
why the Israeli occupying force, the reason why the
Oh
Israeli
my
occupying
God,
force
dude.
participates
People wanna
in
watch
these night
this.
raids in the West Bank,
You're making
is
this
to
unwatchable.
create a
Let's just-
constant, a
Okay.
constant feeling of terror.
Hassan, talking more does not make you right. Okay, you
The
got to
reason
understand
why the Israeli occupying force
You're repeating
participates
yourself.
in night raids is to create a constant sense of terror upon the
We
Palestinians.
don't condone
who
it.
are
She was
there
19. She
in
was
their
doing
own
military
land. Listen to
conscription. She
me.
didn't know where they were going
Listen
or what
to
they
me.
were doing.
Listen
okay?
to me.
Thank you.
Listen to
I'm
me.
listening, but you just keep repeating yourself.
The
This is what
reason
you
why-
do.
the
You
reason why
gotta
I
move
know,
on. I want
the
to have
reason
a,
why I know that. You wanna know why I know
gotta
that?
stop. Do you want this to be unwatchable? Is that what you want?
What?
Do you want this to be unwatchable?
The reason why I know that, Ethan, is because of
take that as a
Breaking the
yes.
Silence veterans who have come out and spoken out against this practice. That's why I know that.
Hassan, you say that Hila could have gone to jail and done a conscientious objection instead of joining the army. Why do you pay taxes?
What?
Why do you pay taxes to the United
This is your
States
big
government?
argument, Ethan?
Answer
that
the
I pay
question.
taxes and I'm morally culpable? I know. That's why I try to fucking fight against
Why don't
this
you go to
goddamn government
jail?
doing this shit
Well,
every
why don't
day.
you stand up for your? Hold on. Why don't you stand up for your principles and go to jail for it?
Because it would not actually stop, okay? It would not actually stop. The reason why I'm saying,
What
I
wouldn't
don't
stop?
I don't take issue with Hila's fucking actions then, as long as, just like you said, she was just 19 years old. I take issue with the fact that she still defends it on principle. She says the
What did she
Israeli
say?
occupying force is not a terror organization. You have a disagreement with him. Or
Well,
her,
I think
sorry.
I think I can see it from her perspective too, which is like, you know, the problem with you is that everything's black and
But you
white.
can't see it from Rashid Al-Haddad's perspective, and you
Yeah,
know
he's a
for
fucking
fact
terrorist
that your
who says he wants
audience
to
also
kill
doesn't see
Jews,
it, and
that you
that's
said's
why
like
you can
Anne
fucking
Frank.
constantly claim that he is a terrorist, whereas
Oh
you're
my
like,
God,
oh,
bro!
well, it's
Please,
complicated.
I want this to be watchable. Okay, let's move on, please.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. You made your
Got
point.
it.
You made your point. Okay. So specifically, you said this, which is you said in the context puke. You said this was the worst thing I did. So let me play it, okay? And then we can discuss.
More Jews displaced than Palestinians.
Let me go back
in
just 'cause-
1948
yeah,
countries
just to give the
that
whole context.
expelled them in massive amounts following the 1948 war. In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians.
This was one of the
during
worst pieces of misinformation I've seen in the fucking context puke. For the record, it was crazy.
So Mike, again, nicely done. Let this guy hold your hand and formulate your opinions, but he's not here to help you, okay? So you tell me what was wrong with what was misinformation about saying that 900,000 Jews were displaced?
You make a comparison between Planned Dalit, which is a planned ethnic cleansing campaign, to one, horrify Palestinians inside of villages that had actually no arms whatsoever because they had specific peace agreements that they've done with Jewish villages.
What was
by
the
killing them
exaggeration?
and including
No, this isn't a
by
comparison
massacring
question.
them, and then
What was the
and
fucking
then
hell, bro?
letting
You are
survivors
incapable
tell the
of
tale.
answering anything.
You asked me a question and I can't even fucking
No,
answer
you're
it. What are
not
we doing?
answering it. You're not. You're just
I
going
am.
on and on.
I am answering it, Ethan.
What was the exaggeration?
Ethan, sit the fuck
About
down and
the
listen to the
historical
history
fact
lesson.
of
Okay, you're gonna learn a little bit right now. Okay, Deir Yassin is Tantura. These are two very famous massacres that took place. The brigades, the militant brigades, the Zionist brigades that then formed the IDF, including some that personally called themselves terrorists, by the way, Lihi and Irgun, went in and did horrifying mass rape, kidnappings, throwing people in ovens. And then the
fuck
survivors
does that have
left
to do with that?
tell the tale. In that process, these brigades would go to each individual city and forcibly ethnically cleanse 750,000 Palestinians. This is known as the Nakba.
What the fuck does that have to do with the Jewish refugees? Answer that
Do you
question. I know what the
think-
Nakba is.
do
I don't
you
deny it.
think- Do you think that that is even remotely comparable to Jewish people
How is it
leaving
not?
sometimes voluntarily and sometimes
Wow.
because their governments had made deals with
How many left
either
voluntarily?
Israel or France?
How many of the 900,000 left voluntarily?
I don't know the exact number of how many left voluntarily.
Take
Do
a
you?
guess. Take a guess.
I would suspect that a big chunk of them, you're going to say, did not leave voluntarily, but that is not the case.
Well,
Most of
you're
them left
lying and
voluntarily.
you're fucking dead wrong. You brought up the fact that I talked about what happened in Iraq. So let me give you a timeline of what happened in Iraq. 1932, they gain independence. 1934, Hebrew is banned. Jews are fired from government positions. 1938, Zionist activity is outlawed. Crimes as trivial as possessing a biblical map of the Holy One will send you to jail. The Farhud program, inspired by neo-Nazis, Rashid al-Khalini killed 180 Jews. Hundreds were injured. Widespread looting, property damage. 1947, Jews were banned from immigrating because they didn't want them to go strengthen the state of Israel, and they wanted to hold them prisoners against Israel and the West. In 1948, the war begins. Jewish banks were forbidden to transact with foreign countries. Jews were arrested for Zionist activity, for economic crimes. They were fines that were paid to the Ministry of Defense. in 1949, a month after taking office, the
Can I ask
the
you a
British
question? Just
learned
one
that they were
question.
planning to expel the Jews from Iraq before they even left. Does this sound like volunteer? Does this sound voluntary?
Okay,
Does that
here,
sound
I sent-
voluntary?
Dan, I sent you a clip. You can play
No,
it.
no, no,
One
no,
of the
no, no.
most- One of
Does
the
it-
most important scholars on this issue
Oh my
is
God,
an Iraqi
please.
Jew by the name of Avi
Oh.
Shlaim.
Yeah, I love this. Let's listen to him.
Okay, let's listen to it.
Yeah.
Jews were convinced that Israel had a hand in uprooting them. After the 1948 war, there was mounting popular hostility towards the Jews in Iraq. 5 bombs exploded in Jewish sites. The series of bombs created a panic which led more and more Jews to register to leave the country. I met an elderly friend of my mother's, an Iraqi Jew called Yaakov Karkukli, who had been in the Zionist underground. One member of his group, Yosef Basri, a very, very intelligent Jewish lawyer, and his assistant, Shalom Saleh Shalom, were responsible for 3 out of the 5 bombs. Basri's controller was an Israeli intelligence officer
And so
named Max Binet.
let's grant that what he's saying is true and that 3 of the 5 bombs were done by Zionists, right? How does that explain 150,000 people leaving the fucking country?
Why?
Thousands of years of civilization that have been there, 2,000 years, just picking up and leaving, almost virtually gone. How does that explain that?
Why is it that
A
the
few bombs?
Israeli government? Why is it the Israeli government benefited from creating instability and making it seem as though these countries were uninhabitable? And why do you think that, despite the fact that Iraq and numerous other countries have offered Israelis or Jews a right to return, why has
Because
that
they were
failed
being
on the
fucking-
Israeli front for numerous reasons? I know why.
Let me
but
tell you an
maybe
inconvenient
can
fact
arrive
for
at
you,
that
Hassan.
conclusion.
Let me tell you an
I
inconvenient
wonder why
fact.
that happened right as
Before
Israel
the
was
bombs
being
went off,
established.
before the bombs went off, 100,000 of the 125 Jews were already registered to leave. Do you want to explain that?
Yes, Jews wanted to go to Israel, Ethan. They liked the idea
Okay,
of
great.
going
So
to
let me
Israel.
hear what Avi.
Israel.
Okay,
you
so
like
you're
Israel. What do you
yeah,
mean?
you're a liar. You're a disgusting fucking propagandist liar. Here's what Avi Schleim actually
My
said.
research, I established
Scumbag.
that one bomb was lobbed, one hand grenade was lobbed by a young activist in the Istiklal Party, which wanted to expel the Jews from Iraq and confiscate the properties. And another bomb was, another hand grenade was lobbed into the Masuda Shem Tov synagogue, and there 4 people were killed. And he was a criminal who had a grudge against the Jews, and it had nothing to do with the Mossad.
Did you hear that? The first 2 had nothing to do with the Mossad. But let's continue to listen to the respected
Wait,
scholar
I
Avi
never said
Schleim.
that.
You
Wait,
fucking
hold on,
liar.
hold on. Ethan,
Nope, you
did
listen
did I
to this
make a
fucking
claim
historian.
that the first
Yes,
2
you
were a
said
part
they
of the
left by
Mossad?
choice. They left because of Zionism. They left
They
because
did.
they
They
were
had a
being
place to go,
threatened.
and they wanted
Let's
to
hear
go
what
there.
your respected historian has to say, you liar.
That's right. Even
Listen.
if all this is true, the main reason for the exodus was not the bombs, it was persecution by the government. And I concede that. It's not part of my argument that the bombs were the main reason for the liquidation of this community. But my answer to my Zionist critics is, even if I knew for certain that not a single Iraqi Jew left Iraq to go to Israel because of the bombs, I would still think this is a real indictment of the state of Israel, because Israel was created to provide a safe haven for Jews, not to be harassing and threatening Jews in other countries.
When present.
By the way, he said, and I'll quote it for you, we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe. He wrote that in his book, 3 Worlds. Have you read that book?
No, I have not read 3 Worlds.
Okay, well, you're using a lot of source from it. It's a book that he wrote about
That's
his
not the only book
migration.
he wrote about this. But go on.
Have you read any of the other ones?
Yes.
Really? Which ones?
The book that I'm referencing is from the Iron Wall.
3 Worlds, okay? He writes about his time in Iraq.
Memoirs of an
writes
Arab
about his
Jew.
time
It's the
in
newest
Israel.
book, I know.
He writes about his time in the UK. in Three Worlds, he writes about his own family, and he describes their departure from Iraq as traumatic, disorienting, and not voluntary. They were not proud Zionist migrations. They were leaving out of fear.
Ethan.
He said that himself.
Ethan.
He said, we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
You are failing to comprehend a very important reason why I brought up Avi Shlaim, by the way. And here's...
Yeah, because you think he supports your claim, but he absolutely does not.
No,
that's why, because you're a fucking liar.
He absolutely does.
Contend with what I said.
On, let me explain.
No. Contend with what I'm saying. He said we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe. Do you want to explain what he meant by that? Explain what he meant by saying we didn't leave because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Okay, I can't
explain
wait
to me.
I can't wait to bring up Avi Shlaim on the broadcast to make you fucking look like a dumbass.
I can't wait too. And now explain what he means by that. We did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Are not Palestinian. You fucking moron. You racist piece of shit. Because Iraq and the pan-Arabic nationalist movements that arise out of Zionist
You are
violence
out of your
is
mind.
Not about Palestinians. You
okay, so what did the Jews in Iraq have to do with fucking Israel? You bigot. You are so out of your mind.
Iraqis.
Dude, you screaming and grandstanding doesn't mean you're right.
Iraqi government's racism during the pan-Arabic nationalist movements as a vindication for why, or a comparison as to why Israel had to do the Nakba.
Do you think
fucking
that...
racist piece of shit?
Thanks,
Do you think Iraq? Do you think all Arabs have one fucking mind? Is that what you think?
Why the fuck were the Iraqi Jews leaving Iraq in fear?
Of course there were Iraqi Jews that left Iraq in fear.
Because why? Because why? Answer the question. You want to call me racist? Why were Iraqi Jews leaving to go to Israel?
You're a fucking moron who doesn't understand.
That's why they left. They left because I'm a fucking moron.
That Arabs are not one-minded.
Hassan, you coward.
That there were numerous pan-Arabic nationalist movements.
Answer the question. You're going to call me racist, but you won't answer. Why did the Iraqi Jews leave Iraq?
There were numerous reasons.
Because of anti-Semitism. They hated Jewish people that had nothing to do with Israel. They were forced to leave. They were chased out. They lived there for thousands of years. They had businesses, they had homes that they were forced to abandon to go to Israel because it was the only fucking place they could. Why would Iraqis hate the Jews living there if they had nothing to do with Zionism or Israel? Why?
Because settler colonialism was already
That has nothing to do with them, you absolute fucking dumbass.
Ethan.
What does that have to do with the Iraqi Jews?
Do you think the Aliyahs were happening initially?
So it was there. So you're blaming them? Are you blaming the Iraqi Jews who had nothing to do with it? What the fuck is your point? You call me racist.
I am not justifying the racism. I'm not justifying it. You're not comprehending my point.
Yes, you are. They
I've
left
never justified that.
because Iraq turned on them after 1948.
Ethan,
you're materially wrong. You're a liar.
That there were numerous reasons why other countries, I know, hard concept, all Arab, they all have the same mindset.
I know. Let's go over them, genius.
Nationalist movements as states were being
Let's go over them. In Egypt.
Mostly by Western nations.
You want to talk facts? Let's talk facts.
Ethan, you don't know.
In Egypt.
You got fucking a ChatGPT summary. Let me explain to you.
Hey, Hassan,
so you can fucking not look like a dumbass.
Okay, do you want to listen or do you just want to add home?
No, I want to tell you my perspective.
No, you want to talk. That's the problem. You don't want to listen. You've talked plenty.
My perspective.
You called me racist, bro. The least you could do is shut the fuck up and listen to me talk, okay? The Iraqi Jews left because they were in fear of anti-Semitism. They had nothing to do with Israel or Zionism. The Arabs in Iraq, the Iraqis, turned on them because of what happened in the war in 1948. That had nothing to do with them. So if you want to blame the Jews for their own anti-Semitism, you go right ahead, but that's racism. Now let's talk about Egypt.
I recognize that.
No, you're not. You are absolutely not. In Egypt, 75,000 Jews were displaced. Okay?
Ethan,
following anti-Jewish riots and bombs in Egypt.
Palestinians? Is Egypt Palestinians? Is Iraq Palestinians? Why were the Palestinians never allowed to return?
It's got nothing to do with that. They were forced to go there by the Arab countries.
Offered the Jews that were expelled or left on their own voluntarily.
Listen,
These are completely separate countries.
Nobody's justifying the Nakba. No one is justifying the Nakba. I'm explaining how it's fucking insanely racist to discredit the plight, the running of discrimination.
I don't discredit the plight. I think
but I'm not justifying the Nakba. You seem to be justifying why Jews were chased out of their home country.
No, I'm not, Ethan.
Why'd they leave?
Why'd they leave? You think
Why'd they leave?
You think that because you want to drive home a point that this is
Why did they
anti-Semitic.
leave their
You
communities
are
that have been there
making-
for 2,000 years, leaving their money,
You will
their
never
businesses,
understand.
their
I don't
homes?
think
Why
you'll
did they
understand.
leave?
Do you think Iraq is Palestine? Do you think Egypt is Palestine? Do
Nobody's
you think,
defending the Nakba.
Do you think that all Arabs are operating on antiquated anti-Semitism? And if your answer is yes, why the fuck did Jews find the Ottoman Empire to be a safe haven for fucking hundreds
Where's the Ottoman
of years?
Empire?
When the
Let's talk
when
about the last 100
Christians
years.
in Western
That's great.
Europe
Yeah, the Ottoman
were-
Empire was great for the Jews. Let's talk about the last 100 years. Let's talk about 1948.
Yeah, of course,
Anti-Jewish
of course,
riots
it's
broke
Israel
out
is- of course.
after the war. Hassan, you need to shut the fuck up and listen, okay?
Oh my
after
God.
the war, after the war, okay, in 1948, there was anti-Jewish riots and bombs in Egypt. Why was that? Because of the Jews? The Jews brought it on themselves? Following the
I
establishment
never
of the
made that
Israel.
inference. What are you talking
You-
about?
Of course you did.
No, I didn't. I did not make
following-
that inference at all.
So they left because Zionism.
No, Ethan, if you were to listen to my words, and I use them very carefully, even though I get heated
Yes,
sometimes.
careful, right.
Okay? Egypt, Iraq, Morocco, each of these countries where Jews lived in the MENA region all the way to the Levant had different reasons. Some of them were direct pogroms. Others
Lie.
were
You're a liar.
the colonial.
You are a tangibly, historically
Do you think that
proven
do you think
liar.
That Jews,
and
I
I
just
feel
said
let
that
me
some of them were because of pogroms. You're not hearing anything I'm saying. You're so conditioned into saying
No,
liar
no.
that you're
The amount
undermining
that
your
left,
own point.
the amount that left because of Zionism was minute. They were chased out. They were
Ethan.
forced to become Zionists by their oppressors because they had nowhere else to go. In Egypt, following the establishment of Israel in May
Ethan,
1948,
none of these countries are
after
Palestine.
that
None of these
is
countries.
an
these
insanely
countries are-
irrelevant point. A series
Dude,
of
you can't
bombs
make a
targeted Jewish
comparison
areas in
between a
Cairo
planned
between
ethnic
June and
cleansing
September.
campaign and other
They killed
countries.
70
That's my
Jews,
point.
injured 200. They confiscated Jewish-owned businesses and synagogues were attacked and destroyed. Okay?
Ethan.
In
listen to my
1956,
words.
the Suez
One
Crisis.
is direct
1956,
violence, planned violence, and an extermination campaign. The other
approximately
is
25,000
hostility.
Jews were
The other
expelled
is
from
falsely
Egypt.
misplaced hostility. towards
25,000
random
Jews were
from
expelled.
Other countries. You
So are
don't
you
have
blaming
to-
them?
You don't understand
Hold on.
this, and you
Hold on.
will
Are you
never
blaming the
understand this, I don't
Jews for
think.
getting? Are you blaming the Jews for being expelled from Egypt? 25,000
No,
of them.
Ethan. If you listen to
Okay.
my words, you would understand.
So what is it I exaggerated about? 900,000 Jews were displaced.
Because you are making a comparison with different countries
No, I'm not.
versus one singular force that planned an extermination campaign, planned an ethnic cleansing campaign. Other countries and the reaction to it, or other countries and the previous hostility towards Jews have nothing to do with Palestinians. So making this
Of
comparison
course not. That's
is
why it's
gross.
anti-Semitic.
It's like
That's why it's anti-Semitic. It has nothing to do with Palestine, but they still got kicked
It's
out for
like-
being Jewish.
dude,
That's
Ethan,
literally what
Ethan, I don't think you
anti-Semitism.
understand. It's like
1,000
saying-
Jews
it's
in
like
Egypt were
claiming
arrested and
that the
detained without
Holocaust is
charges.
similar.
The government
It's like
seized
claiming that the Holocaust is
500
similar.
Jewish-owned businesses and froze bank accounts.
Ethan.
Expelled Jews were compelled to sign a declaration donating their property to the Egyptian state and were allowed to take only minimal personal belongings. In Algeria, 130,000 Jews were expelled. On the independence.
That's not Palestine. They're not. They're just
Dude,
Arabs. They're not the same fucking
right.
people.
So my point is very simple. They were expelled from their homes because of anti-Semitism.
Ethan, you used Egypt as an
Sorry,
example.
what is
Half of
wroung
these
about
countries
that?
you're pointing
What is
to
wrong
in the
with what I
time
just
when
said? They
Jews
were
leaving
expelled.
Were literally controlled
Hassan,
by
please, you've got to
English
fucking
and
answer a
French-
question.
By the English
They were-
and French colonial
They were
occupations.
expelled.
What are you talking about?
They were expelled because of anti-Semitism. What did I say wrong?
Oh my God.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Algeria was under French occupation. It is the design where the French occupied Algeria did not squash the attempts of expelling Jews. I'm not saying that there wasn't actually
Most Algerians were
anti-Semitic
French
action
citizens and went to
that
France.
caused Jews to
But
feel unsafe, Ethan.
95% of Algeria's 140,000 Jewish population.
Individual, often, sometimes Western powers and what they allowed in those countries on the Palestinian plight when you make this comparison. That's what I'm saying.
Is it anti-Semitic
It's like
for
saying
Jewish people
the
to get kicked
Armenian
out of their home?
genocide, right? The Turkish, the Ottoman Empire and the forces and the Ottoman genocide that they conducted, a mass extermination campaign, is because other fucking random countries where Armenians
No,
were
Iraq
were
happened
also
after
getting
independence and as
equally
of
dispelled, or
Jerusalem.
Turks were getting dispelled in other countries.
The
That's
pogrom
ironically
happened
the
as
same
a
fucking
direct
thing that's the way that it was
result
taught
of
in
the war,
the
bro.
past. That it was a
By the way, did you say-
necessary voluntary migration.
By the way, did
because-
you? Oh my God, bro! Did you say Anne Frank died before she could resist? I don't know if that was a fever dream.
Wait, I'm saying that like. Would you have an issue with Anne Frank if she actually was able to?
Sorry, I
fucking
just thought it
resist?
was an insane thing to say. I'm not trying to litigate it. And Tripoli.
Wait, why'd you bring
Anti-Jewish
it up?
riots
What's your point?
broke out
What's your
amid
point? What's your point
post-war
about Anne Frank?
unrest.
Yes, I did.
Synagogues
Okay.
were burned.
What's your point
Jewish
about Anne Frank?
institutions were shut
What's
down.
your point about Anne Frank? Why are you trying to deflect away from what I'm saying here?
That she's no, I just think that statement was insane.
Why
The
was that an
Six-Day War
insane-
backlash.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
In 1967, another
My question
Israel
for you
victory,
was, would you
mobbed
hate on
Jews,
Anne Frank
Jewish
if she
communities
wasn't a
got mobbed.
pacifist?
6,000 Jews were evacuated, homes were destroyed, synagogues were burned. In Morocco, 250,000 Jews were expelled. Anti-Jewish riots broke out in 1948. You'll notice all of these, most of these pogroms are happening in 1948 as a direct result of the war. The Arabs turned on their Jewish populace out of anti-Semitism. Period. Point blank. June 7 to 8, 1948. In northeastern Morocco, following the declaration of the state of independence, the state of Israel on May 14, 1948, anti-Jewish riots erupted in the town of Jarada. These towns were significant transit points for Moroccan Jews seeking to immigrate. 47 Jews were killed, many were injured, Jewish homes and businesses were looted and destroyed. In 1950-1960, harassment and immigration. The year following 1948 riot, Moroccan Jews faced increased pressure. These factors contributed to a significant immigration of Jews from Morocco. Immigration to Israel was banned in 1959, but before that, 274,000 Moroccan Jews immigrated primarily to Israel. Yemen and Aden.
Remember when
Yemen,
you said you weren't a Zionist?
50,000.
Remember when you said you weren't a Zionist? These are direct Zionist talking points.
This is historical facts, literally spread by your very own Avi Schleim, who, if I'll quote him back to you, said, we didn't leave because we were Zionists.
On top of
we
this,
did not
Avi
leave
Schleim's
because we
assessment
were
on top of
Zionists.
this
We
is not
left
that it
because
was
we were afraid.
appropriate, Ethan. That's the difference. If you asked Avi Schleim whether it is comparable to say the Nakba and the 900,000 Jews that left
I'm not defending
from
the Nakba.
separate countries, he would laugh at you.
Your
Do you not
failure
understand?
to
I know you're
acknowledge
trying to
the
fucking
trauma
clip farm
of
here,
both
but you
groups
don't
is the
understand.
reason why you are a radical fucking propagandist liar. Both trauma needs to be acknowledged by both groups. There's two things that need to be true for this ever to be resolved peacefully.
You're right. I'm sorry.
Palestinian
Israel should keep
self-determination
doing a
and the
genocide.
Israelis' right to have secure borders.
Zionism was
As
an
long as you ignore
inevitability.
that,
You're right.
there will always be war. Palestinians will always die, and you will continue to make money from it. Operation Magic Carpet. Jews were secretly airlifted to Israel due to rising hostility.
It's so
50,000
interesting because
50,000 were
Ethan,
relocated. In
the PLO did
Tunisia,
recognize that Jewish harm, as a
130,000
matter of
after
fact. The PLO did recognize that, and they wanted those countries to actually do a right to return for all Jews. Why did Israel stop that from happening, Ethan? Don't you think that Zionism is the problem here?
Avi Schleim
what
said,
happened?
quote,
They didn't fucking send you that clip? They didn't send you that fucking
Avi
piece of
Schleim-
information? So the
Dude,
PLO,
Avi
Yasser
Schleim-
Arafat, the people that don't care about Jewish plight, actually did see the
guy who
wrongdoing that
oversaw
happened to
the Second
Jews and
Intifada?
wanted
What the
Jews
fuck
to
are
be
you
able
on
to
about?
Go back and do a right to return if they wanted to do so into their nation of origin. As a matter
I'm
of fact,
talking about the
and yet
flights,
Israel was
bro.
the one who didn't
you
want that
deny
to
the
happen.
flight
Why
of
is that
Middle
the case,
Eastern
Ethan?
Jews. No, you deny the flight. You deny the trauma of
I
Middle
don't deny
Eastern
the
Jews.
flight, Ethan. You don't
absolutely
understand.
deny the
You are
trauma.
attributing-
No, you
you are
deny
making
that
a
they left by.
comparison
You've tried to
between-
say that they left by choice. That is a gross historical
no, there are Jews that
inaccuracy.
left by choice. That is true.
Yes, some did.
There are
Of
Jews
the
that absolutely
900,000, the
left by
vast majority
choice.
left because they were afraid.
Ethan,
Because they were being
there
discriminated
are
against.
Jews
That is a
that-
historical fact.
Have
Six-Day
you ever
War
actually
aftermath.
listened to a clip of me talking about this?
What?
Oh my God, you have no idea what my perspective on this is. You're just fucking
Hey, of course.
yelling at nothing.
Well, what are you doing right now?
Oh
What are you
my
wasting time
God.
for, buddy?
This is the reason why you're repeating.
No, I
shit
have
that
heard you
not
talk about
fucking-
it
the
time
shit
and
that
time
I don't
again.
actually believe.
Bro, you are continually, okay, not
Oh my
acknowledging
God.
the trauma of Middle Eastern
Oh my
Jews.
God.
You characterize it
You
like
have-
they
have you
left
ever
by.
listened-
Yes,
have
I've
you ever
seen
listened
it.
to anything that's not 30 seconds long?
Yes, bro.
From me?
That's
Have
so
you?
ironic that you're saying that as
I'm
you
literally in
misquote
front of
Avi
you right now,
Schleim,
and
who
I'm
said
trying to
he
describe my
fled because
position
he was
that I've
afraid
made clear
and not because
numerous
of Zion.
times
Here's the
over and
clip.
over again,
Here's
but
the
you're
clip.
too busy trying to get a gotcha
Here's the
here,
clip.
so you can fucking
Here's
farm
the
a clip.
clip.
But everyone's still gonna think you're a fucking loser, dude.
Here's
I'm
the clip.
sorry. Just shut up and
to
listen
heighten
if
the
you want to
tensions
actually
there.
hear my
Here's the clip.
perspective.
I'm shutting up and listening to you.
Okay,
Grog
thank you.
For the Iraqi Jews
Because when anti-Semitism increases in the West, Israel sees that as a complementary
This is
tool
not the
to its
fucking
Zionist
clip that I'm
project,
talking
its
about, by
Zionist
the way.
ambition of bringing either all Jews to Israel, or at least make Jews in the Western world that are outside of Israel, Jews in diaspora, support Israel, because it gives additional credence to the argument. It gives additional credence to the argument that no Jew is ever safe if there is no Jewish state. That is the underpinning of the Zionist project in general.
Why did you not mention the anti-Semitism? You exclusively talk about Zionism being the reason for forcing them out. Why do you deny that they were expelled by force, the vast majority of them?
Ethan, if you think that that is the entirety of my perspective on this matter,
illuminate me.
You please need to stop talking and listen to the amount of times that I've talked about this. Okay?
Oh, just explain yourself.
I'm trying, but you keep
I just watched a
interjecting.
clip of you being pretty dismissive about the flight. And by the way, you've done it this whole time. You say that Zionism was the main
about
force.
the aspect that this is beneficial to the Zionist project across the board, because Israel wants all Jews to be constantly fucking terrified in any other country that's not Israel, so that they can actually go and either support Israel if they're not in Israel, or just move to Israel. That is the entire point. That is what Jabotinsky wanted. That is what Herzl wanted, and that is precisely what Benjamin Netanyahu wants as well. So in terms of my explanation, or what I come across as dismissive, is precisely the role that Israel itself played in this process.
Which
because
was
it was a
minuscule.
mutually beneficial relationship that
Minuscule.
anti-Semitic pogroms did take
Minuscule. What
place.
you failed to acknowledge is that the Jews were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but by necessity, because the
God.
Arab countries turned on them after the war and
Yes, I
forced
get the
them to
position
go
that
to
you're
the
trying
only
to arrive
state
at, which is
that they
it's
could
a
go to.
necessity for Israel to exist, which is what your
What?
position is, right?
No, it's not about what was allowed or not. The Arabs created 1 million Zionists because they're anti-Semitic after the war of 1948 and fucking the rise of Arab nationalism. Do you deny that?
You brought up Morocco.
Do you
as an
deny what I just said?
Wait, say it again. I
Do
wasn't
you
listening.
deny what I just said?
Say it again. I wasn't listening.
900,000 Jews, approximately 700 to 900,000, were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but because they were forced out.
Who
The
forced
vast
them?
majority went to the fucking Arabs. The Arabs, the
There you
anti-Semitic
go.
Arabs.
There you go.
What? Yeah, there you go. What? That's my point. Are you
rest
okay?
my case.
Okay, well, I mean,
No,
you
you're
can.
too fucking delusional to realize what kind of racist nonsense you're fucking
That's
chirping on. That was my
unbelievable,
entire
bro.
point. Thank
It's
you.
historic. I mean, it's historical. You don't know anything of what you're talking about. Avi Schleim, once again, because you don't want to contend, you like to use him when it's convenient. He left not because they were Zionists. They left because they were
fucking
afraid.
Arabs. What was Avi Schleim, by the way?
Yeah, he was an Arab Jew. They didn't see him that way. They kicked his ass out. I'm not saying
interesting.
fucking Arabs.
Does he not-
There's a reason for it. There was a rise in Arab nationalism following the 1948 war. They blamed their own Jewish populace for what Israel did. That's anti-Semitism.
Arabs,
They had
right?
nothing to do. Do you think
Yeah.
the Iraqi Jews left their 2,000-year-old communities, left their businesses, left their houses because they wanted to go to Israel? Are you fucking mad?
Ethan, remember a while back I tweeted and you got really mad when I said that there's a double standard between Islamophobia and
There's
anti-Semitism?
absolutely a double standard, and you exhibit
and
it,
you're
my friend.
participating in it right now without even recognizing that
It's
you're
historical.
doing so.
I mean, I'm just
Yeah,
telling
no,
you
it's just
literally what
historical
happened.
racism. All Arabs are not
They were
responsible.
racist. Do people never get racist? Do people never be? I'm explaining why. I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just explaining why. After
No,
the
dude, you don't
1948
understand.
war,
That's not even
the
the point
rise
of
of Arab
contention here.
nationalism
You're having a hard time
created a
comprehending
lot
what I'm
of anti-Semitism, and that's why the vast majority of the Jews, the 900,000 of them, were forced
Ethan.
to immigrate. That's a fact. That is a historical fact.
Ethan, I'm sorry to say this, and I don't know if your audience gets this as well, but what you just said earlier is not an accurate reflection of history. It's just pure
How do you know that?
racism.
How do you know that?
You
How do
are
you know that it's
shifting
not
the
real?
blame over to the entirety
absolutely
of Arabs
was
at
the
a time
blame of
when
the
every
Arabs.
single one of these Arab countries with
Absolutely.
their own
Who else
version
kicked
of
them out?
pan-Arabic nationalism,
They
half of
kicked
them
them
were
out.
already still controlled, by the way, by fucking European colonial powers like Vichy France.
That was
designing
literally
the
just in
Moroccan
Tunisia,
expulsion
okay?
program. and you're using that as a similarity between the planned expulsion of 750,000 Palestinians.
Yeah, I mean, the details are different, but you're denying. Like, once again,
It's like-
you're still not disproving me. What
It's
did I
like-
say
it's like
that is
pointing
is
to, it's like
hilariously
pointing to like
racist and wrong?
anti-German racism.
Don't make an
happening.
analogy.
It's
Tell me
like
why I'm
pointing to
wrong.
Anti-German racism.
I don't need an
happening
analogy. I
during-
need facts from you. Why am I wrong?
It's as though you are pointing to
No.
anti-German racism happening
me-
during the
Tell
fucking
me
German conquest.
a fact. Tell me a fact, right, that proves that I'm wrong. That the vast majority of Jews fled because
It's
of
not what you're
anti-Semitism in the Arab
saying.
states.
It's
Oh,
not
really?
what you're
It's not.
saying.
So I
that
didn't say
take
anything
issue
wrong.
With. It's the
I didn't say anything wrong.
comparison. It's
I
the
didn't say anything wrong, but I'm
comparison.
racist.
It's the idea that all Arabs are fucking one-minded and not and have something to do with Palestinians in general. Yes, I never said that there wasn't any fucking
there definitely-
anti-Jewish sentiment that also.
Were the vast majority of Jews, did they leave because of anti-Semitism or Zionism?
The vast majority of Jews,
Did they leave?
regardless of whether or not they left for
Zionism
anti-Semitism
or
Zionist
anti-Semitism?
purposes, is not comparable to the Nakba.
You're not answering.
It
Did
is
they
not
leave because of
comparable to the Nakba.
I don't care. That's got nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm not
It doesn't
comparing
really
them.
do with
And
what
by
you're
the way,
talking
they're
about.
both
You made that
they're
comparison
both
to
unique.
say, like, to make it seem as though it was a much larger crime.
No, because
that
people
Jews
like
had to
you ignore
withstand
the
in
trauma of
different
the fact that
countries.
you want to tell that people in Israel to go back to where they came from. This is where they're from. They were forced
But
to
they
go
could,
to Israel.
They could right now. They could go tomorrow.
Really? The
Yes.
Iraqi Jews can go back to their home tomorrow. The Egyptian
Iraqi
Jews can go back to their homes tomorrow.
Absolutely.
That is insane.
What
you
are
are
talking?
fucking
Yes,
out
they
of your
can.
mind.
They
Okay,
absolutely
how?
can.
Tell me how.
They
How
absolutely
did the
can.
Jews
They
go
don't
back
want
to their?
And I understand why they wouldn't want to, because America
How-
fucking
no,
invaded
they
and destroyed
want
Iraq.
to.
But yes,
Why
they
would
could.
how?
What do you mean
How would they go back and reclaim their lost assets, their lost property?
There were literally different schemes designed at this.
And by the way, how did they become citizens?
At different points throughout this 76-year-long, drawn-out apartheid structure, there were numerous instances where, yes, there was a right to return offered to Jews, and even restitution for the homes that they lost in the process. So yes, you're wrong. You simply don't know the facts. You are wrong.
You won't say what fact I'm getting wrong.
I just told you.
Did the vast majority of Jews immigrate to Israel following 1948 because of Zionism or because of anti-Semitism?
No. Don't run away from this point.
Answer the
because
fucking question.
I don't discount anti-Semitism as
No,
a
but
direct
answer the
consequence of
question.
pan-Arabic nationalism that took place in numerous countries. I have
Answer the
issues
question.
with your comparison. Okay?
Who's comparing? You keep saying that. I'm not talking about the
You
Nakba.
brought that
I'm
up
talking about your
deliberately in your
unwillingness to
context
recognize
nuke.
Jewish plight.
You brought
And
that up
a really
deliberately
important.
to say more Jews were displaced than Palestinians were.
I think that's an interesting fact that you clearly don't fucking ever want to mention
would
because
you
it
bring up
really
that
messes
fact?
up your beautiful
Why
little
would you-
narrative.
So why did you bring that fact up right after you talked about the 1948 war?
Because the point is
You
that
made that
two
comparison,
people were
not me. I think that
traumatized.
comparison's
There was
disgusting.
two people that were traumatized. There was two people that were displaced unfairly. It was the Palestinians and it was the Middle Eastern Jews. They both have trauma. You failed to acknowledge one group. You shit on the other one. I, unlike you, acknowledge both groups. I acknowledge
You're
both
all
groups.
lives mattering
You
the
acknowledge
Nakba.
one. What?
That's what you're doing. And you're also attributing.
How? How am I doing
You're
that?
attributing anti-Semitic violence in different countries to.
At the same time, following 1948, pan-Arab nationalism. You said that yourself.
Yes.
These 5 Arab countries were defeated in 1948, and they turned super fucking anti-Semitic as a result. They became ultra-nationalist Arabs. It became popular. As Israel declared independence, they said, "Fuck no, we don't want this country here." And yeah, they all became anti-Semitic. That's a historical
You
fact
also
that you
failed
denied.
to recognize that the Iraqi Jews have been allowed to return to Iraq, and there have been numerous instances where Jews were given an opportunity to return
how many
if they
Jews live in
wanted
Iraq?
to, but you don't
How
want
many
to.
Jews live in Iraq?
What? I
How
don't know.
many
I think
Jewish
it's 0
people?
right now, but they can. The
How
point is
many
they
Jews
can.
live in the Middle East outside of Israel?
Why would it? Why do you think Iraqi
Virtually
Jews
none.
Would, why
Where'd
would
they
Iraqi
go?
Jews not
If it
wanna
was so
go?
fucking
Why would
great
Iraqi
for
Jews
them?
not want to go to Iraq? You think right now?
0 Jews, almost virtually 0 Jews live outside of Israel in the Middle East. Why is that? You don't think that none of them wanted to fucking stay at home?
I don't know. Maybe
None
because
of
there
them.
was maybe because there was a religious ethno-supremacist state that was
See,
backed by a
there
lot
you
of
go.
Western states as
That's
a
the
direct
insane
destabilizer in the fucking
fucking sweeping
region
that you're
with mass
discrediting.
migration happening, especially, of course, mass migration happening, and then in the aftermath of Holocaust with a shit ton more refugees coming in, was a much more viable state for them.
Here's the
The
problem.
viability of said state, of course, is partially a consequence of the other countries
You want to blame,
and the
you
hostility
want to
that
blame
people felt
Zionists.
towards Jewish
you
people.
don't want to blame
But
the Arabs.
This in and
okay?
of itself,
It's just a fact.
is the heart of the problem, because people conflate Zionism with Judaism, and you do that.
That's
all
what the
time.
Arabs did when they kicked them all out.
I know, and I don't think it's appropriate. That's
And
my
so
point.
why are you blaming the Zionists and not the fucking Arabs for being racist? Why do
doing
you
it
deny
again,
the
the
Jewish
fucking
trauma?
Arabs.
Why do you deny the 900,000 traumatized Jews that were forced,
let me
including,
ask you
by
a
the way,
question.
what you
Here,
keep
I'm
ignoring,
gonna give you
Avi Schleim.
quick question,
Avi
quick
Schleim
question,
said we
quick
didn't leave
question,
Iraq
quick
because
question,
we were
quick
Zionists. We
question.
left because we were afraid. Are you hearing that?
Ethan, do you blame the English for the Holocaust?
No.
Who did the Holocaust, Ethan?
Just fucking make your point. I'm not playing this
Come on,
silly
who did
game.
the Holocaust? Just say it.
Make your point, dude. I'm not a fucking.
Why not? Just I'm asking you a question. It's a super simple question.
Avi Schleim said we left Iraq
I asked
because.
you who was responsible for the Holocaust.
Why would
Which
I answer
nation?
such a stupid rhetorical question? Just make your point.
Wait, you know the answer to this, right? Like, come on, what are you looking at on your fucking computer? Like, which country is responsible for the Holocaust?
Anytime you want to make your point. I would appreciate.
Wait, what is
if you-
happening, dude? When you already okay, here, whatever. You said already.
I would
that
appreciate if you would
already
just
said-
listen to
you
one
already
thing I
said
would
that
say.
it wasn't the English, right? It's not the responsibility of the British that the Holocaust happened, right? You understand that? You recognize that, right?
Well, I would say the nation most directly guilty for the Holocaust was probably Nazi Germany.
Okay. Did you just read that from your laptop?
No, I'm
whatever.
eloquent, unlike your
I mean,
dumbass.
yes, it is. Okay. Notice how you don't actually.
I'm fabulous,
put every
bitch.
single fucking country. There was plenty of anti-Semitism in England too. Notice how you don't fucking say all Europe. All of Europe is responsible for the Holocaust.
Was there concentration
but
camps
you
in
say
the
all
UK?
Arabs.
Okay.
The point is,
okay. There's no Jews in the Middle East. None. Can you listen to one thing? I have one thing important to say that I really want you just to listen to, okay? Avi Schleim said they did not leave Iraq because they were Zionists. They left because they were afraid.
Yes.
You are denying his family's trauma.
Oh
You
my
are
God.
blaming his family's
Okay,
trauma
will you
on
talk to him?
Zionists.
Will you talk
and
to him
not,
about this?
Sure. I
Would
mean,
you-
he's
if
going
you're
to
so
agree with me. I
confident-
read it
if
from
you're
his
so
fucking
confident in
book.
everything, if you're so confident in all of this, okay, that would be great. All right, perfect. Okay.
So listen.
No, you should.
I'm
should
gonna.
talk to him
I'll
and Norm
debate all these
Finkelstein.
people instead of you. I have time. Unfortunately, like I said, it's getting late, so I just want to make one last point before we go, which is that always remember, Hassan, that when people criticize me, I watch it on my stream by myself live, unlike a bitch-made coward like yourself, who needs someone to hold your hand, make all the excuses in the world to avoid any single criticism, any response. You, my friend, are a coward, and I am the fucking legend that responded to it live with zero hesitation. But you know why? Because I'm not a liar. I don't have to think about the shit
Ethan,
that
if
I
you think-
say
if
and
you think
justify
this-
it. You lied. That's why you
If
can't
you
do it,
think
because
this
you'll get caught in those lies.
Five-hour endeavor made you look good, then congratulations. Okay.
You don't think it was good that you don't think that it was a supreme confidence that I responded to it immediately live?
Ethan, it took you 4 months to actually entertain the notion of having a conversation
said
with me. I don't give a
anytime
fuck
you
about
want,
watching
dipshit.
YouTube videos. I don't know why you think that I'm afraid of
You watch
watching your
11
fucking
hate
YouTube
videos on your channel. 11 hate videos. I've watched 0 about you, Hassan. Do you want to actually discuss who's the
hate
coward?
Videos, dumbass. Your fucking community is the hate community.
you
Why the
talk
fuck would you have to watch hate videos or whatever? You are the one who
Hassan,
was doing
just
it.
remember, when criticism comes, I confront
Well, thank
it.
you for backtracking
When
on at least
criticism
7 of the
comes to
points.
you,
Maybe we should
you
go
hide
through the
from it.
context puke one more time so we can continue.
If you
we can
want to
continue
watch
this
it,
conversation later, okay?
If you want, listen,
I'll hold
if
your
you
hand
want to
through all
watch
the
it,
other dumb shit that you said in it. It's not because I'm afraid. It's because you were crying because you.
no, it is
because I
definitely
wouldn't
because you're
watch it.
afraid. Why is it you didn't pull? Why is it you love Ban Empanada, but when he makes a video criticizing you, you say I'm not watching that?
Because I think it's. You want to know why? Because I think it's fucking unproductive to literally
To watch criticism of me, you fucking coward.
Yeah, because
what are you
you're
saying?
fucking presenting yourself and developing an audience that is literally, without even realizing it, because they are only drama obsessed. Without realizing it, they're literally positioning themselves to be pro-Israel, to repeat pro-Israel talking points. Yes, that is the only reason why I started talking
But
about
you will not point
because you
out.
went on a fucking deplatforming campaign.
Why
All
did you not watch
pro-Palestinian
Bad
voices
Empanada's
that
video
dare
about you? You
criticize
watched all of it?
You did 110
Bro, why?
Instagram stories on me, Ethan, since January
you're
31st, 2025.
You're changing the
It was so
24
unhinged that
hours.
you
Bro,
didn't even
it's-
recognize who you have
You need
become.
to at least admit that it's reciprocal. I am not upset. You made 24 hours of nonstop content,
Ethan,
bro.
You
24
literally
hours
have posted
in the last 2
just
months.
on your own personal Instagram
We've talked
stories
about each other equally
since
as much,
January
bro.
31st, 2025, 110 stories. It was so insane, you didn't believe it. You don't even
if
believe
that's
your own mania.
Hassan,
Please,
Hassan,
for the love of God.
Hassan, you talked about me 24 minutes a day, every day, 7 days a week for 60 days.
Yes,
Does that
after
sound
you,
fucking
after
reasonable?
you presented yourself as a fucking significant force trying to literally deplatform pro-Palestinian voices.
How much time do you think
That's
it makes an
why.
Instagram story?
That's why. And that's you literally, your own.
Why didn't you watch a Bad Empanada video about yourself?
Your own producers were begging you to stop talking about me, so much so that you had to set up a separate war room where you only talked about me.
What?
And that's what happened, right? Because you couldn't shut up
it's
about
not
it.
a
Your
separate
fans
war
were
room.
fucking going, Ethan, we get it. He sucks.
My
Please
fans are
stop talking
fine,
about
bro.
it."
Don't worry
And
about my
the entire time you frame this as though it's petty fucking drama.
It's
as
not
though
petty drama. You are deeply
even though it is a
anti-Semitic, hateful,
real
fucking
issue that took
propagandist liar.
place. And it only took you now to fucking openly say, 10 toes down, that it is a genocide, but also you don't want anyone to fucking
I've
resist
said that
against
consistently for years, liar.
it. Ethan, you don't want anyone to resist against genocide. It is a fucking untenable position.
Oh, you
It
mean
makes
kidnapping
no
civilians?
sense.
You're so pathetic, bro.
And you
Please.
constantly keep smearing me as a fucking anti-Semite
Th-
at a time
you're
when the
proving that
Trump
today.
administration, at a time
Today-
when the Trump administration is black-bagging people. How
Yeah,
do you
that's
not
bad
understand
happening.
that-
Don't call me out.
How do you
That's
not
bad happening. Don't
understand?
call me out. That's what you're doing.
Dude, how do you not understand?
Why didn't you watch the Bad Empanada
that
video?
You are playing a formative role when you don't talk about Mahmoud Khalil. You're
Just
playing
remember,
a formative
everybody
role
watching.
when you don't talk about the mass starvation of Gazans.
By the way,
You
I
are not-
advocated for Kamala to get elected. What'd you do? I told people to vote for Kamala. What'd you do?
Oh,
No, seriously.
oh,
What'd you
Ethan,
do?
congratulations.
Do you think
Congratulations
Kamala
for
and Trump
advocating for
would have been
Kamala.
equally
I won't
bad?
change anything from Joe Biden's policies, Harris.
It's
What
not
did
Joe
I do?
Biden, it's
well,
Kamala
not only did I
Harris.
go to the DNC, but I
It's
actually
not-
offered some pretty fucking valuable criticism to the Democratic
And they got
Party that they
kicked out,
didn't
by the
listen
way.
to, unfortunately.
Didn't they
And
kick
because
you out of the
didn't listen to
DNC?
that valuable criticism, they lost. Why have you lied about me voting for Jill Stein, by the way? Can we talk about that?
Who did
Why
you-
the fuck
I don't know.
do you
Who'd
keep
you-
saying I voted for Jill Stein? I have
Who did you vote for?
countless hours shitting on Jill Stein. I've told people
I said I
not
think
to
you
vote for
did.
Trump. I've said that
I
Donald
said-
Trump is significantly worse than Kamala Harris. And I've also, on top of that, called Jill Stein a grifter
Yeah, you
over
didn't
and
endorse
over and
her.
over again. But for some weird reason, despite the fact that I voted live, mind you, you kept
And you
lying
didn't
to
say
your
who
audience.
for.
And you kept lying to your audience, and you
I
kept
said I
making it
think.
seem as though I didn't even fucking vote, or I urged people not to vote. There's never been a moment
Who'd
where
you
I
vote
said,
for?
do not vote.
Who did you vote for?
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
No, I got no problem, but I think there's
you
people
don't
in your
have a
audience that
problem.
would.
You don't have a problem with that.
Why didn't you
the
endorse
fuck
her
do you
then?
keep saying I voted for Jill Stein, huh?
I said I think because you didn't
Oh, you
say who you
think.
voted for.
Oh, you think?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Oh,
it's
you
an opinion.
think. Oh, you don't give a fuck, dude. It doesn't matter who I vote for anyway. You're out of your fucking mind. I did not endorse Kamala Harris,
Why didn't-
and I will never endorse Kamala Harris.
But you
and I
voted
did
for
not
her.
endorse Joe Biden.
And now
because
Trump's
you wanna
president.
Know why? Because you want to know why?
Trump's
Because it's
building the
fucking
Riviera
embarrassing
in Gaza
that
Strip,
they
and guess
did-
what? You're fucking love that shit because you get to keep making content about it, and you get to keep making videos, and you guarantee there will never be peace there.
Yeah, yeah,
because you
yeah.
won't
As opposed to
acknowledge the
you.
trauma of both sides.
As
Two
opposed to
things
you,
must
Ethan,
always
how
be
much
true,
content have you
Hassan.
made about Donald Trump? How much content have you made about fucking Donald Trump? You literally defended his terrorist regime. What the fuck are you talking about? And then you have to
Again,
apologize
bro.
because you're an
The thing is
embarrassing
you can't-
figure.
you
Okay?
can't
Listen to
fathom.
me. Listen to me. It is
fathom that
embarrassing that you
somebody
have
says
tried to make a
something wrong
foray
and
into
come back
politics,
and corrects
and
it.
all of the producers or all the people that are giving you fucking talking points is not going to make you come
defend the
across as
tariffs.
smart in this process. Please, for your own mental sanity, stop trying to do this. You are basically brain breaking a shit ton of people into idiotic positions. You clearly don't care about people who have actually voted for Donald Trump, considering your allegiance with people who have literally directly voted for Donald Trump.
Who's
Okay?
my allegiance? Who's my allegiance?
What do you
to?
mean? You have fucking Trump supporters that you're friends with. Like Steiny in general. When I have a conversation with him, I'm actually directly fucking addressing some of the shit that he's
Did you watch my
saying,
interview
like the
with him,
Nelk
you
boys and
fucking
whatnot.
dipshit? That our entire conversation was me arguing with him and telling him why Trump's bad and why transphobia is bad. You are
You're going
insanely
out,
incompetent.
you're playing poker with people who fucking voted for Donald Trump. You're
just on
defending
Nelk's- you were
Asmongold
just on
and
Steiny's
saying
podcast,
Asmongold
you
is not
hypocrite.
actually Trump coded. Okay?
spent
You're doing
hours
all this
shitting on
because.
Must
How about
always
you,
be
Ethan?
true,
How much
Hassan.
content have you made about Donald Trump? How much content have you made about fucking Donald Trump? You literally defended his terrorist regime. What the fuck are you talking about? and then you have to apologize because you're an embarrassing figure.
You can't
okay?
fathom.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
You can't fathom
It is
that somebody
embarrassing
says
that you have
something
tried to
wrong
make
and
a
come
foray
back
into
and
politics,
corrects it.
And all of the producers or all the people that are giving you fucking talking points is not going
I
to
didn't
make
defend the
you come
tariffs.
across as smart in this process. Please,
Hassan, there's-
for your own
Wait,
mental
is
sanity,
Hassan
stop
saying
trying
that
to do
everybody
this.
is-
You are
Hassan.
basically brain breaking a shit ton of
Wait.
people into idiotic positions. You clearly don't care about
Is
people
Ethan
who
ghost
have actually
debating?
voted for Donald Trump.
Is that what
Considering
he's
your
saying?
allegiance with people who have literally directly voted for Donald
Who's
Trump.
my
Okay?
allegiance? Who's my allegiance to?
What do you mean? You have fucking Trump supporters that you're friends with. Like Steiny in general. When I have a conversation with him, I'm actually directly fucking addressing some of the
Did
shit
you
that
watch
he's,
my interview with him,
saying,
you
like the
fucking
Nelk boys and
dipshit? That
whatnot.
our entire conversation was me arguing with him and telling him why Trump's bad and why transphobia is bad. You are insanely
You're
incompetent.
going out. You're playing poker with people who fucking voted
You
for
were
Donald
just
Trump.
on
You're
Nelk's-
defending
you were just on
Asmongold
Steiny's
and saying
podcast, you
Asmongold
hypocrite.
is not actually Trump coded.
I spent
okay?
hours
You're
shitting
doing
on
all
Steiny.
this.
Theo
They
Von's
don't-
podcast
it's
to
just
interview
a
Trump?
Asmongold has been a valuable figure shitting on me this entire time, and that's the only reason why you act like he's not that significant of a force. That's it.
When did I say that?
You will take help from anyone and everyone.
And this
no
man
matter
is
what
all
their
written by
background
Destiny,
is.
right?
You
talk about how
claim to
important I am.
care. You claim to care about rape, and you're hyping up a dude who has a segment on a show called Ultimate Rape Review. The reason why
that's
you're
Destiny.
hyping up that
Ultimate
dude
Rape
is
Review?
because
I don't know what the
you don't
fuck
give
you're
a
even
fuck.
talking
All
about.
you care about is petty drama. This is your only content. Stop doing petty drama content. Shut the fuck up about politics and get back to goofs and gaffs, and it will be fine. People will forget that you have behaved in this way, but you don't want to do that. It's become a fucking personal agenda for you that people don't like you. It must be anti-Semitism. No, they don't like you
It's
because you don't know what the
hallucinations.
fuck you're talking about, and you have to be babied by goddamn producers as a 40-year-old adult. That's the reason why people don't like it. That's
Very
it.
good. Very good. Now, why don't you watch Bad Panana's videos about you?
Because he's pro-Palestine, and I don't give a fuck about.
He was
because he's
criticizing you.
pro-Palestine,
Oh, you're
and
such
I don't
a
care
coward,
about the
Hassan.
difference in methods that we have.
All right, very good. I'm
Because
out of my
there's no
depth. I
reason to
shouldn't talk
divide
about
the movement. And if you were pro-Palestine, I
Despite
would
you-
never talk about you either. That's the real reason.
Uh-oh. Can you please contend with the Avi Schleim quote that they left not because of Zionism, but because of they were afraid?
Dude, come on. Enough. You have Avi Schleim on the show. Talk to him about it, okay?
Okay, sure,
Maybe
yeah.
it'll go
You-
down exactly like you thought with Sam Cedar.
Man.
How did it go with Sam Cedar? I think if anything, Sam kind of embarrassed himself. I genuinely do. I hate to say it because I like
dude,
Sam.
a 40-year-old
but, like,
man who
he-
needs a fucking button when he has like a
Did I
little
button?
oopsie moment
Did I button?
is actually the one who's talking about Sam Cedar embarrassing
Did I
himself.
button during that
He
debate?
lowered himself to talk to you man to man and try to
that's what you
explain to you what was
wanted.
going on.
Maybe Hassan should get one of those buttons.
Why would you want to
wanted that
lower his
conversation to be
status?
private, Ethan. I
Why
wanted
did
that
you
conversation to be
lower his
private
status?
because I thought you could be convinced. I didn't realize you were this fucking drama obsessed. You
Drama
thought
obsessed.
Sam
We had an
Cedar was
argument
gonna
about
give you
fucking
clips that
South
you could use
Africa
against me.
apartheid. What's drama about that?
What?
You're fucking dude. Listen,
I can't
enjoy.
hear what you said. What did you say?
It doesn't matter. Just remember, when it comes to criticism, I watch it.
Yes,
You
yes.
ignore
Nelson
it. It's so
Mandela.
important.
Nelson Mandela was actually peaceful because you're going to clip chimp the fucking shit that Loner Box told you.
Why
and
was
then
it-
you're going
what?
to say the
Do you-
violent things
Well,
that
Hassan.
the violent things that the ANC did were in the Truth and
How many-
Reconciliation Committee attributed to.
Hassan,
and
how many
dealt
civilians
with.
died in the 20 years in the ANC during the ANC's?
What was it, like 200? I think
Less than
or
100.
1,000?
How many people did Hamas kill on one day? Nelson Mandela, which I'll read
you
you a
comparing-
quote from his trial. I'll read you a quote.
Are you comparing the apartheid structure in South Africa to 76 years of colonial occupation?
Don't you do that all the time?
No, the
You call it
numbers
apartheid
are
all the
larger,
time.
and the militancy has gotten far more radical as a direct consequence of Israel becoming far more radical. Because, as I told you, and you seemingly understood when we first had this conversation after October 7, that the maintenance of an apartheid is an inherently violent endeavor. And as a matter of fact, the resistance to said apartheid is only going to get worse and worse as time moves on. This is precisely the reason
You're
why the
not
first
talking
intifada
about what I'm
was fought
talking
with
about.
stones,
You're just bringing
little
random
children
shit
throwing
up,
rocks,
bro.
and the second intifada in the aftermath of horrific acts of terror
Let me read
against
you.
Palestinians who were at a mosque praying.
I
The
actually
second
have
intifada,
facts.
as a matter of
I
fact,
have
was
a
fought with
historical
bombs.
quote. I'm not just grandstanding. Mandela, from his trial in 1960, said, and I quote, "There were 4 forms of violence that were possible. One was sabotage, one was guerrilla warfare, one was terrorism, and then there was open revolution. We chose to adopt the first method as it exhausted it before taking any other decision. In light of our political background, the choice was a logical one. Sabotage did not involve loss of life, and it offered the best hope for future race relations. Bitterness would be kept minimum, and if a policy bore fruit, democratic government could become a reality. This is what we felt at the time, and this is what we said in our manifesto. We have always sought to achieve liberation without bloodshed and civil clash. We hope, even at this late hour, that our first actions will awaken everyone to the realization that the disastrous situation which the nationalist policy is leading. We hope that we will bring the government and its supporters to their senses before it's too late, so that both the government and its policies can be changed before matters reach the desperate state of war."
Notice how the end part of that is getting ready for rebellion.
Did they?
I feel like yeah, because
No,
the
they didn't.
apartheid structure dissolved as a direct consequence of pressure campaigns and also militancy, which Nelson Mandela not once but twice
what's Hamas doing
with
for
the option
liberation?
of having his sentence commuted, which he refused to do. They
On
said,
principle,
Nelson Mandela,
bro.
if you disavow
On
violence,
principle. He said, "I will not remain in jail because a prisoner can't negotiate. A prisoner can't
Yes,
decide."
that was the
he
first
said
time.
no
And in both
times. He
circumstances-
refused
in
on
both
principle.
circumstances-
Less than
in both
100 people
circumstances-
died during the 20-year period. They never. Anyone that attacked civilians.
remember 20
they
minutes
were,
ago when they
were
said this is the last
disavowed.
point?
The ANC repeatedly apologized and
You guys remember that?
disavowed violence against civilians.
When did they do that?
Less than 100 civilians died.
That's crazy.
When did they do
Hamas
that?
killed
Wow.
1,000 civilians on
When
one
did they do
fucking
that?
day.
1,000 civilians.
Yeah.
The poor civilian Israeli soldiers that died in their military
No,
bases.
there was like,
Civilians.
bro, you're so dumb. 300.
What do you mean I'm so dumb?
Okay,
These
how many
numbers
civilians
matter.
died? How many civilians died?
I believe the total number of casualties in October 7 was 1,200,
Yeah.
with 800 being civilians, which is completely
Oh my
unacceptable,
God,
mind
I'm
you,
off
and
by
400 being
100. I
military
was
members.
off by 100. Oh my God, dude! I can't believe the historical inaccuracies.
Well, you
You're
just
an
made a
idiot.
big. You're the one who's bringing up numbers here, Ethan. And yes,
I
I
was
do think it's
virtually
important
correct.
to recognize something here that you are seemingly failing to recognize. Nelson Mandela was thrown in prison because he went and trained with the FLN in Algeria. The reason why he stayed in fucking prison was because he refused to disavow violence,
Yeah.
because he understood that as long as
Sabotage is
peaceful
violence.
revolution
I didn't say
is
he's a pacifist.
impossible,
I never said
that
he's a
violent
pacifist.
revolution is inevitable.
Yeah, and I never said he's a
violent revolution
pacifist.
They did do.
You know what's funny?
It's a revolution to kill civilians intentionally.
In terms of the death and destruction on the
That's a
apartheid
revolution.
structure, by the
Was
way,
Nelson
it is
Mandela a
incomprehensible
Zionist?
to compare that to Israel's violence against the Palestinians.
Was Nelson
what Israel has done to the
Mandela a
Palestinians is
Zionist?
far worse. And by the way, that's not my assessment. What Israel has done to the Palestinians for the past 76 years is infinitely worse.
Well, let's
And
ask
that is
someone that
not
lived
my
through
assessment,
apartheid.
by the way. That is the assessment of Mandela. And for all the, for all of the moments that he was
You
able
think
to fucking
Mandela
see.
said what's happening is worse than what we went through? That's bullshit. Why would he say that? That's on your liar.
Why would he say that? Because it's true, Ethan.
Okay.
That's why.
Is Nelson Mandela a Zionist?
Yes, Nelson Mandela. Are you going to say in 1999 he said Israel has a legal right to exist?
More
in
than
that
that.
same
He
speech
said
that
more
you're
than
gonna
that.
fucking clip, champ.
Remember that you called this guy a neo-Nazi, not fit to be a dog catcher. That's what you
Who?
said about
What?
Nelson Mandela.
Wait, wait,
Yeah,
wait, what are you
Yeah,
talking about? Whoa, whoa, you're jumping off like a million different points.
The right
What?
of Israel to exist as a state legally. We have stood quite openly and firmly for the right of that state to exist within secured borders.
You disagree with that statement?
Does Israel has a right to exist, not in the way that it currently does.
With the insecure borders.
Ethan, hold on.
Coward.
Do you know what he says after that clip?
Yeah, that he also thinks that Palestinians also need to be acknowledged, which, by the way, is my fucking point.
No, not that.
Palestinian liberation and Israeli borders are two sides of the same coin.
Ethan, he didn't just say Palestinians also need to be acknowledged.
What'd he say?
He says that if peaceful means of coexistence is impossible, then violence is inevitable, Ethan. Why did you clip that out of the fucking clip chimp
Because
that
it's
you posted,
irrelevant.
Ethan?
Are you saying I clip chimp Nelson Mandela?
Yes, you literally did. You cut him out of context.
No,
because
I
it doesn't
did. He's
suit
a
your fucking
Zionist. What do you
purpose.
mean? He's talking philosophically.
Yes, you just did.
He's talking
You just
philosophically.
did. You think it's irrelevant? We're having a conversation about Nelson
Oh,
Mandela
man.
and whether or not he actually believes
This is
in
impressive.
violence.
Sabotage-
Whether or not he
oh,
actually
God.
believes in violence. You have said time and time again that he was a peaceful dove. He's never actually done
No,
any
I
violence
literally
whatsoever.
didn't.
There are numerous instances on on stream.
Inevitability, a philosophical warning, is not an endorsement. He was speaking as a warning to them, which was apt.
Brother, that is insane.
What?
Nelson Mandela was literally on a terror watch list since 2008.
Who gives a fuck?
What do you mean who gives a fuck? You like to use the terrorism watch list when you're talking about the Houthis, or you like to use the terrorist watch list when you talk about Hezbollah
I mean, I gave
and
you
Hamas.
specific examples of why those organizations are bad.
Who do you think that was a? Who do you think that
I
was
don't-
a? Who do you think the philosophical point that he was making? The guy who was in prison for violent resistance, by the way, who trained
Violent resistance?
militancy
You mean sabotage?
ready for rebellion, by
Sabotage.
the way.
Sabotage and
Who
give
do you
government
think that was a warning
infrastructure.
to? Do you think that was a warning to Palestinians, or do you think that was a warning to
The fact that you
Israel?
are
because
so
that
willing-
same Nelson Mandela has time and time
All right,
again
we gotta-
also repeated that no one is free until Palestine is free. That same Nelson Mandela that you're trying to fucking use in this situation has said that this is a united struggle, that Israel's actions against the Palestinians are abhorrent, that it is akin to what they have experienced in apartheid South Africa, if not worse. So the idea that you can make this comparison
I want
because you think
Palestine
this
to be free, my
fucking
friend.
argument is so stupid.
This is
And the only
crazy.
way you can do that is by cutting it out of context.
No, I just explained why. Dude, I
Wow.
want Palestine to be free. But you know what? I don't think Hamas is furthering that goal. I think Hamas is counterproductive. They're making it worse. They're causing it to be inevitable. You refuse
Why
to.
are they making it worse?
You refuse to criticize them, which is pathetic. Unlike
Why are they
me,
making it
I'm
worse,
willing to
Ethan?
criticize
Why are
the
they making it
Israeli
worse?
government. I'm
Why are
willing
they
to come to
making it worse?
terms with the cruel reality.
No,
Hamas.
walk through it. Why are they making it worse? Numerous instances where you have said Nelson Mandela was peaceful.
I'm not going to. You get those together, okay?
I mean, there's.
You're
you
going
said
to
he
do
was a
great.
pacifist.
You're going to do great.
Ethan,
Yeah,
you
go ahead and
literally
grab
said he was a
those.
pacifist to Sam
I
Cedar.
never said Nelson Mandela was a pacifist.
Ethan, you said it
That
to
is an insane lie.
You said it to Sam Cedar 2 days ago.
So you got to watch that back because you're once again a liar. You have no problem lying. You have no problem saying that I work with the ADL without any evidence. You fucking have. Okay, well, prove
And
it.
the full quote, by the way, of Nelson Mandela is from when he visited Gaza in 1999.
When did I call him a
that I was referring to
pacifist?
choose
That's
peace rather
insane.
than confrontation, except in cases where we cannot move forward. Then, if the only alternative is violence, we will use violence.
Yeah.
Does that sound like a pacifist to you?
I meant that he didn't kill civilians.
Do you think
His
Nelson Mandela
approach
would fuck
is
with the
vastly
Houthis?
different than what Hamas
Do you
is
think
doing.
Nelson Mandela would like what the Houthis are doing?
I don't know. Let's fucking dig him out of his grave and ask him.
That's kind of weird because, I mean, you said he was doing peaceful means of resistance.
Do
like
I think Nelson
sabotage.
Mandela would be in favor of kidnapping 10 civilians? No,
Yes,
of course
he would.
not.
100% he would.
All right, well, while you're busy putting words in a dead man's
100% he
mouth.
would. What are you talking about? Nelson Mandela bombed the fucking church or shit. What are you talking about? Not Nelson Mandela directly.
He
was in prison,
didn't fuck with civilians, bro. That was his thing. He wanted to be as peaceful as possible because he knew that if he killed and targeted civilians, it would make reunification
you're right.
impossible.
Israel's doing
That's
a
a
genocide because
historical
Palestinians are not
fact.
resisting in the
Less than
appropriate
100
ways.
civilians died in 20-year period. I mean, what do you want more than that? Hamas killed 1,000 or 900. So sorry.
800. But also,
I am so 800. You're right. You know
I mean,
what?
it's
That's
seemingly-
better.
It's seemingly important. You're the one
That's
who's bringing
better.
up numbers. Now, what you again fail to recognize is, of course, the length, and not only that, but also the resistance against apartheid South Africa included military resistance on top of that. But that's not even my point here. Okay.
Huh?
My point is that the apartheid in South Africa and the resistance against it was a far shorter period with far less casualties on the South African side as opposed to Israel's complete ethnic cleansing campaign that is
Okay.
has started now, but even
Okay.
before its ethnic cleansing campaign.
Well, then
of
don't
creating
don't compare
Bantustans,
Hamas to Nelson Mandela.
because the situation is far worse, Ethan. Because
why
Israel
compare-
has killed
All
every
right.
Nelson Mandela. Israel would have probably killed Nelson Mandela if they had the opportunity to do so.
I'm sure they would have done everything bad that's ever happened in the world.
Wait, do you know why I said that? No, don't look at your laptop. Do you know why I said
I'm
that?
not. Let me guess. You, I don't. Oh, tell me.
No, go ahead. Just throw up a guess.
All right, listen. It's 5 o'clock. I'm not doing this.
Oh, you don't wanna do
can
this.
tell me, or
Okay.
you cannot. You want to? I'll stand here if you want to tell me, but I'm not going to sit here and play
Israel
rhetorical
was
games.
aligned with South Africa, the apartheid government, as a matter
Yeah,
of fact.
I know. They made nuclear bombs with them. It's horrible.
Yeah, it's horrible.
What's that have to do with anything,
Yeah.
fuckhead? When did I
Well,
defend
they're
that?
both apartheids, so.
Yeah, and when did I deny that? All right,
you
listen,
know.
it's 5 o'clock. Like I said, I have a family to go to. I have 3 kids and a wife, and I know that you have a fucking cool-ass race car bed to sleep in, and I hope you enjoy that.
Okay, man. Thank you. Have a good one. I hope this was productive. Dan, he needs you more than you need him. Stop babying this man, please. He needs you more than you need him. Stop babying him.
Well, I know that's true, but I don't baby him.
Come on. Okay. All right.
You want to target the crew more?
I'm not
You wanna-
targeting
you
the
wanna drum
crew.
up
These are
harassment?
my
Targeting anything.
coworkers.
It's fine.
I have
It's
a
fine.
tremendous amount of respect for the crew. They are what
Hey,
makes
Bad
this show
Empanada
great.
called AB a house slave.
What?
Bad Empanada called AB a house
he's
slave.
wrong. What the fuck do you want? I've never
Okay,
said
well,
that.
you
Why
watch
are
his
bringing
videos
up
a lot.
Bad Empanada? Do you think I
Why
agree
you
with
s-
everything he says? No, of course not.
You endorse him.
Ethan, I've endorsed
All right, we
these
gotta go.
YouTube
You
video
promote him all the
essays
time.
that
That's a
I
fact.
agree with, that I think are very well thought out. I don't endorse
All right,
his
listen, stop being a
techniques or
coward and
methods
watch
or
watch some
opinions
fair
overall.
criticism. Please stop being a coward and just watch some criticism. It will
Yeah.
prove
No, well,
that you
this
are
was
not
pretty good.
afraid.
This was pretty productive, having this conversation, having this back and forth, don't you think?
I actually do. I think you exposed yourself deeply a few times here, and I think we'll have to wait and see, obviously, how this pans
Yeah.
out. But I do think it was productive to show just kind of the blatant, overt,
Maybe I will
anti-Semitism that you.
Maybe I will watch the Context Puke.
Yes, please, and then we
maybe I
can
will
talk
watch
about it
Context
if you want.
Puke live, as a matter of fact. not
Yes,
in a
please
cowardly
do.
way. I like that this is what it's come to, where having a face-to-face conversation is less. Is somehow
It's not
less
less.
fucking is more cowardly than like actually watching a YouTube video that you made. No, dude.
It is
What's
because-
cowardly
no.
is you fucking constantly crying and refusing to actually look for context and putting together putting together shit that you saw on fucking subreddits to be like, this is my argument.
Please
I'm
just
destroying
watch it
you.
watch it and tear it up and show how out of context it was.
Don't
I
worry.
love that.
Maybe I'll actually do that to fundraise for the charities that you are actively targeting by trying to undermine and celebrate with Creator Clash 3, which is, I hope.
I don't know
going
if
to be a
you
great
know this,
event.
but the last year they lost $250,000
I
to
know,
be
man,
to be
I
charitable.
know.
Like Ian's video.
What? No, dude. I'm.
Dude, if you
I'm
want to
talking
own
about
me,
how
listen,
poor
Hassan,
taste
if
it
you
is.
want to own
I'm
me by
talking about
donating
how
to
poor taste
charity,
it is
I
that
think
you're
that's
gloating That a
fantastic.
fucking charity event is actually like you're trying to undermine a charity event deliberately.
You have to give money to be charity.
Oh.
It's like a slush fund for them.
God, that's so gross, man. Okay.
I mean, what happened last year? How much money did they make? Did they do charity last
I
year?
don't know. I don't know.
They
Will
lost
you-
$250,000.
Will you debate me again, Ethan, if you keep chirping in the future?
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
But if you, I think it would be good if you watch the content puke.
Maybe I will. Maybe I'll
Context
do that.
puke,
to
and then
fundraise.
we can discuss it.
Maybe I'll do that to fundraise for Creator Clash.
Yes, I think it's awesome. If you want to own me by donating to charity, I think that's sick as fuck.
Yeah, maybe you should do that too. You know, donate some pro-Palestinian charities. I'll feel so fucking owned.
Let's own each other and donate to charity.
All right.
I know
Bye,
you guys.
Ethan.
Fucking, I know you guys hate each other, but the views were crazy.
It was? How many? I never
just
looked.
saying, think about it.
What was the views at? I never looked.
They're pretty good on both ends. Like 100K.
Whose was higher?
Don't ask that question.
Hassan's was higher?
Hassan's was higher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not by much, but it was higher.
That's not good. We
I
got to
mean,
do
I had
something.
120,000. I don't know what you guys had over there. I wasn't looking, but
We got up to about 100K. So.
Well, we're gonna have to do some. These people are clearly have some kind of brain disease, and we need to do something about it.
No, for sure. Ethan, please keep up the energy as though you feel that there is a genocide going on, because your output is what matters here. And that is what I was trying to get across to you and get across to your audience. If you think that this...
I acknowledge that I acknowledge that I could talk about it more, and I should make more of an effort to talk about it.
Okay, thank you. Instead of going after pro
And you should try not to be a fucking raging anti-Semite for a day.
What?
If you can try not to be a raging anti-Semite for a day, then we can shake
I
hands.
don't think you actually believe that I'm anti-Semitic. I think you're hysterical.
You
I
should
will
watch
be
back
honest
the
on
first
that
part of
front.
this interview.
What?
You should watch back the first part of this interview.
I don't think that makes you look good.
Okay, well, I guess we'll wait and see.
Yeah, we'll wait.
Unfortunately, I think your people are going to think it makes you look good, and then everybody else is going to think that might look good. Like, who gives a fuck?
Yes,
At the end of the day,
I'm sure that...
it's not a swastika. It's just a swastika sword. It's not a swastika. It's just the sword that I called the swastika sword. Got it. All right, have a good night, Hassan.
All right, you too.
I got to go.
You too, buddy.
You take care, bud.
All right.
Old friend.
God damn, what a fucking exercise in futility. I did lose my shit a little bit towards the end. But hey, at least we got Ethan to openly admit that he thinks his wife is a terrorist. I don't know how that's gonna work. This was the biggest pickup and shake of all time. Go pee, bro. You've held it in this whole time. Oh my God, I forgot I needed to pee before I started the fucking conversation. Isn't that crazy? It makes me so sad that he was more fixated on the content aspect of this. It makes everything bullshit. Yeah, I know. I agree. I feel good. I feel very good. I think it's, I mean, I'm losing my voice a little bit.
I was hoping that...
That was incredible.
I shouldn't have hoped that he would have been more open to listening. but
Wow.
I guess that's what it was meant to be.
Wow.
It is what it is.
Guys,
I'm so
this
tired.
was amazing.
How long was that going on for?
5 hours.
We're going on 5 hours here.
Was I owned?
I need to process everything that just happened. My head's spinning.
I gotta talk about this. You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of Elden Ring. When the game was gonna come out, and I was so excited, I knew it was gonna be really good, but it came out, and it was even better than I could have ever expected. And then I remember whenever I made it to like, that fucking underground city, and then the fucking Lake of Rot, and then there's the Farum Azula, and I was like, wait, there's more. It's not like it's just gonna be like Dark Souls 3 and it's like 5 zones and it's over. No, there's just more and more and more. It never stops. It never stopped. So, okay, we will do an official poll. Chat, mods, can we make a poll? Two winners, just 2 people. Who won the debate, Ethan or Hassan? Just 2. Just 2, not me or, fucking, Nelson Mandela or whoever. Can we have somebody put up a poll? Not me. Yeah, Ether's on. So we'll see what the chat says. This was insane. I really, honestly, I was really surprised. I didn't expect Ethan to go as hard as he did. I didn't at all. We'll see what the chat says here, and it looks like the chat's pretty. People have pretty much one opinion on this. Okay, well, there it is. So it's looking like pretty much everybody. It's a blowout. It is. It's a complete fucking blowout.
Streamer Destiny is being mentioned by former guests on my program. Piker says your wife Klein says she has a name and that Piker has begged for Teddy Fresh many times. They're watching a video where Hassan has reacted to a video of Ethan. There are now 2 Kleins. Notice how all the fucking dumb shit is directly his doing. Like he had to do oh god, it's so fucking embarrassing, dude. I can't believe yeah, God. Klein says Hassan is deflating the number of rapes on 10-7. Hassan says Ethan is inflating the rapes. Klein contends Hassan's definition of rape is too stringent. They both appear to have investigated the rapes extensively. Piker claims Israel did a January 6th in support of rape. A video of a woman giving an account of being raped is now being played. This rape stuff is nauseating. Klein wants to move on. Hassan asked to remain on topic and reads an article that says there's no forensic evidence of the rapes. Klein opens a can of soda. I might top out. The content cup has been brought up again. They keep mentioning it. What is it? Now it's a video of Ethan watching Ethan. 3 Ethans, 1 Hassan. They're talking about lived experience. The war has now been brought up. Actual false alarm. They've gone back to Klein's claim that Hassan did an anti-Semitic tweet about him. At China, please stop this. Hassan is accused of being pro-Hezbollah. The content cup. Oh, Jesus Christ. The only people who thought Ethan won was all of Asmon's chat. Asmongold's chat thought Ethan won that? That is sad. But also somewhat expected. I don't know why he kept saying I have a race car bed. That was weird. Oh, I saw this one. As one of Twitch's eldest professional racist gamers, America's finest gropers have been politely requesting me to get in the oven for 15 years, but I've never seen true anti-Semitism on the internet until Hummus Hassan started streaming. Never again, chat. For Ethan not being a debater, he sure is crushing Hassan. The only person getting cooked today is Hassan by Ethan. Someone you were constantly sweeping for, by the way, but keep the grift going. I guess people are like, Hassan is anti-Semitic. He has a fucking race car bed and a swastika sword. Honestly, Ethan lost me purely at the level of nonverbal mannerisms. He kept up bubbling you like you were blubbering or something, even when you weren't. That was frustrating. I think at this point, it's like, are you happy because of your incessant rant? Divorce court will claim another victim once again. Yeah, I hope not. You got sucked in some of the drama, but you got all the facts and ostensibly won many people over. Love you and proud of you. You could tell he wanted to end on that. I was watching videos criticizing myself because he kept saying it dramatically. Yeah, I don't know why he thinks that's awesome. Like, you watched a YouTube video, man. The fuck? Anyway, we'll probably end up going over a lot of the misinformation that Ethan presented on this, or at least like the false framing that he presented on this, because I will admit that I will admit that this wasn't as like as bad as he normally is, especially because he made a lot of concessions. But I think the final point that I wanted to drive home was like how stupid it is that Ethan is like, yeah, there's a genocide, but also I want to do content around it, and also everyone that's resisting against that genocide is a terrorist and bad and wrong, while also simultaneously showcasing the fact that I also recognize the instance where, like, there is a verifiable victim, which There's an instance where there's a verifiable victim, which he kept fucking like openly recognizing I recognized, but then still turned around for some weird reason and acted like I didn't. I don't know why he did that. That was weird. He also said he would see Anne Frank differently if she took up arms, so I don't know what the fuck that was about. That was definitely not great. It's so funny that Hassan thought the debate with H3 would be on Israel-Palestine and was like, let's begin by defining Zionism. And Ethan just goes, how did you feel when your friends were doing Fortnite dances in the iDubbbz video? Yeah, I thought his like, I thought his counters were so fucking childish too. The whole like armpit shit. Oh my God, PFT was watching too. Let's go. Which side are you on? Civility. Oh, that's funny. I didn't realize. Also, you didn't really get to the one state, two state, which is the main disagreement. Yeah. Well, he said Israel's doing a genocide, which, you know, I think made it increasingly dumber for him to be like, it's doing a genocide, but also you can't resist against it. You know? He fucked you up with the Avi Shlaim misunderstandings. That was extremely annoying. I fell for you. Otherwise, you looked just completely unwell and insane. He didn't even fuck me up with Avi Shlaim's misunderstandings. Avi Shlaim's position is not that, like, Israel's actions did not contribute to this whatsoever. My point isn't even that, like, none of the Jews were harmed. I've never said that. None of the Jews in Iraq were harmed. It was all Israel. That's not what I said. That's what he was trying to present me as. I said that it is ridiculous to fucking make a comparison between the it is ridiculous to make a comparison between the Nakba, which is a planned extermination campaign, versus the voluntary and involuntary migration from Jews into Israel. Because the argument is the underpinning of Zionism, that like we have nowhere else to go. We have nowhere else to go. That's his position. Avi Shlaim is ironically, or unironically rather, an anti-Zionist. He walked back almost all of his previous positions from the get-go. I don't understand his thought process. It doesn't, I think the reason why he did that was because he wanted to fucking focus on like drama. I'm so hot. He was like, please, it's anti-Semitism. There's anti-Semitism. Please admit it. There's.
Did though? We don't know what
Oh,
the
so he
what
could have been
the rape was for.
he could have been a vicious terrorist
What if
monster.
he killed
Is what
people?
you're saying.
Yeah. What if he killed people? Of course. If he killed people, of course
Ethan,
he would be worthy of being
Ethan,
arrested.
Is Ramallah a part of Israeli territory?
I mean, it's complicated, right? I don't. It's under occupation. No, I don't think so. But it's under occupation, right?
Okay. So why was your wife in Ramallah?
Maybe are getting a terrorist that killed civilians. She
It's
sat in
not
a car.
complicated, Ethan.
She
It's
sat in a
not
car and
complicated
didn't
at
even
all.
leave it and never
Your
did
wife
it again.
participated in an illegal raid according to international human rights. That is the reality. Now, I
Are
understand.
you upset
the
if this
importance of
person
social
killed like
conditioning.
a
If she
child?
were-
Would you be upset if this
she were to
person
talk
they
about-
arrested like
if-
stabbed people? Like you
if
don't know what
she
you're
were
talking
to
about.
talk about how fucked
Okay,
up
fine.
that
My wife's a
was-
terrorist, bro. What the fuck? It's
no,
so boring.
stop. Listen to my words. If she
No,
were to talk about
my
how
wife
fucked
is a
up that
terrorist.
as
Very
many former IDF vets have on breaking the silence, if she talked about the night raid that she participated. He can excuse the terror he knows his wife caused, but not imaginary terror he's assuming a boy 1 year older than she was caused. Yeah. This is why he kept talking about the car bed. Wait, what? That's not me. Does he think I'm Ludwig? Oh, here's Ethan.
Jasmine Gold got banned immediately, rightfully, duly. However, when it comes to Frogan and her friends shitting on Jewish people, shitting on Zionists, right? They need a lot of time to think about it. And I think, yeah, like when the ADL got involved, that's only when they finally suspended Frogan and all the other people up on the stage. When a sitting congressman started writing letters.
For the record, yeah, never mentioned the ADL, by the way. Dude, why does he lie so much? And it's so funny because he keeps lying and then also simultaneously lying about me and saying I'm lying. And what the fuck?
Posting on Twitter. Then they said, okay, we should probably do something.
You made Hutch's mod. You people are on a different fucking planet. If you think Ethan is winning anything here, it's fucking disgraceful. Hutch, I hope you detach from the teat of Mr. Bonicelli and find peace. Love you well past your machinima days. No! Oh no!
The rape is
He
what?
could have been a... Oh no! The disagreement on the Zionism definition is where it went off the rails because everything that followed from that hinged on understanding the point of Zionism, and by the end of it, he had painted himself as a pro-Zionism defender. It was so funny how he tried to add up the runtime of the fan channels, clipping your responses, saying you talked that long about him. I know. What was the separate war room point you made? He was talking about me so much, and his community was yelling at him so much that he literally had to say, okay, I'm only going to talk about us in a specific part of the broadcast called the war room. I want to know if there are any people in here that are still watching that actually vicious terrorist monsters. What you're saying. The conversation, like they didn't realize the full extent of my commentary on this stuff. I wonder if this is just like, you know, I wonder if there's gonna be people in Ethan's community that were like, yeah, you know what, it was pretty disrespectful. You got actors posing, Rahul Kali was watching. Yeah, I'm so weak at Rahul watching this too. The number of time he brought stuff up, then as soon as he responded, he tried to move or say he didn't care was exhausting. I changed my mind. You're a 7-month subscriber, bro. What are you talking about? That doesn't count. I'm from Asman, and Ethan just refused to acknowledge the schemes made to move Israeli people from across the world in 1948. He just wants to make it about anti-Semitism. He did say I did 10-7, I guess. On this, why have they not led to any real prosecution?
They're dead. They're fucking dead, you moron. What do you mean?
First-hand testimony in this
they
regard.
They killed all the fucking Hamas operatives in Israel.
I killed them?
What? Why are you
saying
you okay?
You killed them?
I said they. Why the fuck would I say you killed them?
My audio is so ass. Why does it sound like this? Oh, it's because this is from
it's
the
insanely
H3
stupid.
show
Are you
side.
okay? Hallucinating.
Dude, look how quick he was to fucking gaslight. That's crazy. What is this? More fallen fans due to today's broadcast. These were deleted almost instantly before I could screenshot the 3 others. Oh my God, I can't watch this. Ethan is such a man-child. I've held on for as long as I can. I'm done. Officially a fallen fan. Yeah, they're gonna pack this up as to the best of their ability to like. They're gonna pack this up to the best of their ability, and then I'm still quiet too. I gotta fix this. Hold on. Your audio was straight ass? Yeah, because we did it over Zoom, which sucks. But I hope I was able to still get the point across, you know what I mean? Okay, all right, we're back. The audio is back, sorry. Okay, this is good now, right? He dead ass thinks you're Hamas. Yeah, the Arabs moment was pretty solid, I think. I guess the part of Jewish expulsion from Arab countries confused me, but I just got here and I read nothing, so yeah. The point that I was making is that a comparison between the Zionist brigades like directly doing an act of terror and the subsequent like other countries, some of which were directly under the fucking ownership of colonial occupation, like all of that, all of these different countries and the different versions of atrocities that took place being compared to a singular act of ethnic cleansing is fucking insane. And not only that, but also the inference that I'm like, the inference that I myself have, like, that think that is appropriate is also insane. You should have asked them to shut up for 2 minutes and let you speak. Both of you screaming didn't help. I mean, there was so many instances where he just like conceded to my points. So I like that he also blamed Zionism on Arabs. Yeah, the male rape. There's information on the male rape one. I didn't even fucking see this before. But the one of the victims that Ethan presented was a male rape survivor, he said, right? And it turns out that finally the first Israeli who claims they're a survivor of October 7th rape has appeared. Who is it? An anonymous guy who made up a deranged, incoherent story with zero corroborating evidence, who sued the Israeli state for $500 million shekels, a genocide grifter, and they dropped it because apparently he was trying to, you know, he was trying to win a fucking trial award. So that was one of the people that Ethan was responding to in the... And also, I kept asking him, give me some names, and he could not give up one fucking name. Like, I don't... It was so odd that he just kept saying, like, you deny rapes. I was like, I don't. There is, like, there's one instance of a credible... There's one instance of credible...
Tough, no?
He believes in...
No? All right. Let's take a look. The deliberate and systematic destruction of a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. You know, that makes sense. Makes sense. Okay, what else? Okay. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. I just feel like using the word mass in that instance doesn't seem inaccurate. It doesn't seem like it. And I feel like it's a weird kind of place to die on. To just... Because what do you quantify as mass? What is mass? I would assume that that's like, my understanding of it is kind of like, wow, this is happening in large fashion, like in observable, like it's a lot you can just kind of see it. You feel that? Then I think that would kind of be accurate with the testimony and the reports that were coming out of these events. I think that's like kind of, it's, you would probably be safe to like maybe 95% to be, yeah, probably true. Why would a son out of anybody go against that? Why would you not just relegate that point? Like, in this massive debate of so many atrocities happening, why does the inaccuracy of one word being maybe perhaps less than that terminology, such like a hill to die on? It's so weird.
Executions on this. Why have they not led to any real prosecution.
They're dead. They're
No, that's
fucking
not-
dead, you moron. What do you mean?
First-hand testimony in this
They
regard.
killed all the fucking Hamas operatives in
You?
Israel.
I killed them?
What? What are you?
Why are you saying
okay?
you killed them?
I said they. Why the fuck would I say you killed them? That's insanely stupid. Are you okay? Hallucinating. Are you crashing out? Go ahead.
Maybe I misheard you. I'm pretty sure you said you. Prosecutions on this.
Oh, you misspoke. Makes sense. That was interesting. Anyway.
The victims.
Ethan,
You're asking for Pixar. It didn't happen.
It's not that I'm not believing
Where
the
did you
victims.
said? Where's
I'm
their
saying that
bodies?
since-
Pixar
since
didn't
what
happen.
You have mentioned since
You're
the thing
saying
that you
Pixar
mentioned,
didn't happen,
okay?
right?
Since the article that you mentioned came out, there have been further prosecutions on this. Why have they not led to any real prosecution?
Prosecution?
He said that though. Oh, Hassan said that though. Hassan said that though.
Of an invading army, fucking raping people and then dying in like you don't typically prosecute people in an active war for rapes. Like the easy turnaround for this is, oh, okay, so are you saying that nobody raped anybody in Mariupol, or well, I don't know if Hassan would say that Russian troops committed any rapes. Like it's such an unbelievable rape, and the prosecution of rape is typically done in a criminal court, not as part of an international humanitarian conflict, not as part of a fucking war. This is shit that happens afterwards when you convene a tribunal for fucking war crimes and shit. What a crazy standard. You really think there were rapes? Well then, why haven't any of them been arrested, read their Miranda rights, given a jury trial, and then we've seen full conviction? Like, come on, are you fucking serious?
The victims.
Ethan,
You're asking for Pixar. It didn't happen.
It's not that I'm not believing
Where
the
did you
victims.
said? Where's their
I'm saying
bodies?
that
Pixar didn't
what
happen.
You have mentioned since.
Definitely a weird hill to die on. I don't really get it. Why you would choose that one. What was this? That's good, big time, man. Hey, bro, I'm happy for him, or I'm sorry that happened. I'm not, bro. I'm getting back with that. Go, bro. Cheater Andy. Motherfucking cheater Andy in this motherfucker. Just like me. How did I cheat? Okay, well, I mean, I did cheat. Okay. Weird.
Hold on. Talk to me about how the Ansar Allah movement actually came to power without getting any notes from your Discord.
Dude, this is the cringiest thing that this uneducated...
Hold on. Talk to me about how the Ansar Allah movement actually came to power without getting any notes from your Discord.
No notes, guys. Guys, no notes, guys. You know what I'm saying?
This is the cringiest thing that this uneducated terrorist agitprop fuck. God, Trump, you can do one thing that would make me support you, okay? Is when he knows one esoteric fact about this, and then he tries to be like, no notes, don't do anything. Why don't you tell me about this video thing? Like, you're so retarded, bro. And anybody that knows anything about this conflict knows how fucking retarded you are. And him to try to pop quiz somebody here about the founding of fucking Hezbollah? Why don't you tell me why Palestinians were in fucking Lebanon? That's an interesting question. Where did they come from before that? Why were they kicked out of that country? Why did they get kicked out of Lebanon? What happened there, Hassan? Like, dude, there's so many random things that you can do for you. But oh my God, it's so cringe.
But that would mean that you would have to source this new information, and you have to look further than the Wikipedia, and maybe even further than Twitter front page, which I think was a lot of research. I don't blame myself for not doing it. That shit sounds like a fucking homework if I've ever seen it. That is a load of work right there.
The things that I talk about in regards to those types of things is misconstrued as arrogance or boasting, when in reality I'm just trying to give context.
So that
If
is
that
the
makes
problem right there. So I want you to listen to this phrase.
Sure.
This.
Okay, because I don't know why the guy that has the softest skin on the internet would go on Mr. K, like, on stream. Brother, you cannot take the heat, brother. I'm confused. But you cannot take the heat. What?
I think sometimes the things that I talk about in regards...
Hold on, maybe I'll just one first. It's this one. Yo, I'm trying to watch the video, man.
I think sometimes the things that I talk about in regards to those types of things is misconstrued
That's okay, sorry.
as arrogance or boasting, when in reality I'm just trying to give context.
So that
If
is
that
the
makes sense.
problem right there. So I want you to listen to this phrase. This gets misconstrued as arrogance, but in reality, it's this. That is the most arrogant statement on the planet, bro. Like, tell me I'm wrong.
Okay. I don't see it that way, but all right.
Right? So, oh, yeah, so you don't see it that way. You're wrong.
No. I think sometimes the things that I talk about in regards to those types of things is misconstrued as arrogance or boasting, when in reality, I'm just trying to give context.
So, evoke the response of the other people.
I mean,
So
I
when
know
you
he
tell a
usually
story
like just Googles
that
answers to puzzles
other
and
people
games. Is that
are
literally
just,
what he's doing right now?
like,
He's Googling
crazy
the answers to
and it's the
therapy.
internet and it's parasocial.
Yeah, bro was typing the whole time. Bro was typing a book. Bro was asking ChatGPT if he's right or not. Kind of like me. Kind of like me, yeah. What is this? Twitch staff cut shrimping in a sun's chat.
Thanks for spending 42 with me.
Even less
Welcome
than
to
2
the
seconds of
jungle.
playtime. This is transformative. Excuse
Shut
me.
up.
Enjoy the 2-second a clip we got to see. What's my KFC? It's then so disingenuous. How long has it been going on? I mean, Twitch staff is Twitch staff. I mean,
What up, Juice Lord?
Who the fuck cares? Guys. A Twitch staff, bro. This guy might be the fucking Twitch staff that packs the fucking snacks at TwitchCon. This guy might be the guy that holds the door open for creators at TwitchCon Vegas or some shit like that. Like that fucking matters or gives any sort of authority or something. I don't give a fuck about some guy typing something in the chat. I don't give a shit. But like
XQCL.
when some guy when there's some stuff in chat, if I know him, it's cool, whatever. If he's typing some shit, I mean, I don't give a fuck. Fuck him. He's like everybody else. You don't own this shit.
For
This
sure.
is the thumbnail that's still up. Now, let me ask you this, Hassan.
Uh-oh.
Here's Rogan's thumbnail for the
XQCL.
Sabra hummus tier list.
Uh-huh.
In the F tier is me and Ben
87
Shapiro.
months
Ben
over
Shapiro
7
is
years.
not in the tier list. He has never explored or used. Why do you think Ben Shapiro is on the F tier?
Ethan?
Whoa,
I'm gonna
answer the
walk you through this
question.
again.
What, you're dodging?
I'm not iDubbbz. And
Oh,
I'm
but
not
you
Rogan.
can't make value judgments suddenly on your friends who you've spent all this time defending.
Yes.
No, because I don't.
Remember, because Hassan's saying I don't make value judgments. Then why are you defending them at all? If you don't want to value judge any of this, then shut the fuck up about it. Don't fight Ethan on it. Don't fight anybody on it. Just let them do their thing. But you come out here and you want to defend them. You lend your credibility, your.
It's kind of impressive to see that Hassan gets to platform, defend, hang around some people that do really bad things that he doesn't agree with. Some people do the craziest shit, endorse them, all that, right? But if somebody else than him hangs out with another person who voted for Trump, that guy, no, you cannot be doing that. Whoa! Aren't you the guy who did poker with the Trump voter? Whoa! What a fucking brain dead dichotomy, is it not? That is mine. That's his taken. Well, I mean, bro, listen. I go hard. I become the debate lord. I'm no longer the worm, bitch ass. I'm no longer the worm. Nope. I did what the worms do, like Caterpie. I've evolved. I cocooned or whatnot. What the fuck they do? What do they do actually, chat? They evolve, right?
Over this whole over the last 2 hours, there's something about the way
Metamorphosis.
that I hear you talk that rubs me the wrong way.
I said that one more time.
The last 2 hours, there's something about the way that I hear you talk that rubs me the wrong way.
Yeah, but that's.
There's something about the way that you talk that seems.
Uh-oh.
Dismissive.
Oh, it's more than that. You should have just told me how it is. It's, in French, you would call it hautain. It's like you're above whatever you're doing. Generally, I feel like the guy, when he speaks, it's like No, it's not Olten, it's Oten. It's like he's above or better, and it's always like this. It's always like he's like this, and he's going, yeah, no, yeah, sure, whatever, right? I think that's odd. How is that me? How is that me? Brother, I am the gaming warlord. Hey, you want to talk about a topic of politics, whatever? Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Want to talk about some gaming, about some hero shooter? I made hero shooter. I know things you do not. You are blind to the games that I can see, bitch. I don't give a fuck. I'm not Otain. I am. I am out there. Fuck you.
Is that you were kind of an ass about something involving a WoW raid, and then my guess is that you were kind of an ass with the way that.
The guy isn't only an ass. The guy is garbage. How many times, brother? I played WoW when I was a kid. Okay, the man is garbage. Oh my God, brother. Oh my God, brother. Jesus. I cannot. That's crazy, brother.
Right, but my understanding of the situation is that you were kind of an ass about something involving a WoW raid, and then my guess is that you were kind of an ass with the way that you responded to it. Because you're really really good at being an ass. Like, in a way that I really appreciate, but you're an ass. So it's
when
what
I say
makes
smug, that's the same. Yes, I would.
Yeah. So like what I love.
Chad, since this guy's PR is currently down bad, Chad, here's a crazy PR fix. Fuck a statement, fuck a whatever, fuck an apology. The guy needs to remove his mic filter that gives him the radio voice. Do that for a month straight. I swear, your PR goes triple. You triple PR. That shit is trash, dog. I forgot what it is. Like, it's in the mixing, right? Where they cut the lows or whatever the fuck. Where they I don't remember what it's called. It gives you the radio voice. That shit is trash. Now you boost the lows. But look, brother, it makes you sound like a fucking cuck lord.
I've sent you a couple of DMs because like I'll see your shorts or whatever, and I'll be like, this is fucking amazing. That assholery.
Guys, Poke told me how to do it a while back on the mixer. You turn something up or whatever. He told me to turn something up, turn something down, and then he goes.
That you exhibit, where you have these kind of base takes, is like what makes you amazing, and when that kind of emotional energy comes out.
How do you do it? Okay, how do you do it? How do you do it? How do you do it?
And then I think what happens is the way that you frame your response is it's not that bad.
Yeah, he didn't want to watch the whole, like, me defending him for a year over and over again, because I think that was probably what, like, the drama lovers in his community.
That's just leftover hardware. It's been decommissioned.
Like, I'm assuming that's what the mind's eye is.
What the hell is happening? All I know is that Silvercorp is a piece of my story. I'll cover you. All this time, you just wanted answers about the tech in your head? Are you kidding me? This thing has ruined my life.
Car physics reminds me of a very specific game.
What you did should have left you in the desert. This is not the first time we've had a fatal error with your tech. You guys make it stop! Make it stop! This is the only way.
Okay. That's a good trailer. That's a good trailer. All right. Okay. So. Oh my God! I love how there's exciting AAA games launching in the summertime, man. Usually, historically, I feel like summer is usually dry while everybody kind of boots up and delays their game until like the holiday season, bro. Okay, so this one. Hold on, TTS.
Have you ever heard of South of Midnight? It has a fire soundtrack and custom difficulty for